kejutan saat tersisa namanya Raya Mister ya. Dia pakai M60 yang udah. Langsung kita pakai malah sekarang banget. Oh, kayaknya ada kesalahan. Gak ada yang tahu karena enggak. Oke, udah ada sini antara sebenarnya prosesnya ini terbuka ya. Oh, udah ada masuk satu bal di sana. Hemat ya bersiap dilakukan tadi kayak sedikit di koin 18. Kita lihat sini banyak banget orang. Still dijatuhkan.
Terlihat dasar dari bangnya masih hidup. Ada di
Let's welcome the weekends there, survivors, and this is the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. My name is Contra, alongside with me is Husky, as we'll be your casters for the entirety of this All-Stars event for the Asia division, of course. So we got a whole lot of exciting back-to-back action here happening. So it's a whole day of Free Fire, and of course we'll be telling you all the great news to come because we've got a lot of superstars all over Asia contending to be the top team of their region.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait for this evening to officially kick off. But of course, at the same time, we have to thank the party that made this happen. All brought to you guys by Garena, as they have aligned the stars in the universe and brought forth the best of the best from these individual regions. We have a lot of matches lined up. Even today, the schedule that we were able to go through looked insane.
Indeed, it is. And of course, we're going to be breaking down all the information that you guys have to know about the non-stop action of 3 days back-to-back Free Fire action, all jam-packed for this super weekend. So on the All-Stars 3 days event, we will have day one happening here with the Bomb Squad format, where we'll be seeing them, of course, going in more strategically, going for some of all the C4 plans as well as defuses, and of course, an all-out brawl coming out of many of all these stars that's coming in from Asia. And day number 2 is where, you know, it gets even more exciting because Clash Squad is just going to be a no-holds-bar 4 versus 4 to see who's going to be that best team out there, and to, of course, officiate or close off the final day of the event. We'll have the classic battle royale between all of the squads that will be participating for the entirety of the weekend.
Yeah, and everything has been laid out perfectly. The trials and tribulation feels like the show Ninja Warriors, but Free Fire edition. And let's look at the team lineups, at least the teams that we're participating across all 3 days. We have Dosa from India, Indomie from Indonesia, Biryani from Pakistan, Hilsha from Bangladesh, Pho from Vietnam, Somtam from Thailand, Duran from MCP, and last but not least, Boba from Taiwan.
Of course, each of all these regions will, of course, be playing for the pride of their own region, and also for the fact that they will just want to be having that pride and glory to say who's the best region of it all when it comes down to Free Fire throughout the year for the moment, as we'll still have many more things lined up for you guys. Now that we're talking about food here, honestly, I think all of it tastes great, but then again, there's a few dishes that I haven't really tried for my own, so one of it is going to be Hilsha, so I'm definitely hoping to see what kind of flavors does the region of Bangladesh can offer.
Yeah, absolutely. And personally, for me, I am a guy of sweets. I'm a guy of sugar. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of variety that Boba has to bring to this. But with that being said, let's look at the local team, at least for MCP. We have Manish Gaming, Spider Guns, Jerick de Villanueva, and Ashits, excuse me. And MCP basically is Malaysia, Cambodia, and Philippines. So we have 3 regions uniting as one to bring forth the best talents that we can offer.
That's right, and I really think that this is where we all unite for the same love. And of course, we represent the king of fruits overall. Hope you guys, of course, I know some of you guys may have some love-hate relationship, but when you see a durian, it's either you love it or you just got to run away from the smell.
So have you had your fair share during the season? You know, it just whizzed by. I think like last month.
Unfortunately, you know, like I've been craving for some, but I haven't been able to really get my hands on it since I've been, you know, stuck at home for the most part. But, you know, finally we are here in the same studio all together, and we are now bringing you the entirety of the brackets for the All-Stars 2021 Asia, where we start off day number 1 with Bomb Squad. And the first game will be starting off here with Pho taking on Briani. And later on, we also have Dosa going up against Boba. That's one matchup that I think is going to be extremely interesting. And some of the powerhouses is going to be starting over on our right side here, as we got Sumtam taking on Durian. And last but not least, it's Indomie versus Hilsha. So you've already mentioned some of the favorites out there. Is there any teams that we should be looking out for?
I definitely want to lay eyes on our local talents, you know, from MCP, Durian, the king of fruits. And when you bring out the emperor onto the main stage, this is his best time to shine. So I really have my attention on this team. But at the same time, I want to see if the flavors from the other regions can overpower what we have to offer for across these 3 days.
That's right. So if you really want to look at some of all these all-stars name out there, and I also want to highlight from the likes of, you know, Somtom, where they have pretty stacked roster, I guess today, coming in from some of all these, you know, practice screams, or even some of all these sort of the warm-up rounds that they had. We have names like Evos Rambo, or even like the side of Hamster Live, Hoi Sang, that's hailing from the Thai region overall, and they definitely are pretty huge back in their own home country. And really not forgetting the likes of Indomie as well, because they've got like Beyond 09 alongside with Dewey, and I think that these are some of the names that I'm looking forward to see overall.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up the region where Tom Young is coming from, right? Because if we can just rewind time a bit to the recent World Championship, it is the Thai region that walked away as the world champion. So now if you put that on in this roster, it's just going to elevate their skill level. It's going to elevate how they approach this all-star. And I know we talk about how all the different flavors coming together into a big melting pot, but at the end of the day, some pride is on the line, and that is where this team would want to show that.
Yeah, and I really love all these sort of special formats that we're actually getting than, you know, the usual esports format, which is always going to be on a battle royale mode. So this actually showcases all of your favorite stars' prowess when it comes down to taking battles very strategically, round by round. For those of you guys who, you know, may not have explored Bomb Squad just about yet, it's pretty much on a plan and defuse kind of format where, you know, you guys will have to rush either onto the A side or the B side. And once you actually plan it, if you're on the attacking side, then you just really have to defend as long as you can, hopefully not to get anyone else defusing the C4. But you know what? We're already nearing to our very first matchup here. I just can't wait to see what goes down in this best of 3 format.
Yeah, especially when it is a knockout as well. This is a single elimination. If you drop that best of 3, that's kind of the end of the run, at least for day number 1. But also, interesting enough, we are going to have all of this Bomb Squad in Bermuda, one of the most common maps that people like. But let's take a look at our upcoming matchups. It's going to be between Pho and Biryani. I am looking forward to this.
Yes, me too. So far, on the side of Pho, we've got Bon, AS Mobile, Ma Gaming, as well as Haitang. And on the side of Biryani, well, this roster is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, we have TG Saib, Zane Gaming, PRG Gamer, and RKG Zaki.
Yeah, so far, you know, Well, this is probably one of the first few times that they'll be meeting each other, and you know what's the best way to do that? Just go guns blazing, as we will start off here with the Bomb Squad best of threes. So basically, the first 4 rounds should be able to take the very first pointer out there, and it may just go on a reversal. Now that we're on the containers of Shipyard, they're trying to take control of mid. But we'll see which side would they really want to go for. Right now, they're pretty much stuck over in the corners here, and nobody's going to be releasing any bullets at all.
I just love it. We kick off on Shipyard, a place where there has a lot of areas that you can go for. It seems like Biryani, they are the ones starting on the offense, just running straight at Fer. And some of those shots are already connecting. You can see that Biryani just making sure that Fer doesn't get through this midpoint.
And you can see AS Mobile has been able to actually plant the bomb onto his side. Well, Side's going for pretty much a beautiful flank. There goes High Dong. He's going to be knocked out, but the flank coming in from the rest of the members of Saif and Co. They'll be doing A-OK. Here comes a little bit more of a rush. And it's all point blank from here on. And who's going to be able to take it? Zine's all alone, and he clutches it alongside with Saif with only so little HP left.
Yeah. Fer was able to get the down, but not the kill, and that is just not enough. You need to confirm those, and Biryani will confirm that first round with the defuse. Just good patience. I feel like Fer didn't really have too much ground. Biryani just pushed forward, but maybe in an open field on Catalystawa, things might change.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit trickier. Unless, you know, maybe some glue walls can actually be brought up in between, then they will have a little bit of a safety net. But then again, there's a few compounds over in front that they can actually utilize to play aggressively or even defensively. Let's get all the way in with round 2.
Yeah, Biryani has those assault rifles. So when you have that gun advantage, you are looking to be very, very aggressive. And the team side, Biryani kind of got the read and they are ready to take on the fight. In fact, as we say that, they're already making contact. It's RKG Zaki being the first one to make contact with Fer.
Oh boy, and it seems like they're immediately going for repositioning. Beautiful play coming in from the likes of both Biryani as well as Fer. But this is going to be a really tough defense, and that's where members for side of Fer, they're already having Zaki rushing all alone, though. He will be dropped and instantly being removed from play.
Zaki, a bit too of an aggressive front. Seems like his team was not able, or at least not ready, to back him up. But the good news is, Biryani still kind of has that advantage. With that down though, you can see Gaming picked up that rifle, so it's kind of a transfer of arsenal. Those grenades are flying out, Biryani using that glue wall to gain some distance.
Yeah, and this is where they're kind of caught up in between as well. He managed to make a run, gets the tap of the bullet, but Saif's going to be able to actually regen himself back to 152 at the very least, going back to his full health. Meanwhile, they're already inside of the building. They might just be able to actually push all the way through. But Bondo, he face checks all alone, and from above, Gaming shreds them to pieces.
Yeah, you give them the gun transfer, and Gaming was gonna deliver. Unfortunately, just not enough. One rifle can't stand against 3 other assault weapons from Biryani. A good attempt, but Biryani will secure the 2nd round in a row.
Yeah, the moment that they lay hands on some of all these SMG, they know that, okay, chances have been pretty much solidified, and now that we look at the KDAs, just look at Saif. He has not dropped a single time in these rounds.
Yeah, and also look at not just him not dying, but he also is the guy that carries the most kills for his team. And maybe this is what Biryani is trying to show us, right? They have that ace in the hole, and it's in the form of Saif. But for the side of Fer, there are no pushovers either. The first 2 rounds, yeah, you can go over to Biryani, but this is where things get heated because everyone has enough economy, and a good nade coming out. RKG Zaki gets dropped.
And he's in the middle of the open as well. This is going to be an easy pincer attack coming in from the side of Fer, where they're going on a 2-2 split. Zine's trying to actually hold it fort. He finds AS Mobile taking down many chunks of his HP. They should be able to actually go for a revival, but here comes the rain of grenades.
Oh, second hit coming out. There's already 1 knockdown. Saif with the secure. They're going to jump over the wall and an instant push, but PRG Gamer not able to survive that. Zayn also gets dropped. Oh, Maha Gaming holding on to the fort, and now it's time for Fer to push on. Time Turner gets put out, and Ban will finally be dropped to the ground, but it's going to be RKG Zaki against the world. Turns into a 1 versus 1, and this time it will not be in Biryani's favor.
What a reversal coming out from the side of they were kind of in a really awkward position as every one of them were kind of stuck by the corners of the wall, and it started with that huge catch with a grenade. Now we go into round 4, and I'm expecting to now have a little bit more of that momentum. Just looking at the way that they've been playing, they love to go close range.
And we saw Maha Gaming as well getting the quadra kill, so this guy single-handedly wiped out the entire team of Biryani. So superstar for Fer, I think we kind of know who it is. Maybe this is the turning point for Fer. PRG Gamer is going to be the first one to receive some bullets from Fer.
Oh boy, they're all inside the same compound. I'm not really sure if Biryani is having the brightest of idea with this one, but if they actually successfully get this one going, they should be able to really hold on for quite long. Really love the companions that they do have, just flexing, you know, some of the great cosmetics of Free Fire overall. Maha Gaming, though, is being very patient, but Haidang, he wants to pop in the grenade, and here comes maybe baiting members to the side of Biryani to make a move.
Fer trying to flush out the entirety of Biryani and Haidang. Oh, he's breathing right beside one of the enemy members, but thankfully no contact just yet as for a more methodical and patient approach. But maybe this is the chance. Time Turner protects PRG Gamer, but RKG Zaki is already down. Everyone from Biryani in the same compound, and that is the sign for Fer to go for the push. A 1-for-1 trade so far, but PRG Gamer somehow makes it a 2-for-1 trade in favor of his team. They do lose Zayn. PRG Gamer finally dropped. But we're looking at a 1 versus 1. Saif will have to take on Ban. He does have the bush, kind of a camouflage, but the revives are coming through for Fer. Maybe this is a chance. Good glue wall to block those shots. Saif not able to finish the kill, but he still has a chance.
Yeah, he's already got a total of 5 kills already, and this is really a rough push coming in from the side of Biryani. Now that they've recuperated already, this is still going to be a really good chance. 2 versus 2. Zayn doesn't really have too much of a HP to work with, but he has to make do for now. Now getting flanked as well.
Okay, they got one against Saif. Remember, he's a superstar, and he's showing why he has to be feared. But thankfully for Fer, they're getting those revives up, and Saif just drops one more. Those glue walls are running out for the side of Fer, and the bomb is not armed in time. Biryani able to at least stall things out, but it is going to be Fer that kind of gets the better end of the trade.
Yeah, and they didn't really check the time, and honestly, there was no safe place to plan when both of these squads, they were actually focusing on the B side. And when you have all of them pretty much clumped up in the same compound, there's only a few ways to get around it, and you really have to expend so many of these glue walls to even get nearby. Now, this is going to be a lot more challenging because we are going in to Factory.
This is exactly what I like to see. Urban warfare. What can you do to your opponents when there's just so much angles to play around, so much cover for your enemies to just kind of sneak through. Maybe this is what Fer is good at, just being tactical, just making sure that their patience pay off.
Yeah, and they've immediately secured the inner sides of the compound. Meanwhile, there is a little bit of room, and that's going to be Saif getting caught out. This is looking a little bit tougher as Zayn tries to trade right back. He'll be able to bring out the time turn as well. Leaving so little HP, and the flank comes right through. That should be another kill secured. And this time around, Fer comes in with a huge potential of a reverse sweep.
And it's all down to RKG Zaki. Him against the whole world. Him against the whole Fer. He's going to try, but it's not enough. And in a blink of an eye, it's going to be Fer that takes the lead.
What an ace coming from AS Mobile. And it really started with that beautiful flank, which I felt Biryani didn't really saw coming as well. They didn't expect any of these members to be playing on the outskirts instead, and Fer absolutely delivered on all front. And you just really gotta see that from that round itself, AS Mobile has been able to bounce back to a neutral score of 4-4.
Yeah, and that is going to give Fer the momentum as well. 3 rounds in a row. That is kind of the boost of morale that your team needs And we look at round number 5, it's a systematic dispatch from Fe onto Biryani. So now the ball is in Biryani's court. They have to win this round.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more difficult, especially when you look at how little grounds are being covered. And here comes Bondo with an opening with a grenade. They spot out Zayn as well. This is going to be a beautiful lob.
Oh,
Zayn off. It's a double.
Yeah, Ban gets 1, and this time it's Biryani raining those grenades. 3 down for Fe, but we all know Ma Gaming is the superstar. Maybe he can make a difference. Down to 62, has those glue walls, but a push comes out from Biryani. They push this to the very final round 7.
It's neck and neck, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see who will survive as we bring this fight once again back into the factory grounds.
And where it all starts is where it all ends. So the first time we saw Factory, it was Fe that showed if you give them a bit of space, if you give them a bit of cover, they can work wonders. But Biryani, let's see if they have adapted to that playstyle, or maybe Fe can just run away with match number 1.
Now, you're going to be seeing pretty much both sides just taking the corners as well. Nobody's going to be entering just about yet, but PRG Gamer will be taking the first initiative. So, Fe, they really have to pull up an absolute solid defense. Now, just looking at the side of, well, for the side of Fe, we can see that the C4 is in the hands of AS Mobile. Immediately gets it planted. And he just really got to hang about just to make sure they cover the angles. He spots out Zayn, though.
Yeah, look at Fe, they are just holding the outskirts. They know that all they need to do is to not overextend, but Biryani, someone is on top. It's RKG Zaki. Maybe he can get the dunk off. This might be huge. The first nade doesn't connect, but it does give some information over to Fe that Biryani is coming through. But they gotta make haste. Time is ticking.
Time is definitely on the essence here. Time turner now being brought out, and
The defusing?
Biryani!
The sticky?
He might just be able to do that, and here comes the flag as well. Oh, that was a close one. And by the very end of it all, that was one sneaky steal of a game to defuse it all, and that's a big booyah for Biryani.
Yeah, Fe thought they had it. Fe thought that the perimeter defense was sufficient. Biryani went in, drops those glue walls. They built a fortress, and they get the sneakiest defuse to start off the evening. My goodness, how can you not be entertained by these all-stars?
I gotta say, each round we see so many of all these different stars really shine really bright. When it comes down to the early game, we saw TG side really pulling so many cards out there, and Fe didn't really have much response, and the rest of them just, of course, had this glorious momentum until from round 3 onwards. It seems to be a little bit more of a power struggle between the two when it all evens up at 2-2 apiece.
Yeah, and it's a great recovery from Biryani as well. They kind of figure out that Fe wants to play the more passive style, the style that just protects the bomb site. And Biryani says, you know what, we will make the move. And just like the dish itself, it creeps into your taste buds and it hits you right where it, well, burns the most. And this is exactly what Biryani showed us on that final round, clutching it out the first match against Fe.
I'm not trying to, claim glory or what, but just 2 days ago, I just had myself a good dish of lamb biryani. And surely this is one complex dish where it takes quite an amount of time to cook. And it's always not how you, of course, start with a little bit of a bump in the middle of the road. That should not halter you from getting the best end product out there. And Biryani really bringing it all the way towards the final game. That was amazing alongside with Fe. Honestly, this is just the first pointer out there for Biryani. I think there's still some fight left in the side of Fe.
Yeah, definitely. We have this small window in between for both teams to kind of recompose themselves. And if you're on the winner's side, or if you're on Biryani, you're definitely happy, right? You start things off with a win. At least there's a bit of room for errors. But for Fe, it's possibly their last match.
Yeah, and we just look at the side of Fe as well, where we had AS Mobile. He was going on a streak as well. What we just saw, like, there was a round where he just absolutely swept them off on the first time we went into Factory. But the final Factory round, though, okay, that was absolutely way too sneaky. Honestly, it's kind of hard to really even go right back into that corner to really defend that C4 that was planted because of all the glue balls being brought up.
Yeah, I feel like Perhaps if we get a replay of that, if we can kind of go back in time and run that last round, maybe defending within the factory might have given for a bit more chance. But at the same time, we are seeing individual superstars from both squads, right? From Biryani side, I think TG Saif is definitely the standout. And for first side is Maha Gaming. These two have had one round where they just single-handedly took out the enemies.
Yeah, overall, it's just so enjoyable to watch, and that was just the very first pointer out there that was being acquired coming in from the likes of Biryani. So first, the Pakistan region will take the first pointer overall in this All-Star. So if you guys are from the region, shout out to you, and make sure you guys share the live stream right now. All of this goodness is all brought to you by Garena.
Yeah, and even though we gave Biryani a lot of credits, but we kind of need to shift our attention to Pho a bit. They say that the best and most hearty of pho is made with love and care, and it takes a lot of time to get the broth, at the perfect spot. So maybe round 1 was kind of the warm-up where you boil the broth for a long duration. Match 2 could be a bit different.
Yeah, I think they just need a little bit of a dash of extra mint leaves on top just to freshen themselves up, and first come in with another different sort of approach heading in towards our second, of course, rounds of 7, heading in towards this sort of series. I think that they really shine the brightest when they get themselves more compound coverage, when they have many more of these angles which they can actually work around. That's where we saw sneaky plays coming from the side of AS Mobile. I think Bon has been playing impeccably well as well, just needing to sync things up all in the order to secure that one corner to equalize in this best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always like the dynamics of two different teams where you see the brawn versus the brain. I like to put the analogy as Fast and Furious versus the Queen's Gambit. One team plays like a chess grandmaster and the other team just had that nitro boost. And we're seeing that representation. Pho feels like more of a tactical genius, whereas for Biryani, they like to go in hard and fast.
That's right, and I guess this is definitely a family of chefs to make this biryani possible. But of course, you can also call it family. It can work either ways. But look at how good looking these lads are, man.
Tell you, these guys,
I want to look half as cool.
Yeah, they're like idols, right? They are the idols of their respective regions, the idol, the superstar, celebrities, whatever you call it. It definitely showed up. I remember my first experience with Pho, and now this takes me back. I want to get another taste of that, but this is it. Match 2, back on Bermuda, with Biryani leading with 1 match.
Wow, and we start off on pretty much some interesting grounds here, all the way towards the northwards point of the map into the observatory. And Saif trying to actually camouflage his way through, and Maha Gaming comes in with a beautiful flank. And time turners all being popped up, but that's not going to be able to stop the rest of Pho.
Yeah, and I thought
first one.
Yeah, and I thought Ban was caught out, and now he is. But not before Pho was able to do a bit of damage. And now this is the pistol fight from both teams. But it's Zane against 3 members of Pho, and he doesn't have much health. And this time, it's going to be Pho that draws the first blood.
And we saw a really beautiful flank as we saw some of all these members were trying to hide by the pillars. And with one really good push, Pho has been able to flush out the final member remaining coming from inside Biryani. That was just the pistol rounds. Now we get ourselves the vectors and, well, either UMPs or even the MP5s, whichever one they really fancy. And they will be able to rocket out the corners.
Oh, that's the best part about Sentosa, right? You have that highway, that freeway in the middle, and that is the kind of the no-go zone. Passing through the freeway puts you out in the open, but thankfully it is closer to Pho, so they will make it through with no problem, but those grenades are already flying out. PRG Gamer spotted out in the open. Biryani playing a bit slower than we saw them in Game 1.
Now Saif alongside with Zaki, they're trying to get right into the position with 2-2 split coming out from inside of Pho. Now, okay. It seems like they're just playing alongside the fences. Maha Gaming getting a little bit more of a foresight, but Biryani, though, they're not going to be able to actually get too much of a catch for now. a little damage being done to Ma Gaming already, and Zane's pretty much in trouble.
And it seems like Fer wants to push that advantage, and you give them a lead, they will try to take it further and extend that lead. And Ma Gaming, like you say, is going to be the first one to push on forward.
Whoa.
But Biryani goes in for the direct challenge, and they actually get it down. Not too shabby for a team with that disadvantage. And Ma Gaming now gets challenged, but he will punish Biryani for their insolence. The third challenger is here. PRG actually gets the trade, but AS Mobile is there right on time.
And it's only down to Zaki all alone. He's trying to run around the corners, and hopefully they'll be able to actually go in for a little bit more of a pickup of kills. It's a quadra coming from Ma Gaming. Now he's all alone, and he's only getting down to pistols already. He's gonna try no matter what. Bring down AS Mobile with a little bit of a dash of bullets, but that's all he's gonna be able to do.
Oh, Biryani kind of missing the mark there, but the attempt was pretty decent. They were getting those trades, a 1-for-1. Unfortunately, RKG Zaki, which is a bit too far away, so you're losing out on those guns, you're losing out on those numbers. Maybe round 3, no, we always talk about how round 3 is the most important round. Biryani, this could be the turning point.
Yeah, and what better way to actually get ourselves into towards Pacino as well so far, but definitely getting a little bit more of a sort of a role going on. Perhaps it's them not wanting to drop another point to the side of Biryani after what they've suffered in the past round. But here comes the grenades, though.
Okay, the grenades a bit off the mark, but AS Mobile is holding off everyone from Biryani. If you can get it down, it's going to be huge, but Zane will punish him, and that is good for Biryani. Ma Gaming instantly replies with a trade, and it's a confirmed kill as well. Way better for Fer, and this will give them a bit more ground in this round.
So far, looking all too good for the side of Ma Gaming, going for a reload. He does spot out Zaki over the corner. But Zaki will immediately gets flushed out by Haidang. What a beautiful double, or should I just say he just go into fluster him off from the ground. Now, Saif, though, is trying to actually scope right in, but Haidang is just absolutely on the roll. And this time, it's pretty much a quarter kill going through the hands of Haidang in the last round.
3 clean rounds from Fer. Definitely adapting to what we saw in match number 1. And when I say clean, I mean Fer did not lose a single member. They only lost Bun once, but a mere sacrifice, a minor sacrifice for the greater glory of Fer.
Yeah, and I think that there's still a little bit more of a room here, especially when you go into Shipyard, where you could still play around many of these containers. Now, with pretty much Fer already rushing upwards, this is a really beautiful formation, though. I'm not too sure how will Biryani cope with this.
Oh, good nade from Ma Gaming, instantly opening up the battlefield. But maybe Zane can make a difference. You can see PRG Gaming also got his own nade onto Haidang. So at least you kind of bring the battlefield to an even level for both teams. But Biryani needs to do a bit more, and Zane can be the difference maker. That nade does go wide, but Ban finds RKG Zaki.
Wow, this is a really huge statement game coming from the side of they want it to be a straight up 4-0, and that's where PRG Gaming says we're not going to be having any of that. But yet again, it's not about manpower, and that's where Ma Gaming will take the bait. And Zane has been holding up to his high ground. He does get all the vision though, and he's looking for Haidang.
But the nade from AS Mobile closes it out, and what did I say? Flawless. 100% Fer with a 4-0 booyah, and they push us to match number 3.
Ma Gaming with a total of 7 frags in this match itself, going on a terrific form. And boy, oh boy, the first series, which was pretty much back and forth coming in from Biryani, it seems like on the second pointer itself that was secured by the likes of Fer, they just absolutely silenced Biryani.
I never get fooled by the smiles, but if you look at AS Mobile, of course he looks fearsome, he looks like he's out for blood, and he looks like he's out for the win. 4-0, something that Biryani definitely did not expect, especially after that match, that close match 1. But right now, it seems like the pendulum has swung all the way towards Fer.
Yeah, and I just gotta say that this is too hot to handle, and some may even say that this is ferocious.
Oh, definitely. This is I don't have anything for that.
Yeah,
You got it.
yeah. I'm pretty sure you didn't expect that one coming anyway. I'm sorry about that.
You gotta give me some time. I'm still brewing.
early.
I'm still brewing the profile. It's very early, but you know what they say. If you try to drink the soup while it's hot, it burns your tongue. And I think Biryani tried to consume for a bit too hasty, and they definitely got punished for that.
Yeah, and you can see that when it comes down to perhaps a little bit more of a switch of sides here. It didn't seem like they were all too comfortable coming into certain one of all these sort of bouts, and I think that one thing that really gave the edge towards the side of was the speed on how they really go in for those counterattacks, and also the setups, man. The setups are phenomenal. Like,
I always enjoy watching a team that operates like machine. If every time Fer gets something on the board, everyone else just chimes in, and it feels like you're watching a movie, right? Like those SWAT team, they get a down, Fer just comes in. It's like
break down the door, and then some guy just gets knocked out, and the other guy pulls him out of a building.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it just happens within like less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, I miss those movies. I think the last movie that I watched that has something like that. Okay, this is definitely something that you won't expect. It's actually Fast Hobbs and Shaw.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Hey, honestly, it does come pretty close.
yeah, kind of. But you know the direction is a lot more comedy. It's just how it. I guess it's fine. No, what other films that has a better representation? I don't know. Mission Impossible? No, is that
Die Hard? I don't know. I don't think it's Die Hard. If it's gonna be Die Hard, I guess maybe it's how Pho just absolutely went in guns blazing, or should I say Rambo on them on that particular point that they just acquired.
That's I think, was it AS Mobile? Yeah, AS Mobile and Ma Gaming. They just went John Wick. You know, you spill their bowl of Pho. They're not happy. You know, they love their noodles.
Yep, you definitely don't want to mess with Pho, but Biryani definitely has a certain concoction here for this particular final bout here in the best of 3. So Bomb Squad definitely has been looking very, very interesting thus far, and both sides looking pretty dead even. It's tough to really say goodbye to any of these teams from each respective region so early into this tournament format, but don't worry, tomorrow we'll still have many more matches to come. Maybe, of course, each one of these teams will have to bid farewell only for day number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But one more chance. 2 teams, only one will survive. Match 3, back on Bermuda once more. And we started out in the main town of Pochinki. And this time, Biryani, they've amped up the spice. They don't want Fer to build up enough spice tolerance to handle what they have bring. And maybe this is gonna be the one. AS Mobile getting absolutely pressured.
Wow.
Time turner drop by Zane. He somehow walks through, but Ma Gaming will eliminate him.
Whoa, that's a really good cover fire coming out as well. Now Hyda's gonna be able to find PRG. It's all helter-skelter going on as Pacino is going to have members falling flat. And that's where Bond tries to go for a little bit of a hop shot, but the time turner is up available. A kill being secured. Now that's gonna be Saif all alone though.
Saif has done it once. Can he do it again? The rest of Fer rushing in, 5 HP and a pistol. Insufficient. It's Fer once more drawing first blood.
Oh boy, that was pretty rowdy, I gotta say, for a pistol round. Now that we got even, a FAMAS in the hands of PRG Gamer, I think he's the first one to rock the FAMAS overall.
Yeah, he's the first one.
This is gonna be a tad interesting.
I'm surprised that we are not seeing. I think we saw a shotgun for a couple of rounds, but FAMAS, that's definitely something new. Maybe this is where Biryani brings out the trump card, right? Something like a dried chili.
So long range, huh?
You gotta add some extra spice. I think dried chili is the one that catches a lot of people off guard. But let's see if Biryani will have been able to master that flavor profile.
You know what always catches me off guard in the Biryani? Star anise.
Oh yes.
Once you bite onto one, your mouth just absolutely goes numb, but in a good way, right? definitely gives all the flavor in the biryani. But if you actually bite it unsuspectingly, yep, this is what happens.
Well, it seems like Fer were ready to bite into that. And Nate coming up from our gaming just to secure that kill. And it will be sufficient, bringing our RKG Zaki into the ground instantly. And of course, the second nade from our gaming. Oh, the execution is just on point.
And he swiftly took action. Now looking for PRG.
third one.
This guy is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. As he goes on a killing spree, now hunting for his final kill. Unfortunately, Bond will have to take it away.
Ma is in the kitchen, and he has figured out how to best biryani at their game.
Ooh, okay. ES Mobile, does the ES stands for All-Star right now, or what?
You can't spell star anise without. You can't spell all stars without star and the anise. I messed that up.
Okay.
Yeah.
You tried hard.
Yeah, I tried.
I give you B+ for that. Okay. Now we're going back into Observatory. So I do think that Brianni may have a little bit of a slight edge here, but needing to plant in the middle by that corner of the broken vehicle, honestly not an easy task to do.
Reminds me of a lot of scenarios that you see in films or shows that for some reason, broken vehicle seems to be the best hiding spots for this utility, but PRG Gamer will send a message.
That's right, and of course, that speaks volumes right now. With PRG also going for a Bond. If only PRG goes with another frag as well. And he's going on a rampage already. With him just running around, and AS Mobile is going to be the next one to fall. This is a pretty clean round, but still, Mod Gaming alongside with AS Mobile still surviving. AS Mobile now have to take the final few seconds here to clutch this one out against Brianni.
Oh, and actually PRG striking back hard. Mod Gaming had his round, but PRG Gamer also wants a piece of the cake. Brianni gets the first round after quite a while.
Yeah, so far you just look at the side of PRG. He's the one with the most frags, and now we just look at pretty much a solid streak with the 3 kills being secured. But Mod Gaming, though, who's going to stop this guy? This is the only one round that he actually dropped in particular. And currently going on the other side here on the blue side. This is going to be a little bit of a dicey situation between the two of them. Now he's going to be dropping in a little bit of grenade, I do believe. And they should be hugging real tightly for a second. And PRG goes in for the first frag.
Oh my, another nade. And it's Biryani going on the offense, running straight at Fer. Mod Gaming is also pretty low. Ban is firing at RKG Zaki, but RKG Zaki escapes with a sliver of health. Finally knocked down. The nade bounces off Time Turner, so Fer can't really get those secure. Bomb is gonna be planted by Saif, and Biryani now will have to defend this with their lives, but they're surrounded by Fer. And you know what they say, coming through hot soup, it's gonna be Fer.
Yep, and AS Mobile, he finds one with a random toss into the warehouse compound. Meanwhile, Glue Wall's already bought right in. Mod Gaming this time won't be punished, though.
Biryani still holding on strong, and it's going to be the challenge in 2 versus 1. AS Mobile makes this easy. Saif will now have to come in and stop the defense. Oh, the nade!
What?
Oh, so close. Bounces off, but it doesn't matter. Fer able to stick their foot down and claim that round 3.
And now one more pointer will be sending Fer into the semi-final round. So we just really have to see where is there still any sort of a guess left in, I want to say tank, but I'll put it in the kitchen instead.
Yeah, if there's any more spices left.
Any more plates to serve, Biryani?
You need a bit more servings. 4 more rounds. Biryani has to win 3 straight rounds.
3 straight rounds.
3 straight rounds to start a reverse sweep. It's gonna be a tough order though. They came so close, but Fer just shuts the door and tells them that match point belongs to us.
That's right now. Mod Gaming going for a far flank as well, looking at members of the side of Biryani. He spots one out. Goes in for a little bit of a hop shot, not really connecting any sort of blows at all. That actually reveals his position on that right flank. But speaking of flank, look at the side of PRG. He's doing exactly the same on the opposite side, and he gets a plan onto A.
Oh, kind of a diversion from Biryani. Pretty well done for the first half. But now it is the site defense that Biryani has to hang on. They failed the first time, and the second time, maybe they made some adjustments as they are defending the perimeter. Asmol runs in, drops the glue wall, but into an ambush. He goes. RKG Zaki gets a good secure.
Wow, just look at him going with a pretty beautiful spray coming in. Vector, this is where PRG is going to be going for a ladder flush. He finds nobody behind that glue wall and high down. He gets tipped out for 50%, but over the window as well. What a flick coming out of PRG as he will be able to get one alongside with Saev. On the back though, they are unable to defend. Only Mon giving left, but here comes a beautiful clutch, and Zane was left with so little health, and he walks away alive and keeping the hopes and dreams for Biryani up here, hitting it towards round number 6.
Man, you thought that Biryani were supposed to defend the bomb, but it seems like they are the one retaking the site. A site that is very common in these kind of high-stake matches, but at least Biryani will extend that lifeline a bit and put them one step closer towards that semi-finals. Maybe they can sneak it again, but it's Fer taking that first shot.
Yeah, and thank goodness it didn't really do all too much, but just maybe a little bit of the chip of an armor. And currently, just looking at the positions itself, nobody can go in for a full commit, but as it stands, Fer probably will be moving directly in towards A. Meanwhile, there's plenty of options coming in from the right side of Biryani. It seems like they've already been able to actually scout out ahead. Saif now going with some grenade tosses.
A lot of info given over to Biryani. Maybe they can use this to hide down coming in for the push. Good time turn for Saif. Just in time. The anticipation is good, but the bomb is already down. Saif now in a 1 versus 2 gets dropped by the pincer attack from Fer, and finally Biryani gets thrown into absolute shambles.
This is where things are getting heated up here. Asmol misses coming all these pumps with the shotgun, but they will still be able to actually find Zane. Brings him down though. He tries to juggle it off. High down goes down. So does Asmol. Now it's only down to Zaki. Can Zaki actually go in for a clutch? He goes in for a flank. And my goodness, there goes Fer as they will advance to the semifinals.
Fer laid out the best dish on the table, and the scent drew everyone from Biryani into a building. And that is where they shut the doors and trip their booby traps. Fer with the Booyah, just stellar performance. Game 1 was close. Match 1 was close. Match number 2 was flawless. Match number 3 was where Fer makes a statement.
That's right, and you know, rounds after rounds, especially on that second for a series point that they have actually garnered, it went full swing for 0 points without even Biryani actually getting all too much. But heading towards the final part of the series itself, Biryani definitely showed some really good fight overall. And I just really want to highlight on how well members from the side of Biryani, such as PRG Gamer, has been able to step up to the plate.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the side of Fer, I think it is universally agreed for the series. The Ma Gaming is definitely the master chef of the team. He has single-handedly kind of dissected what Biryani wants to do, and he took them on without hesitation.
Yeah, and I just love all the action that we're getting here in the Bomb Squad mode. Of course, a little bit of a breath of fresh air overall when you go look into how Free Fire is being played in so many of all these different modes. Now it's time for us to check out the highlights of the entirety of the series, where Fer has been able to go on a back and forth against Biryani.
Yeah, and this is kind of the very first match, right? The opener, and how you start off the starting line, how you get the sprint going is how it's going to dictate the rest of the series. And I can say that this is probably the best way to kick off the evening. Just 2 teams going head-to-head, pushing it to a full 7 rounds before one of the teams started showing that they are a cut above.
Yeah, this was a very peculiar move as well. Just look at Ma Gaming, you know, like he's just playing outside of the glue wall, and there wasn't too much of a backup coming from the side of Fer, but yet again, they've been able to really secure points after points after points. Clive at times getting caught up when he was in the midst of a run, but this is, of course, majority of the situation when you have so much open terrains, especially in Shipyard.
Yeah, and at the same time, we saw a lot of utility usage in this best of 3. A lot of grenades, a lot of long-range pickups, and a lot of tactical retakes. All this 2 versus 1 pincer maneuver, something that only feels like it comes out of the movie, but no, it is also here right on the All-Star home ground.
That's right, and with that being said, let's have a look in the updated brackets as of the moment. Congratulations to Pho. They have made it and towards the semi-finals. So their opponents will be either Dosa of the India region or Boba of the Taiwan region.
Yeah, and that is going to be very, very interesting to see as well. It feels like we haven't gotten enough of Biryani, but unfortunately, their journey for Bomb Squad ends today. They're still going to come back for the next few days, so we have the entire weekend to see what the superstars have been stored. But it's fair to say that Pho have earned themselves that first star in these guys.
Well, initially I was thinking of what Biryani has to do. Either they have to go back to the drawing board, but in this case, cooking board, if they have any lying around the kitchen.
They gotta do the meal prep.
Meal prep, hey. Yeah, I think that's definitely very important when it comes down to preparing everything that supplements you into some of all these matches, right? Like, Pho definitely had some great tactics to start off the round, and you started with this analogy where it's like a game of chess, a chess master going up against the guys with all the bronze, and Biryani were looking to muscling things up in the very first round. It didn't really work all too much heading in towards the late game itself.
Yeah, you can see how Pho also adapted to Biryani's kind of strats. Not to say that Biryani did not have anything left in the tank, but it's more of how the adaptation from Pho just feels a bit more precise as they got those read through. And with that being said, that's gonna be our first series between Pho and Biryani, with Pho advancing to the semi-finals. We will head towards a short break and we'll be back for the second best of 3.
It's happening, team. The Free Fire and McLaren Racing collaboration is taking it to the next level. big time. Brace yourselves for more in-game collab items, more skins, and more exclusive cars to tear up the track. So gear up players, it's time to play.
Want my fist or my blade? Fire reaches me.
Or no real HP, they say it's fine, yes. Oh my goodness.
Ini bakal jadi satu bener-bener juga. Ya, oh my god.
Free Fire All-Stars is an annual celebration of our beloved personalities from around the world. This year, the event will take place from Friday to Sunday in 3 consecutive weeks, starting from July 23rd to August 8th. As 3 separate events, each event will span 3 days, with each day being dedicated to a different mode: Bomb Squad, Clash Squad, and Battle Royale. Let's focus on All-Stars Asia first. We invited top stars from Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Chinese Taipei, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh to represent their region. Each team will include at least 2 influencers, and they will be represented by their local iconic cuisine. Pick your favorite teams and players. The choice is yours. For both Day 1 and Day 2, Bomb Squad mode and Clash Squad mode, all participating regions will each be represented by 1 team to play in a single elimination format. The quarterfinals and semifinals will be played as best of 3 maps, while the finals will be played as best of 5 maps. For Day 3 Battle Royale mode, all regions will have 1 or 2 teams to play a total of 6 matches in 3 maps. Find out more about the Free Fire All-Stars on our official YouTube channels.
And we are back for the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021 after a thrilling best of 3 between Fer and Biryani, where Fer came out on top 2-1. My name is Husky, and I'm joined at the broadcast by, of course, the ever food-loving Contra.
Well, you're absolutely not wrong on that one, because I love myself some colorful, flavorful, and spicy food, just like how I love my Free Fire. So now it's all going to be blazing all the way up here, because there is going to be even more matches in the Bomb Squad format. And we've already witnessed, that first series, it went 2-1. So Biryani definitely put up quite a good fight, but unfortunately, Buh have definitely been able to etch them out the slightest of bits. But, heading to our next upcoming series, I'm pretty sure that there's even more surprises, as well as even more of your stars joining in from your favorite regions out there. And even to say you may not have been able to catch maybe certain games from the other regions, this is the best time here in the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021, where all this is brought to you by Garena.
Yeah, if you wonder what kind of flavor you're gonna get tonight, trust me, you're getting everything from the flavor spectrum. There is succulent, there's spicy, there's sweet, sour, bitter. Whatever you want is all up here on the table. Treat it as a buffet of Free Fire, of the best Free Fire matches.
That's right, and that's what we're going to see for the entirety of the evening. Or if you guys are from overseas, of course, good morning, good afternoon, or should I say, night. I don't want you to sleep just yet, so no good nights. So
I learned something. So I learned something after 24 years of living, and I realized that my life was a lie. I found out that in the States, they are actually behind us in time.
Oh! You told me this story the other day.
I always thought they are ahead us in time. And then yeah, someone told me, you know, they're actually behind us, and I was like, okay.
Yeah. I get you, Husky, but you know, but even like for the Japanese region, they're known as the land of the rising sun.
Right.
So they can be the place where it all sets initially. So I guess, you know, depends on perspective as well. I guess overall, so long as you follow your own respective time zone and you know when exactly the schedule comes up and you know it's ready for even more booyahs to come here in the Free Fire All-Stars.
Quick question. Do I get to celebrate my birthday 2 times if I celebrate it now and I travel across the...
Yes.
All right.
Unfortunately, you cannot teleport, and with the current restrictions going on...
By the time I reach there, my birthday will be over.
I guess you could follow the plane and celebrate your birthday all around the world.
Yeah,
at the same time.
We'll have it on the plane, but we'll put that aside because it's time for something sweet and spicy, because we have Boba taking on Dosa for the second best of 3. Back onto Bermuda we go, but the flavor is going to be a bit more different. Yeah, you know, some is the spice. You know, you get too much food.
I need some boba right now.
Yes,
give me some boba.
Yeah, well, I like it with some brown sugar. I feel like that is like the most common one. I don't know. I just miss myself some sweet beverages.
That's right. And speaking of the beverages of boba, we got Roro, Yo-Yo, Janglin, as well as RT Man. Meanwhile, for the side of Dosa, we've got the stack roster going on, and it's TSG, Gaming, Aura, Pahadi, and Legend 07.
Oh, James Bond in the building for the side of Dosa, and they're gonna start it off. And we all know GoldenEye is the best when he has his trusty pistol. And guess what? Legend 07 has just that in this first round.
That's right. And Sunita, always being very bubbly, and she's going to be the one that goes pretty much all in, all alone though, and will be accompanied by Mahadi. Here comes the very first frag! Roro! And what on earth? He's gonna send another one as well, and that's coming from Yo-Yo.
And now you call the explosive Bobas right out the gate. He thought that they can be consumed, but they explode. It's gonna be Boba going on for the immediate push. Sunia trying to retaliate, but that is not gonna be effective. The third nade is hurt, but at least there's no frags just yet.
For the current moment, this is where Legend goes up close and personal. He's just going to be straight right by, and the flick comes in. Yo-Yo finally goes down, but Roro though, okay, he does have the time to turn out. He tries to land a punch. Are you kidding me though? Can you actually get that? Nah, not at all.
Yeah, defuse going through. Boba just, they stuck it. What, was it Yo-Yo? Yo-Yo got a knockdown with his fist. With his fist.
Well,
we didn't see that. I like this already.
I love it because maybe you just take abilities coming from Claw and then you just go Muay Thai somebody, or you just want to be One Punch Man, you know? Like, yeah, just give them a little bit of a pleasant surprise coming into the initial stages. Now, we are going back in towards the observatory, and in the middle, like, unleashing the Famas. It's going to be RT Man that's going to be hit right now. So, Boba, you got to play it a little bit more safely. Well, Pahadi, though, going round and round. As he's just going to be taking a sweet time. But they do know that they're all parked right under the building.
At least you know that after round 1, hiding behind a fixed spot for long duration is not a good idea. No, Boba will just look for you with those grenades and bodies, trying to gather those intel. Look at where Boba is. They are very, very well hidden.
Yeah, and they really are playing a very defensive stance as well. Boba, so far, they're just going to be wasting some of all these utilities coming from Dosa as well at first, and then slowly chip their health bars down. Now, Sunita getting shot for a little bit. I think she will be able to recuperate, and here comes more frags flying away.
Oh, good time turner from Bahadi to bounce that grenade off, but Ritik is going to go in for that bomb plant just to get the time on Dosa's side, and they finally arm the bomb. So it's Boba's turn to kind of go for that retake, but seems like with how these teams are positioned right now, Boba has a slightly better advantage. Yo-Yo with that nade, not going to get anything through.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult for inside of Yo-Yo, but he has already been able to actually look for a little bit more. That's going to be them getting flushed out, but Legend, though, He's all alone, and over the back is going to be a good angle coverage coming from Yo-Yo. And with that, they should be able to actually take down Nita. And unfortunately, for the side of Dosa, they haven't been able to secure their first point just about yet.
Oh, Boba with the salt on injury. They didn't just defuse the bomb, they also took out every single member of Dosa. And I like this, the spirit of unity for Boba. They dropped those time turners. They even put themselves in front of their team members, of the teammate who was trying to defuse the bomb, just so they could buy a couple of precious seconds. Something that we didn't get to see in the first series, and Boba is showing us something different.
Yeah, and currently making a run straight in towards the A side. As Boba is just looking for the high elevation of shots. So Nita and the rest of them will be able to actually send bullets all the way up. And more of all these frags being tossed over on the corners. Ritik, though, in the really precarious situation. And oh! Yo!
And Yo-Yo finds the third as well onto Legend. And it's going to be Roro that cleans up. Boba is not here to play. Already on a match point. And you know what the Yo-Yo Master is good at? Getting those rebounds, getting those projectile, right at the perfect angle. And you saw how he utilized that information. Such clean and crisp maneuver from this team.
Yeah, the timing on the nades, and there's this trick that I've been trying to learn on yo-yos for quite a while. Back then, it's called double the nutting. A pretty hard one to do, and yo-yo, I think he delivered more than the double.
Yeah,
it's quarter of nutting.
the only trick I know is called walking the dog, and that is the only one I.
Is that why you were named Husky?
Yeah. So I need a yo-yo man. I need yo-yo. To lead me on. Okay. He's doing well.
Okay.
He's doing very well.
I guess so. We just really want to wait and see because Dosa getting into his position. They do have the Opto on the hands of Pahadi. Very interesting as we see Yo-Yo coming from flank angles. He tries to prime another nade over the top side of the portion.
He gets it. And he gets Ritik. Oh, Yo-Yo is so good. He is so good. And Boba is going to follow up. Thankfully, Ritik was able to brought back up. Pahadi gets a good snipe on the RT man, but that glue was going down. Zhang Ling trying to push up the stairs. RT man is going to be taken out officially as the rest of Boba now go in for the push. Oh, Zhang Ling, what was that? Just passes by Sunita, takes her out, and now the retaliation is there. Legend not gonna forgive him for that trespass, and Roro needs to hold on to the perimeter. Finally, Dosa has a bit of a lead in this match.
What a lineup though. Now Yo-Yo's pretty much down low. Pahadi now trying to actually go in for some 6 shots. We hear blasts all across the corner. Roro finally gets one though, but the rest of Dosa, they still have the members in. 2 more members left, and now Roro goes on a rampage though. Yo-Yo now being left out all alone. He's trying to regenerate, and Pahadi and the rest of Boba finally gets one in the bag. Now, let's really recall what just happened right there. They were trying to get the plan going on, but they smartly pop some of all these glue walls just to block the entirety of the site.
Yeah, and this smart move for Dosa. I mean, no, you definitely need that round because they are on that deficit, right? Boba on match point. There's still a bit of room for them to make a mistake, but Dosa is starting to kind of see that loophole. They finally figured out how to not get overwhelmed by the sweetness of this dish, and Pahadi on that sniper has been the X factor for Dosa.
I love my Dosa crispy, not my rendang by the way. And Sonita, so far, doing pretty well. And that's going to be another grenade dropping right in. I guess in the very first round when they were inside Sentosa, they have already noticed this similar pattern where Boba just dropped in multiple grenades at first, and now Pahadi's going to be doing exchanges though. Oh boy, once again getting caught out by another nade.
Instant push from the side of Boba, bringing it to a 3 versus 4. Disadvantages for Dosa for sure, and everyone from Boba is still pretty much topped out at full health. Hasn't need to use any utility yet. Glue wall from Sunita to delay the fight a bit more, but she has to fight close range with that weaponry, and Boba knows this. They have the advantage, and just look at this. Legend coming in to reinforce, but Boba, they are starting to gain distance. Rittic is down again in the hands of a nade from Yo-Yo. Boba is just getting these long-range kills.
I just don't understand. How could they do it so well is mainly the question. It's not really easy to land all these perfect nades, especially when it comes down to circles as hectic as in bomb squad mode. Now Legend going for a little bit more of a move. This is going to be a little bit too far for his pump shotgun though. The rest of Boba, they're trying to get them all surrounded. Time Turner is not going to be able to actually do all too much, but he does get one though.
Oh, Legend maybe can turn this around, but there's a lot more to go through though. It's 2 versus 3. At least on the side of Dosa, you're not happy about that. Sunita already gets dropped by Roro. He comes around the corner, and Legend, this is his time to show what he's made of. Couldn't live up to his name. Boba, Booyah, in a flawless 4-0 fashion.
Wow, Boba really having Roro as well as Yo-Yo working perfectly in tandem, and just look at the number of frags as Roro will be your MVP for the very first point that they've managed to achieve. And my guys coming from that Taiwan region knows how to rock it with some insane nades.
Yeah, if you want to win from the get-go, why not take them out from long range? Saves you a lot of trouble. And I think Boba have mastered the art of lobbing projectiles. You know, I feel maybe just a speculation. Maybe Yo-Yo and Roro both are basketball mates. We've seen those 3-pointers, we've seen those mid-court shots, and now perhaps we'll see some dunks in close range.
Yeah, you know, like Taiwan region overall have been showing us a lot of flair plays and masterful skills as well. I think this is one of the cleaner rounds that we have ever seen coming from anything at all, because of how well they play from a certain distance, and also knowing when exactly is the timing to really drop nades in angles where they would expect somebody to walk by.
Even on that one round that Dosa won, Boba made them work for it.
It was sweaty.
It was really sweaty, you know. 2 versus 4, I believe, but everyone on Dosa was just 1 hit away from getting down. Like if Boba walks up close and, I don't know, just cross them with a finger, they would actually fall. So slow start for Dosa, but we've seen these kind of situations before. You might have a bad start, but it's about how you finish the series.
That's right, and overall, of course, Boba still needs to secure another point or two to be able to advance in towards the semifinals. And early on, we've already seen Phe proceeding forward. So even if they really do win, Phe is definitely going to be giving them pretty much of a hard time. But of course, let's not count Dosa out just about yet, because we saw Dosa also comes in with something pretty much creative, although looking a little bit more disorganized in a few moments. Let's count it as, you know, an open free range for them to practice first. And I believe that the real deal is coming just about, you know, a few more minutes. But Dosa, you really got to keep an eye out on Gaming Aura as well as Pahadi, because these two has been able to really show us that, you know, they've been able to become the pillar when necessary.
Now, especially Pahadi, who clutched out that one singular round that Dosa won. It's all about those long range. And right after that, I think Boba just adapted, right? They know that, okay, Pahadi likes to play that long range. There's a sniper on the enemy team. You know what? Let's fall back to what we're good at. Lobbing grenades. Don't give him the chance. And Dosa never got that opportunity. If you are Phe, you better be watching this one, because there's some really nasty contenders.
Yeah, and overall, this is what we really want to watch. A fun, no-holds-bar format where you could just go absolutely YOLO. I know YOLO is like so 2018, 2019, but hey, you just gotta, you know, do your best and, of course, represent the region to become the champions of the Free Fire All-Star. So, with pretty much 1 more minute on the clock, do you feel like there's any sort of things that maybe Dosa could have actually looked at to say, oh, this is a loophole that we see coming in from Boba?
I think so far, Boba has been kind of getting the lead because they were getting isolated pickoffs. Maybe if Dosa does minimizes the chances of that happening, they will have a better chance because they were fighting a lot of rounds with, you know, 1 or 2 members already out of the game, which puts them in a very disadvantaged position. Whereas for the side of Boba, you know, some sweet is nice, but too much sweetness is not nice.
Yeah, I gotta say that too much of anything is never really good, or so, unless. I'm kidding.
Yeah, you know,
Okay.
I was about to ask you if there's one thing, is there anything in the world that is actually good no matter how much you have?
But then again, if you have too much money as well, that's also a little bit of a risk, you know, like, yeah, I think a very good balance of everything is the best, but I'm not going to be a philosopher overall. Now, Boba takes a point lead in this series. Dosa needs to reverse sweep this one, and you brought up such a fair point. Work together as a unit. Just gotta dodge those bombs, though.
Yeah, it's just got dodged those. That's like the extra element. The nades from Boba was so good. It felt like Dosa were getting bombarded, not by nades, by some airstrike, and that is something that they need to consider. And we also saw how Dosa were less active on the map compared to Boba because they weren't moving as much, and it made a really easy target for Boba to get those utilities through. Let's see, it's going to be different in the second game.
Now, we do see a little bit of a switcheroo going on, I guess. And Emily going for the middle. Here comes another grenade. This time they'll be able to dodge it. And Dosa wants to find him inside the time turner. Let's goes down instead. Meanwhile, Sunita lines it up, finds Genling. But Genling, he'll still be able to actually move all the way in though. Now they corner him up. And Dosa is on a streak.
Sunita not happy with match number 1, and here she goes! Boba down to Roro. Maybe Roro can make something happen. The secures are coming in from Dosa. Roro is going to come around the corner and try to avenge his fallen teammates. But Dosa says no.
Sunita absolutely popped off. Look at that 2K that she's been able to secure right across. What a round that is.
And those are finding that momentum. We talked about playing with numbers, playing with your team, just constantly move around. Information is the name of the game, but ever-changing information can kind of buy you time and space, and those they are adapting to that. And round 1 is a good proof that it works against the likes of Boba. But you still got to be always careful about Roro and Yo-Yo with those grenades.
Yeah, this time around they are just absolutely booking directly into the site already. And they're not even actually thinking twice this time around. They got to catch on towards Roro. And that is pretty much a 4 versus 3 going on, and make that 2. Our team-man getting caught out by Pahadi as well. While Genling is trying to hold on, but not for long though.
Yeah, no way that a pistol can win now. And it's going to be Sunita. Oh, getting dropped. Unfortunately, it's down to Yo-Yo in a 1 versus 2. Getting bombarded. Grenade bounces off the wall. And it's going to be Pahadi and Retake just coming in from both angles to take him out. Dosa with 2 in a row.
This is an absolutely clean game that we are looking at. And I think that, you know, they have just been adding extra spices onto whether it's going to be the dal or, you know, there's so many different kinds of chutney that you could also serve with dosa. Some of my favorites out there. And I also do like myself some palat paneer alongside with dosa whenever there is a chance to serve it alongside.
It's a sinful treat.
I know.
But it's nice. You know, like one of the ways to dampen spices is with dairy products, and I think dosa is finding that it's just fine-tuning their ingredients, and they're bringing the fight straight to boba.
This is going to be a little bit of a long-range haul coming in from both ends, and they're just taking it one step at a time, knowing for the fact that Boba still needs to look for a little bit more of an opening. Sunita, though, going head-to-head against Yo-Yo this time around. Not going to be all too easy to lob those grenades inside of Observatory.
Oh, a lot of grenades being lobbed. It feels like, you know, Dosa, they aren't really big fans of that particular loadout, but it's fine. You know, to each of their own. Boba so far has been on point with their grenade lobs. Hasn't gotten too much in game number 2 just yet. But Dosa's patience is starting to pay off as Boba also is trying to assess where their opponents are.
So far, Pahadi is just taking his sweet time. He'll be able to actually cut around the corners though. Now Dosa really want to actually put a lot more pressure on top of Yo-Yo. More and more grenades being popped. Here comes the glue walls as well. But Roro has been able to arm the bomb while Ritik tries to go in for a little bit more camouflage. Making a little run while Genling immediately runs for cover.
Oh, good flank, but Legend will make it work out as well. Yo-Yo finally gets the nade in, and now it's an absolute bloodbath from both teams. Yo-Yo gets down, Jungling from the flank needs to hold on to the round, but Dosa has such a huge lead. It feels almost impossible, but if there's one guy that can pull it off, it's going to be Jungling from the side of Boba. That glue wall is very troublesome, but Jungling has a pretty good angle, and now Dosa is going to put out the glue wall and start that defuse. Pahadi is doing the D, and he's going to stick it. Dosa fights the third round in a row.
And just look at how clean they've been able to actually do just about that. Now, not even a single point given towards the side of Boba. And I don't even know, is this the start of where we just call for reverse sweep? Because that last series that we saw, they kind of were on this tit for tat. And then round 2 onwards, I mean, inside of match round 2, this is where they just took them by storm. I guess they were just holding back for a bit. I do see a little bit of an op on the hands of members of Dosa.
Yeah,
but they're feeling good.
They got 2 tags to Jungling, and Roro had to expend those medkits to recover their health. Dosa responding with some huge payback, and RT man gets the first kill on the Sunida. Pahadi getting spotted. Here comes the nade. Yo-Yo right on top of him. Takes him out as Boba are starting to kick into high gear. But Richie's going to push forward. Gotta land those shots. And he finds it. Now goes into the camouflage form once more. Trying to look for RT man. Ring Around the Roses is the name of the game. But Roro is coming up the stairs as well. And Ritik has no idea that he's about to be caught out. He does see RT man though. And he gets a good knock. But it is not enough. Boba makes it quick, and they get their first round.
And I like how he just played Ring Around the Rosie, and he managed to at least catch a double. Unfortunately, didn't really get much chance to secure the kill as well. Dosa still pretty much having a really good time here. Now that we are going back towards Catalystowa, it's going to be a little bit harder to tell whether if it's going to be a quick clear plan. As you can see that the way the town is laid out, there's only a couple of these huts out there that really separates them. More favorite site by majority of these players overall is going to be that A site. But as we speak of it, here comes the catch.
Yo-Yo taking a very aggressive stance, but Ritik has the nade. Good decision from Yo-Yo to move away to not get caught. And Boba is starting to pay a bit more respect to Dosa's capability, especially after the first 3 rounds. And Dosa feels like they are the one on the aggressive move.
Oh, Sunito now getting caught up by Yo-Yo once again. Every single round he does get at the very least 1 frag. Now, kill being secured. 3 versus 4. Dosa needing these points. And here comes another frag being dropped right in towards the compound. Meanwhile, Hadi is going to be luring in towards B. They do get the bomb being stuck right through. And Dosa really need to respond quickly.
Yeah, Boba somehow able to completely avoid the gaze of Dosa, and they made this round theirs. Yo-Yo just again propping those nades. He's getting all those nades through. A Kobe onto 1. Pahadi trying to run to his buddy, but Jungling is there to stop him in his tracks. Boba bringing it down to a 4 versus 1. Ritik on top of the roof, and he will rest in pieces.
Whoa.
Boba with a clean 2 rounds.
Did you see what he did? He just did a 360 and then he just lands pretty much a final blow for a little bit. But then again, it's
style
not.
Points.
Yeah, a little bit of a style point. But I kind of wish it's a jump no scope 360. If only the jump was.
Gotta be progressive, you know. So maybe this round we'll see that, and then the last round we'll see a 360 no scope with an op.
Let's hope for it. We do have the M16 though. RT Man, does he really want to go somewhere similar to that route? Gonna wait and see Pahadi as well as Critic. Soaking a lot of damage though. Now, there is quite a number of utilities still left for the expansion of Retake as members from the side of Dosa. They're really thinking hard whether if they should really go for a full commitment towards B, but we're already seeing pretty much a very even sort of split coming out of Boba, which they could easily retake.
Yeah, and Dosa came out swinging right out the gates, getting 3 rounds in a row. But the reverse sweep is still alive for Boba after we saw how they kind of got 2 consecutive rounds. If they get this one, the momentum suddenly swings back in favor of Boba because they do have that match point. Yo-Yo able to avoid that nade, saw it coming from a mile away, and look at Dosa, they have no idea where Boba is.
Yeah, and it definitely took the tempo down for a little bit for very good reasons. Yo-Yo again!
Yo-Yo so good! And Yo-Yo brought second one, business legend, those smoke grenades. Gonna close out the vision, but Yo-Yo is just constantly bombarding the area! Roro chips in, and what did we say? The dynamic Roro-Yo-Yo duo is coming into effect. Pahadi down to his last legs, and Sunita so far away from the rest of her team, and Roro will pump their slug shells to finish off Pahadi. Sunita left all alone, and Boba on the cusp of an equalizer. Oh, Hope is slipping away.
I'm trying to look for answers here. How could they possibly do that one without even batting an eye? I was like, oh yeah, it's only 100% hit rate on these grenades. Do they have like a scope on these grenades? I really do wonder. Oh, look at the flick though. Close enough, but Roro will still manage to get a total of a quad kill for the team.
Yeah, small part of some Boba fans are definitely hoping for that reverse sweep. And we are staring down the barrel where Boba has somehow pushed this to a full 7 rounds. And just like we mentioned earlier, momentum is on their side. One more round, they will complete not just the reverse sweep, but also their quarterfinals run in a 2-0 fashion.
That's right. So as we are currently looking at the side of Pahadi, he's going to be going for pretty much the heavy-duty snipers that you could possibly get. Shots being fired, so they do know that there's going to be a little... Oh, Yo-Yo replies though! Snipers versus snipers, and Yo-Yo, he's not only good with grenades.
Yeah, and Yo-Yo showing the sniper gap. Ritik is going to wall up those windows as Dosa tries to get something done. But Boba, they smell victory!
Oh.
Yo-Yo with another nade, and Yo-Yo, it's not done yet.
Make
the
it
second
rain.
nade going in, and there is raining explosive. That glue wall does keep everyone alive, but Roro is going in with the shotgun. Yo-Yo turns the corner, Roro finds the second one, and the rest of Boba are coming in. No chance for Dosa, and Boba completes that reverse sweep.
Oh.
And Dosa are out. The defuse comes through. Boba with the booyah takes this 2-0.
Now I absolutely understand why you have all the rage about Boba as they manage to secure their booyah right here. Perfect tenor coming in from Yo-Yo as your MVP. This match is absolutely bonkers, I tell you that. And the Yo-Yo combo, Yo-Yo combo, Yo-Ro combo, whatever you want to name it. These guys, absolute professionals, and alongside our teammate and Genlin, on that very final round itself, Genlin also managed to pop up, and they were so confident with the flanks.
Yeah, this is what happens when you put Kevin Durant and Stephen Curry in the same team and you give them grenades. That's the Yo-Yo combo. Right there, Boba have made their mark. And if Fur watching, they better start building those safety, those bunkers to avoid the grenades.
Yeah, and I don't know where exactly is safe to even hide unless if you bring out early glue walls just to protect yourself, which honestly isn't really too worth it unless, even if it comes from a high trajectory angle, then that glue wall's no use. So now let's head over to our highlights here in the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021.
It's fair to say that this highlight consists of a lot of, make it rain. It's raining fire And in this case, it's raining
This is
Boba
one
explosive.
offense.
This is the first big one from Yo-Yo. And we got some pretty good rounds from Dosa as well, but Boba they just shut the door. They made it so tough for Dosa to come back. And even in this one round that Dosa won, Boba made them work for it.
Yeah, and this is where I think things got really exciting as well, because from those point onwards, Dosa is looking to be on this sort of spree. It was 3-0, but from this sort of moment, they started dropping games after games, and it kind of was a little bit costly when they just needed to secure one more.
Yeah, and it was all about those nades, and this was the nail in the coffin. And you will see Boba they were still throwing nades into the building despite already going in for the push. That was how aggressive they are. Let's take a look at the updated brackets. Boba just swept Dosa off their feet, and they are now in the semi-finals. They will take on Fer later on to see who will be the first finalist. But we still have 2 more quarterfinals coming up, sometime against Duran and Indomie taking on Hilsha.
Yeah, and I think that we are just lined up with so many great things to come, and many of all these stars here to entertain you overall in the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. You know, you guys can also drop by some of their live streams when they are currently live streaming on their respective pages, channels, or so. You go ahead and, of course, show them some love. Now, upcoming match, I believe that it's going to be Sometime versus Turian. So, pretty much these guys are kind of familiar when it comes down to, you know, some of all the names that we all know the very best hailing from the Thai region. So we're going to unveil it maybe after a moment's time. And Duran, do I need to reintroduce again?
Yeah, the King of Fruits, I heard. And when you bring in the King of Fruits, and also, and not just the King of Fruits, but the culmination of 3 separate regions, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Philippines joining forces. Feels like I'm watching, I don't know, Power Rangers, I don't know, Transformers. What's the show with 3 main characters? Yeah, Powerpuff Girls.
Powerpuff Girls, Totally Spies, a few bunch more. You know what? We put all these cartoons aside, but we will have a lot more of all these great action to come, all jam-packed together here at the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. So Husky, I guess we catch a little bit of breather here, and we will be coming right back for more Booyahs.
¿Qué pierna cae primero después de que un personaje aterriza después de un brinco?
Tiki. Con la izquierda.
¿Cuánto daño hace en total un carro que explota a todos los personajes que están alrededor?
No, God. Mira. 5 de vida.
Carlos. Eita.
Oh no!
Yes.
Nombra los personajes que utilizan lentes o gogles en Free Fire.
Ah. Oh. Neira. Maxim.
Ayala. Maxim, Nikita, Alok. Ya no sé.
Đâu là địa điểm tổ chức Free Fire World Series 2019?
Rio.
Trang bị mũ 1 sẽ giảm được bao nhiêu sát thương khi bắn vào đầu?
Xin 30.
Vũ khí nào sau đây có tốc độ thay đạn nhanh nhất?
Cấm đêm. M1873. Ủa?
Khi nhảy thì chân nào đáp đất trước?
Chân trái. Đúng rồi, chân trái.
Khi ăn nấm 4 thì tăng bao nhiêu EP?
Cấm đêm. 200.
Senjata manakah di Free Fire yang bukan pistol?
Joker, jawabannya A, M79.
Masih inget gak apa sih Elite Pass yang pertama?
Sakura apa ya? Lupa lagi gua. Tadi gua belum jawab. Tenet. Udah. Time out.
Makan lu. Sengaja lu.
Udah jangan liatin lah. Ini buat gua aja.
Iya betul. Merah muka. Pedes nggak?
Berapakah health point yang dipulihkan jika kita menggunakan medkit selama 5 detik?
Soja 74. Jangan 74.
Gas.
Sebutkan ke-8 loadouts yang ada di Free Fire.
Ombak. Bounty, airdrop, api unggun, tas kaki, pemindai, sama apa lagi? No. Udah nggak tahu lah.
Berapa banyak IP yang dipulihkan dengan jamur level 4?
Soja 200. Kayaknya gampang gua telat.
Senjata manakah yang mempunyai 5 slot untuk attachment?
Ombak. AK.
Ya, makan lagi lu. Mamam lu.
Senjata manakah yang mempunyai reload speed tercepat?
Darkol B M1873.
Harusnya up ya.
Senjata manakah yang damage-nya paling besar?
Darkol C M79. Kalah lu, makan lagi lu.
Masa gua tadi udah begini.
Hukumannya
I'm glad that you're joining us here on a beautiful Friday evening, and we even see some clips of some of all of our stars joining us here in the show. My name is Contra, and alongside me is Husky. You can follow us on our respective page, and we really have to thank Garena for really making the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021 possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and we have witnessed 2 amazing best of 3s, and we also had to say goodbye to 2 squads and congratulate the other 2 for making it into the semi-finals, which are Ferb and Boba respectively. But there's still 2 more best of 3 before we kind of proceed into the next stage of day number 1.
Yeah, and I definitely think that in day 1 so far, it's been so explosive, but we are going to be turning up the heat for a little bit because, you know what? We've got the side of, I believe, the side of Durian here that's representing the MCP region to be taking one of the hottest teams out there. If you want to find out who, we'll reveal to you guys in a very short moment after this countdown goes.
It's something that in real life you can't have these 2 dishes paired together. It is very dangerous. You know, durian can't be paired with somtam, can't be paired with spices, and we all know the golden taboo. If you consume 2 of them, and it will be fireworks in your tummy. Not good.
Fireworks, I guess some people enjoy that, and you know, sometimes technically is pretty much of a really good salad as well.
Yeah.
But interesting enough, in Vietnam, there's also this dish called com tam, which is basically broken rice. It sounds kind of similar, but two entirely different things, right?
Yeah, one is rice and one is more of a broth-based cuisine.
Or well, tom yum goong.
Yeah. We're looking at that, sometimes
Absolutely love it.
the Thailand region. I remember my first visit to that region, and it fits my taste buds. It satisfies my taste bud a lot. I love the sweet, spicy, but as a local here, you cannot miss out the durian season. Like you have to get your hands on some high-graded durians, just like how we are gonna get the best quality plays.
That's right. And speaking of which, we will unveil to you some of the rosters of the players that will be participating in this upcoming match. Is definitely gonna be great. Unfortunately for the side of MCP, I do hear news that Spy Guns unfortunately could not join us for this evening. Hopefully, of course, things are going all right on his end, but he'll be joined there by the side of Oyo. But here we have Durian taking on Somtam, and just look at all of our beautiful boys and girls here that will be taking on each other. Somtam, they are a fun bunch, and I absolutely love watching them in action.
I just love the profile. I just love the display. Both squads have their own personality. Durian trying to come in hot, trying to exert that dominance. You see a bit of kindness on their face, but at the same time it feels a bit menacing. Now it's more of, do you want to be pounded and grounded by the pestle mortar of Somtam, or do you want to be pricked by the spikes of the Durian?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to really judge. I had to just look at FMP TV. Always looking pretty good on his outfit. And now shots being fired from both ends here. The side of Durian, they're not going to be able to actually get too much, but the Cruise! Oh, he will get it alongside with Pungat dropping in the grenades. The Prodigy! And this is where the legend signs. And Durian, they all crumble out. And I guess, the Thai region, they're experts in dissecting Durants.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I have seen a lot of clips online of
they
them.
Love Durants too.
They absolutely
they devour Durants.
Exactly. I'm surprised. I was really surprised when I found out that the king of fruits is actually just another fruit, at least for that region. They are fanatics in a very good way.
It's like, yeah, I mean, you can name it what you want, but we got the crown on something more spectacular, like the Cruise now going bare hand. Is he gonna go in for punches though? Okay, instead grenades will be lobbed right in. I think this is going to be pretty good. He does miss the mark for that bit though, but the Cruise, he's ready to rock.
The Cruise is so aggressive. Second nade doesn't really connect, but he's about to go in for the swing. Doesn't check his angles though. Gonna be ambushed, but Pungat! Oh, he finds himself too. It was all the rules. The Cruise just turns around 180 for the third kill. And it's gonna be Somtam once more coming out hot. They will find the second round in the blink of an eye.
5 frags for Pungat, the Prodigy though.
The God!
He is just absolutely stomping them out. And you know what? Boys, you gotta also be gentlemen out there. Get some room for Jasmine to secure those kills. Don't steal it all for yourselves.
I'm pretty sure they will.
I'm pretty sure.
Give it some time. But Pungat, my goodness. Don't mess with him, Don't be fooled by his appearance. This man packs a punch.
I absolutely agree. Like, if you see him in any of your lobbies, might as well just sit tight and camp in a compound, because you're not going to last going mano el mano. Well, what's woman versus woman? What is man versus woman?
I have no idea.
Let's not even get there. And speaking of which, this is where Jasmine goes in to try to secure the A side overall, but here comes grenades being lobbed right in. Oh, drops right over onto the side of Makisig. Not looking all too good though. And Madish, she's just trying to hold on as well. Obvi finding a grenade onto Jasmine, but she'll be revived ASAP.
Sometimes not happy about that. If you try to hurt Princess Jasmine, they're gonna come back and Pungod again with the first one. And Cruz will down a second member from the side of Duran. He wants more. He finds Ashen as well. And the rest of Duran will be eviscerated. Manish hiding behind the glue wall, but there's cracks in that structure. And Somtam gets the full wipe. And now they will go for the eventual defuse and take the round.
Such a great quadra coming out of Somtam yet again. Okay.
What?
Wait.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
They didn't defuse it.
Wait,
They didn't defuse it.
all right,
Wow.
wow.
Okay.
What? I was waiting for the defuse, you know. I
Somtam
was
was feeling too confident, I guess.
feeling too good about themselves. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. That was fun though.
That was really fun.
Yeah.
Did they not see the bomb? I don't know. I have no idea.
Maybe they were just
Maybe they were just you know like you celebrate when you get the kill to like guys we got him.
Yeah.
Where's the victory screen? You know we were waiting for that.
I was like, guys, I'll give you this one chance. This 1 pointer lead, and you just got to catch up, okay? Maybe that's pretty much the signal. But Somtam though, oh boy, they're coming in really closely. Ashen Sus goes in for play immediately with the grenade flying right in. Pungod strikes again. Pungod
just too strong. Manish able to down Jasmine and once more they have just invoked the wrath of the rest of Somtam. Pungod is just waiting for the second nade as the Crows will be in the front line. And Pungod with the second nade, getting a second down. And Somtam now this time, they know that the bomb is there. They just need to clean it out. The Crows with 5 HP still survives. And Somtam, surely this time they're not going to let the bomb go off. And no sir, no, Somtam puts themselves on match point.
That's another triple kill coming from Pungod. This is no joke.
The full family is here.
Yeah.
You know, they have
7K for the Cruise and it's 9 for Pungod. Meanwhile, look at Durian. It's only 1 kill on Manish.
And it was on Jasmine's.
Yeah.
So that's
oh, the princess, huh?
Yeah, you can't just do that.
Maybe it's just her hair being ruined though. Like, you know, that's kind of about it. But hey, they got 1 pointer for side of Durian, and who needs frags when you could just get the C4 blowing up, right? Now, Pungod going for the Vector. A Kimbo Vector, by the way.
Yeah, everyone's gonna have nightmares. I think everyone remembers that. Pungod, the nade did land to Manish, so he has to be pretty cautious as the nade. Oh, in the block! How dare you take out Pungod? As Somtam, they are just charging in as the Warhorn has been sound. Everyone from the side of Duran are gonna start falling as Somtam just cracks them open and devours the content. This is it, Somtam. 4 quick rounds in a row. And they back that first booyah.
Just look at FMP celebrating already, and they know that this is well secured. Who else could it be but Pungod with a 10K? Oh, massive damage being done, but unfortunately for the last one inside of Observatory, it was the likes of that member of Duran in the front of Managed Gaming that has been able to really drop that beautiful nade. But you know what's beautiful? Jasmine and the rest of the members of Somtam as they secure this massive booyah. And overall, starts off with a really good point.
I mean, we have, 5 rounds, right? So at the side of Duran, they had 5 chances per se, 20 lives. Pungod got 50% of the kill. That is just a breakup performance. They were not holding back. I thought.
Not at all.
I thought just like the dish, right? Somtam, tom yum, whatever you call it from the region. The first slurp is always where it kicks the hardest.
That's right. Somtam overall, is this really unique salad as well, where you just, have a little bit of jumble of some of the freshest ingredients out there, and you also have, some spice on top. And Thai food overall is just a beautiful cuisine where you just have some of the best flavor. Every form of taste bud of yours on your tongue will be dancing, whatever you put in your mouth.
And they did put on a great dance in that first round. We didn't get to highlight Durian too much because, it's fair to say that sometimes stole most of the spotlight, but hopefully Durian can bounce back. There's still one more chance, or at least one more chance for them to kind of have the opportunity to get the lead. We'll see if that happens in match 2.
Yeah, I think that heading it towards, this upcoming game, it definitely feels like, nobody has been able to really stop Pungat. And even if you stop Pungat, there's also going to be Cruz, who's also a menace to actually deal against.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, maybe Durian needs to find a way. We saw the two superstars from the side of Somtam. It is the Cruz, it's Pungat. If Durian can find just that one loophole and eliminate these two superstars early on, maybe that is the key for them to have a grasp of the second game.
That's right, and I do believe that there's still a lot of room that they can still prove themselves here for the likes of Durian, but they don't want to let this chance slide because overall there is so much at stake here. First, you want to show the world what you've got, and what better way to do it than here in the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021, brought to you by first none other than Garena. So, well, I guess we get a little bit muffled if I'm not mistaken. I'm not too sure about you, but we are about to kickstart another massive rounds as we are about to move right in with this head-to-head once more.
And then you say that the silence before the storm is always the scariest, right? You kind of hear the crackles of the thunder, you kind of see the flashes of the lightning, but you never really know when it's going to strike. And that's what Somtam has been saving up for this best of 3. We didn't anticipate such aggression, we didn't anticipate such explosiveness from them, and they showed us right from the get-go that they have what it takes.
Exactly so, and Durian as well as Somtam, it seems like there's going to be another big scuffle that's going to get going down between the two of them. But nevertheless, this is still going to be a hectic battle here as we start off on those pistol rounds. And this is where Durian got to really make it rain. And those grenades must drop right in beautifully hot. Jasmine now getting tagged for a little bit. Meanwhile, Somtam just going up, guns blazing. Asha though goes head to head, but Asha goes down.
Yeah, Cruz just dances around him while firing. How does he do that? Everyone from Durian is going to rush at him. Yes, they finally take him down. And also FMPTV on the ground as well. This time Durian kind of has the lead, but they got to go forward for more because Pungat is here. And all about to the Overlord. Pungat gets down.
Ovi.
It's between Obi, and Jasmine. And Royalty is here to help out her teammates. No one is out yet. They're trying to get those revives in. They're trying to get those med kits going. And Pungat, he doesn't wait.
Wow, it took quite a while for the first blood to happen. Now it's going to be mano and mano, 1 versus 1. Well, make that 1 versus 2. And Somtam comes out pretty strongly. And I guess maybe they had a little bit of agreement there. It's like, let's only fight once we hit towards the rooftop. And, well, interesting responses, but Ovi almost managing to clutch it out for the pointer there for the likes of Durian.
Oh my goodness, Durian came close. They are starting to figure out the equation to sometimes, prowess in this series, but unfortunately, Jasmine knows the priority. It is to bring the god back to life. You resurrect a legend, he will carry you to victory. And Pungat, he doesn't wait. You let him have his free reign. He is just going to go to town.
Yeah, and Pungat is just trying to bait them with a little bit more of a noise being set up. Meanwhile, Cruz immediately goes in to set it up over on towards the A side. Now, a little bit more pressure coming in while the likes of Durian They really got to find ways. And Ashe gets taken down by Pungat with another sharp flank.
Oh man, you just can't have your head, peeking out like that. Pungat, what are you saying? Pungat! He just takes out everyone from Duran. That's already 3, and Pungat gets them all. Sometime with round number 2.
This prodigy definitely lives up to his name. And, it plays for attack all around, alongside with the Cruz, who's also pretty much a pro that's under the EVOS Thailand banner, or, at points that they did play in the championship team, which is also known as Phoenix.
Yeah. We kind of established that sometime it's going to be a huge threat, but little did we anticipate the magnitude of performance that they're bringing in.
Not at all, man.
Especially, against Duran, right? A mismatch of the best talents from 3 different regions, and yet sometimes makes this feels like a walkover because of how good they are. And it is all Pungat, 2 rounds, and he has 5 kills.
I also want to commend on the side of the MCP side, they also have to sort out, either it's communication, unification, or, I really don't want to say it's a miscommunication at all. I think that they're doing absolutely fine. It's just that Pungat is just on another level, man. He's still different.
Someone stop him. He's going in all alone. He is all alone, and they finally drop him. But
the Bane is Manish.
Yeah. Manish finally took up Pungat, but this is going to infuriate the rest of Somtam. Ashe has his back turned, and you don't do that when your enemies have their crosses pointing at you. Manish, the God Slayer, now has to take on the rest of Somtam. FMP TV has that clear vision, managed to bring Makisik back up. Now they will have a better chance.
Going in for full revives, and instead the flank comes right into Cruz. He comes in to clean out shop. Now Somtam needs 1 more point to lock themselves in for the semifinals.
Yeah, Duran kind of ruined the party a bit. Pungat was on his way to a perfect KDA. They ruined it in game 1. They did it again in game 2. But sometimes they don't really mind not having a perfect KD on the players. They want to have a perfect series. And so far across all the rounds they played, they've only dropped that, 1 round against Duran?
Yeah, and that was also not because they couldn't frag. It was also the fact that nobody was actually going for defuse. Maybe they didn't have the kit or so.
It was an oversight.
Yeah, a little bit of oversight, but we definitely have to catch the replays for some of these shenanigans. But here comes Durando, going all the way up towards the roof. Well, I guess this is a harder angle for them to actually drop the grenades, and that was wrong!
No!
Oh, Manish bombs herself!
Not like this, Duran. You can't play the most important round of the series and take yourself out. But Duran will have to make do as sometimes sees that on the kill feed, and they're going, Pungat! One more! Finds 2! And it is over! Somtam just makes it quick. They will defuse the bomb, and of course, Pungat do the honors of securing Somtam, the Booyah, and the series. They are going to the semifinals.
Indeed, they are. This time around, Pungat comes in with 8 total frags. And if you add up the numbers, I believe that's like a total of 18 frags in the entirety of the series, coming in from none other than the Prodigy. So we congratulate FMP TV, Desminiz, EVOS the Cruz, attack all around, Pungat.
All hail the king. Pungat, he will, we are gonna build a shrine to worship this deity. He is an absolute superstar, and he's called an all-star for a reason, and he showed us just that.
Yeah, and it really was Pungat versus the world. Like, he was out there. I think if it's Superman standing in his way, I think Superman would just run, because this looks like a kryptonite.
This definitely does. We saw, the entirety of
If you lob those grenades like that, you imagine how many kryptonites you can lob if he finds one.
I don't dare. I don't dare to imagine. I don't want to think about it, right? Sometimes It feels like they just had this discussion before the series and they were like, Pungod, you are the best player we have in the region. You are the spiciest superstars we have. Just go do you. We're not gonna hold you back. You want a 1v4? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess if he were to reply to those sort of praises, he will just say 2 words. I know.
Okay.
I know.
Yes, sir. I know.
I know. I'm the best.
Say no more.
Say no more. But, you know, speaking of Pungod, this was one of the first times that any of them actually took them down. And everybody was rushing up the roof to have a little bit of party. Pungod managed to find 2 frags, but they managed to hold him back for a bit. But it's basically a Pungod highlight reel in general, because that is one of the most magnificent nades that we've seen that we thought Bobo was giving us already some of the best.
You know how scary it is when you see someone running at you, like he was running and firing, but he's walking closer and closer to you? That's Pungod. Just sheer domination.
The absolute final boss.
He's the raid boss. You know, those unsuspecting raid boss that most of the time they're huge, they're built. Not Pungod though. He just sneaks up and he takes it all away. Somtam in the semi-finals, making quick work of Durian. It feels like this Durian were a bit spikeless in that series.
I guess, you know, when it's only down to shells or so, and maybe, you know, it's been a little bit of a rainy season from time to time as well that has affected Durian quality, unfortunately. You know, and it's also sad to see that Spider Guns was unable to participate for today. Maybe it would be a little bit of a different synergy level. I'm not really putting too much pressure. It would be also thank Obvi for joining in alongside as well. But one more series in the quarterfinals, and we will be seeing Indomie taking on Hilsha. And Indomie definitely is a force to be reckoned with. I do think that they do have similar skill levels as compared to Somtam. So our semifinals will be absolutely lit.
And I just can't wait for that to kick off, right? Because whoever is watching on that final series in the quarterfinals, you don't just need to plan for your opponents. You gotta plan for Somtam. If you watch Somtam taking on Durian, you gotta be shaking in your boots. Like how do we? It's not how do we take out Somtam. It's how do we take out Pungod? Because Pungod is the whole Somtam.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the crews as well, alongside with, you know, the rest of them has been able to put in a lot of all this good work overall. So that synergy is absolutely there, and we see with whether or not Indomie as well as Hisha will be able to actually get that synergy. Free Fire All Stars Asia 2021. We'll be right back.
Quantos pontos de energia podem ser restaurados pelo cogumelo de nível 4?
Ave Maria. Ô Chico, sai daí, doente. Aqui, ó. Quantos EP eu posso guardar, né, no nível 4 do cogumelo? 200. Já não tomo mais um chá.
Confira as fotos exibidas. Onde é este lugar?
Embaixo da casa aérea de Bimazaki.
Não. Já vira, sem brincadeira.
Water.
O capacete de nível 2 reduz quantos por cento de dano quando você leva um tiro na cabeça?
45.
Qual o primeiro patch do Free Fire?
Gato.
Me dá isso aqui.
Nunca.
Não vou beber. Me dá. Todo. Drink out. Oxi.
Berapa banyakkah damage yang glue wall boleh lindungi?
Glue wall.
Wait a minute.
Oh no!
Go.
Agar tahu.
300 damage.
Oh, aku banyak jenis. Bila aku tahu.
Siapakah yang memenangi Free Fire World Series 2019?
No bro.
Apakah binatang peliharaan yang pertama di dalam Free Fire?
Apis.
Kitty.
Senjata manakah yang menghasilkan damage paling banyak?
Sayu.
AWM.
Please, no! Ada okey kah? Ayo. Baik, Kata dah baik.
Trợ thủ nào xuất hiện lần đầu tiên trong Free Fire?
Con mèo anh ơi.
Ngày diễn ra trận chung kết Free Fire World Series 2019.
Một ngày bao nhiêu đúng không anh? Ngày 26 anh.
Trong nhiều hết luôn.
Ăn nấm 4 giúp bạn hồi phục được bao nhiêu EP?
200.
Đúng rồi.
Trên bản đồ đảo quân sự, nằm bên phải xưởng cơ khí là khu vực nào?
Nice.
Khu dân cư.
Vũ khí nào sau đây có tốc độ thay đạn nhanh nhất?
11873. Không sao, đội trưởng gánh hết. Đội trưởng gánh hết.
Oh no!
Ăn cơm sẽ bói ra.
Thank you guys for watching my challenge. Tia bad, very bad. O chá muito ruim. Todo mundo se lascou.
One more best of 3 in the quarterfinals. Indomie against Husha coming up next in the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. All brought to you by Garena. And we will be your commentators for this wonderful evening. My name is Husky and I'm joined by the Indomie and Husha lover, Contra.
Yeah, of course, I love all this food. And there's only one type of food that I haven't tried out of it all. And it's Husha, you know, like I've always been curious and I've never got a chance to taste Bangladeshi food. And I really wonder if anybody could recommend me a restaurant that I could visit somewhere. Of course, if it's going to be outside of MCP, I don't know how to get there for now. But if you guys know any one of it in Malaysia, hit me up, man.
At least we will get a taste of what it's like in the upcoming series. There's only one of these teams will move on forward to face off against the ever so spicy Somtam in the semi-finals. But first they have to get to each other.
Yep, and this is where you just want to look at what Indomie has to offer as well, because they have a stacked roster where you have Gardu Dranix alongside with Island God's very own Beyond 09. On top of that, is a little EFDW alongside with Letta. So we have superstars of Indonesia now being all aligned together, and also the stars of Bangladesh region overall. Who do we have?
Yeah, we have Zisant 4, Nayamalan, Alchemist, and I believe the last one is C-Hub. So this is going to be an impressive one. I want to see what these two teams have for us. Then we have the classic, we have the more unique, but sometimes it's more of an acquired taste. And tonight, only one of them will kind of take the reins and have the privilege to advance forward, claim the throne.
Yeah, and I guess this is still pretty much early towards the first half of what today has to offer, because we still got, after this, another 3 sets of series to go, because semifinals will be happening and the grand finals will be in a best of 5 format.
And that is going to be even crazier, since we've already seen close games. We've seen a dominant performance as well. So when we come down to the wire later on, it's going to be the best of the best. And I think perhaps in our minds, there are some teams that we are more confident of making it into the finals. But this is where it gets interesting, right? Food is all about preference. Sometimes the most unexpected result might just be the conclusion of a series.
Agreed, and of course, I really want to see upsets as well as surprises to be in store for us as well. So far, of course, Hunga, if anybody has catch all these highlights overall, whether it's all over social media or your friends just showing, oh, look at this guy, he looks cute, but he's just an absolute monster in the field. And, well, lo and behold, he has lived up to his name, Pungan.
Yeah, and so far, we have 3 teams already sitting comfortably in their semi-final slots. We have Pho, we have Boba, and also Som Tam. Right? Out of these 3 dishes, out of these 3 cuisine, if you had to pick one, which one kind of fits your taste buds the most?
Out of which cuisines once more?
Yeah, we have a Pho, we have Boba, and we have Som Tam.
Pho, Boba, Som Tam. They're all delicious,
Yeah, to be very honest, it's a full course. We have appetizer, we have main course with dessert.
I'm kind of like dessert kind of person.
So,
but honestly, when I look at power level, you gotta eat your veggies, so that's why you go for Som Tam.
But
honestly, Indomie. I think that's one of my favorite, especially as a midnight snack.
Yes.
As a supper, but the thing about Indomie is this: 1 pack is never enough.
2 packs is always too much.
It's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Maybe to balance it out, you need 3 packs.
That's always how I do it. I have someone like my family, and I will ask okay, I'm gonna make Indomie. Anyone wants to share?
Oh, so basically, if you put 3 packs, it's 1.5 each.
Yes, and then it's just nice. That's how we do it.
That's right. So, we're just going to be getting ourselves in to our upcoming series shortly. Do bear with us for a little bit more. And you know what? All of this action currently happening to you is broadcasted live. And make sure you guys share it to all your friends out there who loves and enjoys Free Fire. And even if they don't, introduce them to this beautiful world of not only Battle Royale, we've got Bomb Squad, Class Squad, and so much more lineup for all of you guys. So this is currently the All-Stars happening with all the teams that are hailing from different regions of Asia. And to be specific, we've got 8 regions overall?
Yeah, we have 8 regions overall. 8 of the 8 teams of All-Stars, right? I mean, if you wanna put it out there, if you want to get people just come into the broadcast and be absolutely attracted, just tell them there's a lot of different cuisines on the table, just for you to kind of pick and choose, which one fits the profile. Are you craving for savory food? Are you craving for sweetness? Are you craving for a kick of spice? We have all of that just jam-packed throughout the evening, and not just this evening, for the entire weekend.
Yeah, and I definitely think that tomorrow we're going to be seeing, even more of hectic fights happening, because tomorrow is where Clash Squad happens. So ignore the plans. You don't really have to think much about strategies. You guys can run and gun. You can just go storming right in as a full beeline of a unit. Whichever way works, just works.
Oh yeah, and I think the more interesting part is that when you take out the element of needing to kind of plant, the plant and diffuse element, it just stirs up more chaos, right? But at the same time, I always have this expectation where, okay, if you don't have to worry about a secondary objective, all you need to keep in mind is to take out your opponents. I expect teams to be a bit more aggressive, but most of the time, they become more calculative, and it's very entertaining to just wonder and ponder what is their train of thoughts, what is the communication behind the scenes.
Yeah, and I definitely think that there is so many things that they could definitely, of course, work on. What it is like, calling out specific spots, or even like asking for assistance to actually go in for certain flanks, or just get information.
I always admire people who can give out call-outs in a very precise manner. Like if I'm a player and I get taken out, my first 3 seconds will be filled with reaction, just like, oh my goodness, I got shot. But these guys are built different. They just give a call-out. Direction, coordinates, all just done perfectly. My call-outs are just, he's there.
Yeah, I really think that, keep it straightforward, and it can actually just do wonders as well if you want to go for that. Like, if you want to be super duper specific, yeah, I guess so long as your team synergizes with you and vibes with you overall. And I'm pretty sure that all of our stars are vibing right now. I know you guys can't wait to get this game all kicked off as we move ourselves in towards our 4th match of the day. And of course, this is the final round of the quarterfinals, and later on we will be moving up ahead for our semifinals.
I'll tell you a quick funny story. I remember my first few games. I was playing with my friends, and we were down to the last 2 teams, and it's like a 4 against 1. And we were trying to find that one last pesky enemy, and I asked my teammates, where is he? And all he said is, there, behind a tree, when we were all in the jungle, and we lost. We got ambushed. But here it is, the matchup of the last quarterfinals. Indomie taking on Hilsha.
Well, respectively, superstars of each respective region here, Indomie is going to be showing you the star lineup here that is fielding some of the names that you've already known. You got Dranix Garnu, I don't know, got Beyond09, FDWE, along with Letta.
Yeah, and for the side of Fuchsia, you have Alchemist, Naya Malan, Zisan 4, and not last but not least, who can forget about C-Hub?
Yeah, this is where we will see them duke it all out as Hilsa be, of course, giving a little bit of spacing here, but they know how to rock it inside factory as the starting grounds for this pistol round. Round 1, we are seeing time is of the essence here. 1 minute and a half. They need to get this plant down. Meanwhile, Bio as well as Gardu, they are playing really tactically, and immediately having the time turner being popped up. So C-Hub now trying to actually make a run for his life. But how long can he take though?
And C-Hub just a bit caught out of position, and Gardu will immediately secure that first down. This kill will definitely come true. And Hilsa, they're bolting for the bomb, and everyone is just running past Gardu. Gardu just having free reign, but Zisan might be able to make a difference. Pulls out the nade at the wrong time, but the time turner will buy him a bit more space to work with. As Beyond fires one, Zisan will immediately retaliate. Hilsa, though, not in a good spot. They only have Zisan and Naya Malam still alive, but they are both pretty low. Indomie kind of already have this in the back. Naya Malam is down. Zisan 4 with just a sliver of health left alive, and Indomie, they are ready to close out round 1.
Wow, what a round of pistols. And honestly, it has come pretty closely when they were all inside of the warehouse compound. But it was only down to some of the minute details which Hilsa didn't really manage to really close up some of all the sort of the long skirmish, especially against Gardu, which he was basically standing over topside for quite a long time.
Pretty, well, slightly unorthodox, you could say. Seeing Hilsa just run in and not checking the corners properly, giving Indomie a bit more of a space to work with to get the bullets through. But maybe, that pistol round is just the start of something special that Hilsa has prepared for us.
That's right, and Evdewe so far start off the round there with a double frag coming in towards round number 1, now heading into round number 2. This is an instant plan. And from Indomie, here comes the shred of bullets and grenades. While Zisan 4 has been able to actually knock down Gardu, and wow, what a reply coming from Beyond as well. Zisan goes down, and oh my goodness, it's a double.
Yeah, Beyond left unchecked, and he delivers. Alchemist is on the second floor, and Beyond already see him. Malam tries to run away, but Beyond has this whole angle on lockdown. He is a one-man squad. Gardu finding a third, and suddenly Hilsa is just down to Alchemist. Can he cook up that perfect concoction to bring his team back into round 2? Indomie basically having full control of the map.
So far, Indomie has been able to really exert it with some great team effort, and Bion goes in for a triple and make that a quadra overall.
Just
4 in a row.
Very, very solid performance from Indomie right out the gate. Hilsa, fortunately, a bit slow on the reply, but it's more of how Indomie were covering more specific angles, and I think it's something that Hilsa can work on. Maybe Catalysta will show us give us a better display of what these two teams are capable of. A very balanced distribution of compound to work with. The size though do favor Indomie a bit more.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. And for the side of Indomie, usually they just play by some of all these wooden fences here. Emily going for the shred. Zisan only been landed about 2 bullets or 3. Meanwhile, there's going to be a little bit more bombs being equipped. And speaking of bombs, C4 now getting planted.
C-Hub just immediately gets the job done, but FDAWay is here. Hilsa getting challenged, let down on that second floor again. The vantage point is working out for Indomie. Gardu already took out Alchemist, let down under fire, and Zisan will catch him out in the open. Zisan takes out FDAWay as well. With that time to protecting him, Zisan will get some secure kills in, but Beyond wants to quickly reply, but the Great Glue Wall will buy some time. Hilsa did lose 2 members still, and Indomie, they need to quickly get that defuse going.
That's right now. Having Gardu here just trying to actually shut them all down. Okay, this is getting a little bit too close now. Members are getting revival at needing a little bit more backup. They are moving in, and that's where the grenade shuts off Indomie. And Hilsa with the first point.
And just a great retake from Hilsa, especially C-Hub, just sending his buddy in, and he himself props the grenade and gets ready for that final fight. They knew that Indomie was sticking the defuse, and all they had to do was to make sure that they get enough damage dealt to take out their opponents. So good reply from Hilsa.
Yeah, and what I really love about this round is that we're going into a shipyard. What if we really remove many of all these close quarter combat compounds and just bring it out to the streets, and also in between those containers, a little bit of mix-up of both worlds. He's already over on the top side, but little does he know, Gardu is all the way in towards the other corner, so it's a perfect flank angle.
And I think for Indomie, a lot of angles, like you mentioned, were covered, but Gardu was not able to connect a lot of those shots, so Hilsa will get that bomb planted. Grenade does fly out from Gardu, does connect.
Wow.
And Malam is already on the ground, and you can see Zisan's going to pop his glue wall and try to get the reviver. Beyond is going to respond very quickly. The trajectory is perfect from Indomie, and Hilsa gets stopped in their tracks. Beyond going for the third. He has the momentum, and they wipe out Hilsa.
What a beautiful nade coming out of Beyond. And I guess he just timed it right, especially when he does get the knock. Expecting that revive to come right through. Just catches them off guard. Hilsa, unfortunately, will have this one diffused, but even though with that, they have been able to secure a little bit of some pretty good, solid amount of resources coming in towards this matchup. Now, just looking at the KDs, that Malam as well as Alchemist has really got to find back their footing. It's been a few rounds, and now Indomie, if they take one more, then they will be behind for a tad bit for the Bangladesh region.
Yeah, and I'm loving what Indomie is showing us in this first match. They are kind of a more of a, how do I put it? A more balanced team. You know, there's no super standout. Everyone is doing their part, but this is how a machine works perfectly, right? You need all those cogs and gears in place, and Indomie are just functioning like clockwork. But Hilsa are already trying to surround Indomie and try to get a vantage point. But look at Gardudo, a lot of information going over to his teammates. He does get a nade, at least from beyond side, to down Zishan.
Wow, he didn't even have to look anyways. Oh, it's going to be the Vector Akimbo right now in his hands. Beyond's going to be able to actually find one with the pump shotguns. Oh boy, what a cleanup. Oh, it's going to be the Vector Akimbo right now in his hands. Beyond's going to be able to actually find one with the pump shotguns. Oh boy, what a cleanup. And that's going to be the triple, leaving only a few more left, but they will be able to actually go in for the defuse. And Indomie immediately closes this one without having any sort of response coming out of all the members of the likes of Indomie.
I didn't even see the defuse. That was very sneaky from Indomie, but congratulations, the first Booyah. 4-1 scoreline to close out the first series. And just like how we started the first ever series of the day between Pho and, I believe, Biryani, we get this ninja defuse, and Indomie took a page out of the chapter.
I definitely think that Hilsha was really hoping to really go hard on them and just want to hunt them for those kills, and absolutely forgot that, you know, that whole area here is being left out in the open for them to just go in for a defuse. Unfortunately for Hilsha, you know, they drop 1 pointer now. 1 Booyah already in the hands of Indomie, needing this second Booyah here to really advance forward. And I think we will be seeing a very intense match between Indomie as well as Somdam in one of the brackets.
Yeah, and we've already seen, so far we only have one series that went to a full 3 games, which was our very first best of 3 in the quarterfinals between Pho and Biryani. Maybe this one is going to be a bit different. We are seeing Hilsha put up the fights, but Indomie always end up being the team that crosses the finishing line.
Yeah, and I think that Indomie has so much to offer, right? Like, everybody is working like clockwork, like you mentioned early on. So if they can just keep this up, it'll just shut the top trigger on the enemy side and really work your way out. I think like this is one of the best synergies that we have seen throughout the entirety of the day. But first, Hilsha still has games here to prove to us that they are still in it to win it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for Hilsha, they do have their, you know, the standout players, right? They were able to kind of, it feels like Indomie's offense is by waves. You know, wave 1 offense, wave 2 they amp it up a bit, and Hilsha still were struggling to try to figure out a way to fend off Indomie consecutively. But with this very short intermission in between, maybe they will, you know, concoct up a plan that allows them to take on Indomie a bit better.
Yeah, I think that is really very important that you of course refresh yourself heading in towards game number 2, because you just got treated like best of ones.
Yeah, and
that find that cohesiveness once more, and just seeing how Hilsha almost actually clutched the final round. Unfortunately, they absolutely forgot about the defuse that they need to push right in as well. They were trying to secure open areas, or should I say some elevated angles, just to try to get those shots right in, but to no avail.
And I think so far we see, this first game of the series feels like more of Indomie able to kind of figure out Hilsha's playstyle, and it's something that we saw in the first series as well. You know, Biryani against Pho, it's almost kind of the back and forth tug of war. what I want to see in at least in the second game later on is Hilsha not being too afraid of Indomie. I feel like they can take the fight straight to their opponents. They were a bit passive in game 1. Game 2 is where they need to kind of go all or nothing.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the key factor here, but how many times can they actually pull that same tactic off from map to map? It's probably doable from time to time, but if you keep doing the same thing over and over, they call it madness.
They do got insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, right? One interesting thing that observation throughout the evening so far is it started off with the second series. I believe it was a Boba against Adosa. We saw a lot of nades, you know, from the Royal combination, and after that we had Somtam against Yuran, a lot of nades as well. Indomie against Hilsha, a lot of nades as well. Everyone is picking up on the impact this utility can provide to the game.
I think it's especially important when you are actually playing Bomb Squad because you want a quick way to actually clear off a side, or even some of all these pesky, tough to seek out angles overall. So when you're good at grenades and knowing how to lob it in towards a perfect distance, well, you've already seen Yo-Yo, you've already seen Food God. Go ahead, watch them even more, learn some tips and tricks, and you will be able to actually pull off, you know, a lot of all these corner kills.
And also, it shows how much practice is being put into this, right? You don't just land those utilities by default. All the efforts that these players have put in is very commendable, and it's just great to see Garena bring everyone together and give them a stage to, you know, compete, have fun, and at the same time showcase what they're made of.
Overall, of course, we are here ready to rock it once again in a minute and a half. So I just look at the entirety of this whole roster. I think it's definitely filled with a whole lot of talent overall. Indomie should be able to at least secure a top 3 finish by the end of day number 1. That's my prediction. They can be number 1, number 2, or number 3. I'm not gonna rank them up just about yet.
And that itself is a good start, right? We set the expectations for Indomie, but despite us going through, you know, the things that Hilsha can do to have a better result in game 2, what do you feel like is the most important out of that list?
Well, Hilsha once again, I guess there's still things that they really have to factor in as well. Sorry, I kind of zoned out for a little bit on that question.
I mean, we had the list, you know, we talked about how they should use the utilities more, be a bit more aggressive, and also at the same time, just
maybe take some range action.
Yeah, and that, right? So which one do you think they should focus on more? Should they, fight Indomie head on more? Should they
maybe just have from range because like you saw many of all these close quarter combat, I think they fared decently well, but there were also times where, let's say they were pushing a certain area and they want to go in for the shotguns. You kind of can predict the areas of where they're about to run towards the nearest cover, so that actually will affect, you know, when you go head to head in a certain scuffle.
And let's look at our superstars once more. Hilsha against Indomie. Game 2 going back to Bermuda once more. And we are basically one game away. If Indomie takes this, they will advance to the semi-finals to fight against the ever so scary Somtam. But if Hilsha takes this, they will be able to force a deciding game number 3 and keep their lifeline alive in this quarterfinals.
Now, heading in towards the final quarters, as we are about to really set the tempo up, and it has to be Observatory to, of course, give us a sneak peek of what's to come in this 7 rounds. Okay.
Right off the gates, I think they heard us and they're doing it well. Nayam Alam just instantly secures the first kill for himself. Beyond stood no chance. Hilsha coming right out the gates with exactly what we want to see.
Exactly, and that's where we really wanted them to really get a little bit of a better grip heading into this game, and what better way can you really start off with a bang, you know. And now, having his up, trying to lob another late over top side. As Gardu is already known for the fact that there is immediately moved around. C-Hub now going for a little bit of a push. And I think they should be able to actually land the plant, but all the grenades are flying right in. Alchemist gets flanked though!
Yeah, and FJW also found 2 as well. Suddenly, Nayamala becomes the last person alive. And he's spotted. He's in the brush, but he's spotted. And FJW plus Gardu, the tag team of Indomie, secures first blood for this second game.
Wow, that itself was absolutely stunning. Hilsha looked like they really had some really good chances overall in certain areas until that flank happened, and it kind of caught them all off guard. So, I guess back to the drawing board once again. Hilsha, I was wondering, how is Hilsha actually getting prepared?
Yeah, I think perhaps they are still trying to figure out how to deal with Indomie in a more tactical manner. We saw that in the first round, right? They kind of had the right idea. And right off the gates, Beyond once more getting tagged, forced to use the med kits early. And every time when you have to spend your utility at the start of the round, it's not good. Gardu though, doing a lot of damage to Nayamala, but it's insufficient. Letta, however, does get tagged and gets eliminated.
Oh, well, that was a really swift one as well. Now, Beyond all over the corners of the container. Won't be able to actually provide cover for us out of that way. But Beyond has been able to actually spawn out Z-Sun, who's already knocked out, and will just secure the kill. Meanwhile, Nose 9 is all the way right down below. He's going to go all the way for it. He tries to flick it, though. Gardu will still go in for the takedown. Meanwhile, that way, he's pretty much alone, and Emily goes in for a beautiful grenade. Oh, Deadway now going for a defuse. Oh, that's the final blow. And Beyond, he just smashed to really get everybody with those nades.
It's a Beyond show for round 2. Indomie amping up the tempo, putting themselves 2 rounds ahead of Hilsha, and that also puts them 2 rounds away from not just closing out the game, but the series in general. This best of 3 is starting to turn out to be a very quick one, as Indomie continues to not let Hilsha breathe too much.
Yeah, Catalyst is the place to be right now inside of round 3. Hilsha really needs to secure points from here, or else they're just really dropping out already. Indomie showing a class of its own. I don't say that Hilsha is doing any bad at all. Like, the trades were decent at the very least, and there were some really promising signs, but Gardu gets a meter planned, and that's where it sets that ticking time bomb for Hilsha yet again.
And Hilsha, they're trying to come in as fast as they can. They're actually going for the defuse. Oh, can they really stick this? Indomie, they did not know! Hilsha! Not like this!
Oh,
the defuse! Comes true!
Wow!
It actually comes true! They pulled it off once more!
That is one of the fastest defuse that we have seen. Hilsha keeping their hopes up, and this is what I've been waiting for coming from the team. Wow. Can we get another one inside Pacino, though? This is going to be a lot harder than what they would want to be if this is going to be their golden tactic.
Yeah, this, Indomie was caught off guard. They were like, all right, guys, we can set up our defense. We have some time. But Hilsha says no.
They just creeped in.
They just went in, fearless. Sometimes you gotta take those risks. And Hilsha was able to hit the jackpot in the previous round. But, Indomie definitely won't let it repeat once more. So, they're not gonna go for the instant plant. They will try to cripple Hilsha first.
And he's up. Sorry, C-Hub.
C-Hub.
Oh, well, I've been pronouncing his name wrong for a few times. Apologies to fans hailing from the Bangladeshi region. Now, grenade exchanges coming in. 9mm now, just trying to turn it all around. I think he's already been able to actually spot a few, but C-Hub though, he goes in for a little bit of exchange. Gardu manages to actually pick off Letta. He's now bleeding out, and Gardu! Ooh, good flank.
Back to Kimbo. Ooh, time turner protecting Z-Sun. Nomi and Hilsha both losing 2 members, but Beyond has all the plans. The nade, the trajectory, not quite on point, but he's gonna try once more. This one also does not connect. So Beyond wants to take matter into his own hands, and he's gonna try and challenge Hilsha head on. See Habdo able to get a bit of damage in, but Beyond already down. The members of Hilsha and Alchemist immediately replies.
Just look at him go, and now it's only going to be Beyond left inside of the glue wall. He's going to bring in the time turner! And look at him go, it's going to be a 1 versus 1, and facing goes a quad kill! Beyond, are you kidding me?
Beyond the MVP for that round. And he went above and beyond for that. Indomie just punching Hilsha where it hurts the most. This is a series point for Indomie.
And you just saw that it was him challenging them with the time turner and says, yeah, I'm right here. Come right into my shotgun if you may. And look at how many pumps he actually got through.
Yeah, and I was surprised that, Hilsha challenged him 1 by 1. Perhaps bringing a 2 versus 1 would have been slightly better. However, in this position, Hilsha really needs to kind of get it together. Nayamalan will try with the first nade, but Gardu, he's already planted the bomb. Hilsha definitely can't pull a ninja defuse this time because Indomie will protect. Gardu's bomb! No, it bounces off the time turner. See how unintentionally he kills off his teammate, and Indomie are going for the kill.
Well, maybe it's a big brain grenade after all, and this is where Gardu goes in for the hunt. There's only 2 members left for the side of Hilsha, and unfortunately, it's all down to Alchemist, and they may as well try. Enemy will be winning the entirety of the series, closing off with their second booyah. But boy, oh boy, I think we've got some of the best highlights here when Beyond goes in for a very unlikely squad wipe with that quadra.
And of course, Indomie will proceed into the semifinals. They will face off against Somtom later on. For Hilsha, very good attempt. Fortunately, it was just not enough. Some unfortunate events, some misjudgment in game number 2, but it did leave us with some very sweet moments, especially the ninja defuse. That is something that Indomie will remember for a while.
Yeah, there's so many great tactics being displayed here, and you guys may have actually learned a few stuff coming from the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. Congratulations to the side of Indomie, though. Like, they definitely come into this scene, of course, just flexing that, hey, it's just pure talent and nothing else, that we can just work in tandem and just have this synergy, even though they've been paired for perhaps one of the first times ever.
Yeah, and that really shows how these players were able to find that chemistry. Let's take a look. Some of the highlights, most of them were from Indomie, but make no mistake, Hilsha put up their best fight.
Yeah, and you just look at the initial fights here. Beyond definitely was flexing how well he could just skirmish every one of these members of the side of Hilsha. I want to really apologize once again because there's a few times I kind of butchered some names out there. So Gardu, he comes in with this beautiful flick on that vector, and I was surprised that sometimes they just don't get punished.
And also kind of look at this is the ninja defuse. Indomie realized a bit too late, but this was the round that Beyond shuts the door in Hilsha's face. Just stands there. This is a true man.
Oh, it was pretty much of a 1v3 standoff on that very particular moment. And I guess the fair final blow was that little grenade that was deflected by a time turner has turned the back against his own teammate.
That's how to use your enemies against themselves. But this is the updated brackets. We started with 8 teams, but only 4 were able to continue their journey on day 1 in this Bomb Squad knockout bracket. We have Fur, we have Somtom, Boba, and finally Indomie will be joining the Big Boy League.
Yeah, and now I guess this kind of feels like a finals of its own, right? Like, well, technically semifinals is still in the Waste Finals. But what we want to see is that which team out of the many here is going to make it into the grand final. So, you guys in the chat, ladies, girls, come on, pop your prediction right down below. Which region you guys are from and who you guys are favoring to be your champions here, or of course the Booyah winners of the Bomb Squad match.
And guess what, Contra? We got our wish. We got a full menu. We got the appetizers, we got the main course, we got the dessert, and we also got our supper. You know, pho, somtam, boba, as well as Indomie. This is the perfect fine dining experience. So, with that being said, semifinals coming up. Pho taking boba on. What do you expect?
Well, I really do expect that this is going to be a lot more tactical because we saw a lot of long-range exchanges, especially with great names.
Great names.
Royo, Yo-Yo, that's what I really want to see. And we're going to be coming right back here with the semifinals underway shortly.
Đi lòn.
Sebutkan nama Elite Pass yang pertama.
Wait a minute.
Apa ya? Tar.
Sakura.
Berapa jumlah damage yang ditimbulkan dari ledakan mobil kepada player terdekat?
40. Oh, minum teh pahit, mampus. Woi, sini gue ya.
Di map Bermuda, apa nama daerah yang terletak di sebelah kanan dari Factory?
Rock Tower.
No, wait.
Pocino.
Oh, wait.
Bang, gue mau jawab. Sekali aja udah salah.
Nama Faik, nickname Evo Street, Pocinok.
Di map Kalahari, apa nama daerah yang terletak di bagian bawah?
Paling bawah tuh Sirins.
Stone Rick, goblok.
Di map Bermuda, daerah manakah yang berada di sebelah kiri shipyard?
Nama Abu, nickname Abu, Riverside.
Busai.
No.
สถานที่จัดงาน Free Fire World Series 2019 คือที่ไหน
ประเทศไทย
สัตว์เลี้ยงตัวแรกของเกม Free Fire คือตัวอะไร
ดีลอง
กล่องยาสามารถฟื้นฟูเลือดได้กี่หน่วยภายใน 5 วินาที
โจยน่าครับ 70 75 โอ้โห75ได้กินไก่เลยดิทีเนี้ยโอ้โหจำไม่ได้ด้วย
Ice Wall สามารถรับดาเมจได้กี่หน่วย
ยาวเลย
ไม่รู้ กินแล้วไม่รู้อ่ะ กินเลย
ยอมเลยมันไม่
บริเวณมุมซ้ายล่างของแผนที่เกาะสวรรค์คือที่ไหน
เดอะโค้ดครับ หมู่บ้านริมน้
สัตว์เลี้ยงตัวแรกของเกม Free Fire คือตัวอะไร
ำโจยน่าครับเกาะแก้ว
อันนี้คือไหมคำใหญ่เลยพี่
ที่มันคำมันไม่ใหญ่
ต้องทำแบบก้อนเท่ายักษ์
นั่นแหละอร่อย
No mapa de Bermuda, qual a área localizada no canto inferior direito?
Sei todo.
O capacete de nível 1 reduz quantos por cento de dano quando você leva um tiro na cabeça?
25. Aí, ó. Tá vendo? Vocês que falou. É o menor. Eu sabia. É eu que pago? Isso aqui é gostosinho, pô. Sem pimenta não, né? Tava sem pimenta aí, né? Vai dar uma água aí.
Qual o primeiro pet do Free Fire?
Primeiro o quê? Pet? Gatinho. O pai quebra, pô.
É mais fácil do mundo.
Pode mandar mais assim.
Um kit médico restaura quantos pontos de vida em 5 segundos?
75.
Tava fácil essa, pegou, pô. Eu levantei em primeira mão, mas ele tava com bagulho.
Cite 3 times profissionais de Free Fire da América Latina.
Todinho.
É qualquer um. Um de vocês tem que responder.
Deixa eu falar. Evos.
Welcome back, as this is the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021, all brought to you and presented by Garena. So, of course, we do have all these semi-final matches all lined up for you. My name's Contra, and this is Husky here, that is going to be casting all the explosive action here for all these Bomb Squad rounds that we are getting. Ooh, those games, I tell you, it's just amazing. Like, now we got our top 4, and it's so hard to really pick one favorite food out of the best regions overall in Asia, and it's only come down to 4.
Yeah, and
full set of meal that you mentioned.
A full set of meal, right? But this feels like, you know, the progression of the question. If you can only eat one kind of food, which one, you know, do you pick? And this whole bracket, this whole knockout round is forcing us to make that decision, but it all lies in the hands of the players, right? 2 semi-finals, still in a best-of-3 format. We have Pho taking on, I believe, Boba, and we also have Indomie against Somtom later on. It's gonna be a tough one, though.
Yeah, like, I honestly don't know how to choose anymore, and I'm still sticking with Indomie if I want to eat something for the rest of my life.
Right.
You know, like, it doesn't go wrong. And fun fact, Indomies that we've been getting here comes in a few variety of flavors, right?
Yeah.
In the Indonesia region, there's about close to 20 or even more flavors of Indomie.
I remember the commercials that you see on television is honestly well made. You know, I like those commercials, but at the same time, I think everyone has slowly figured out ways to put a twist on it, and it just makes it so much better, right? The elevation in flavor. And now when we look at the matchup between Pho and Boba, I know in those respective regions, you can choose to have both, but it comes down to whether you want some savory noodles or do you want some desserts to close out the night.
Well, it's hard to choose, but hey, I think I want something sweet of a note because Boba now will be fending off against Pho. So, honestly, if I think about it again, it's so tough. I enjoy Pho on a rainy day, and it's just the most wholesome meal that you could possibly get.
Yeah.
Especially with some sliced beef or chicken, any, of course, meat of your choice on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, let's take a look at these 2 squads. Pho taking on Boba, and of course, for the region of Vietnam, we have seen them play where Ban is Mobile, Ma Gaming, and Haidang. And for Boba, we have Roro, Yo-Yo, Jiangling, and RT Man.
Yeah, so far all of your superstars are here, and unfortunately we had to say goodbye for some, only for the bomb squad, but tomorrow there'll be even more of them playing in the clash squads. But without further ado, let's hit right back in to Bermuda, because we are about to kick off all this action here by the edges of Sentosa.
Let's see if Boba can show us some of those grenades once more. And you can see that they're itching for it. Some of them already propped up those utilities. AS Mobile is going to be the first one to kind of see the trajectory fly through. But Boba hasn't found an opening just yet. Something that Fer has kind of, studied and polished the craft, knowing to not be in those open areas.
Yeah, and I guess this is very smart plays coming from Fer, knowing how to adapt to all types of situations. So Boba won't be able to actually get those easy pickings with the grenades as they wish, so they need to expand it very carefully. Now, a few of them has been able to exchange a couple of bullets, but thus far, nobody's been soaking any sort of damage. AS Mobile now holding this angle all alone. He's pretty much in the center of attention, though. But he does have 2 corners of the wall to protect himself. But here comes Yo-Yo.
Yeah, Boba slowly creeping in. And seems like the first person they're going to see is Ma Gaming. Yo-Yo with the nade. Does tag on the Ma Gaming. Bring him very, very low. But this is going to be a flank. Here's Mobile. He talked about that. Comes in from the side. Takes out Yo-Yo. Boba were not ready for that. And it's going to be first blood drawn by Fer. And Ma Gaming even heals back up to full. So this is not good if you're on the side of Boba. They want to go for a bit more. And even more interestingly, Fer brings in backup instead. So kind of a different tempo as they take out Jianglin.
Yeah, you can see a really good rotation. Haidong needing to actually going for a reload. Instead, he gets punched down, and thank goodness the rest of Fer has been locked and loaded, and they still got all 4 members intact.
Yeah, and, well, we saw Ban making a splash. Now we see backup kind of showing up as well for the Vietnam region. Fer with that first round. It's going to show Boba that there are no pushovers. There's a reason why they go to a full 3-game series and still able to come up on top. Boba this time, those open areas grenades didn't really work out too much.
Yeah, now needing to play by some sides of the container there. We're going to be rushing in towards the A side. Very good call, but the members aside of Boba, they're already ready to blow. And that's going to be back up coming in from Fer to take down Jianglin.
Yo-Yo gets his first nade onto Ma Gaming. Is getting challenged, but the time turner protects him. And AS Mobile just finds 2. Yo-Yo becomes the only survivor of his team, but back up from behind, and Yo-Yo takes himself out to prevent the KD going through. But first, still gets the second round.
Okay. Now, this is the kind of tempo that I absolutely love. Fer, like you said, very tactical, and Boba knows how to play from a certain distance, but when you do have the time turner there, just protecting them so well, it just deflects some of these grenades very well. But that very final moment up there as he was trying to hold over and towards the top side of the compound, it just wasn't too easy for him to even hold out against members of Fer that was rushing upon them. Now, speaking of rush here, there is going to be a solo unit in the form of AS Mobile. Just going in for a low ranger hunt, brings in the glue wall. He's got the Tommy to work with.
Oh, thankfully RT man didn't take him out. Could have really stopped the momentum of Fer, but you see Yo-Yo still continuing to get those days. Yo-Yo doesn't get it, but his buddy Roro does. And back up, he's going to be the first one to be down, and here comes the second nade as well into the building. Doesn't take out back up. Fer will have some time to get this buddy, but Yo-Yo does not wait. He wants this to be over with, and he will finish off what he started. Back up, being eliminated from the round.
Oh boy, Yo-Yo right now is just running right out in the open as well. Now, Yo-Yo's going to be able to actually defend for a moment. Jianglin does go down to the hands of Ma Gaming, though. He gets taken out. This is going to be a tough sign. He's going to be able to actually heal up. 3 versus 3. We've only got, what, 45 seconds? And this is where they arm the bomb over on towards the B side.
Boba coming in for a quick retake. Good one from Yo-Yo again. Down Smart Gaming. Is there another nade? Boba is already in the building. Fur have to look out. Yo-Yo from behind. This is a huge flank. He has the info. RT man gets there. Boba, they immediately get those trays back. But Haidang suddenly becomes the lone survivor for his team. And Boba have got full control of the building. Haidang needs to make it quick. Diffuse coming through. The glue wall does not have enough space for him to enter the building. Can he get it now? Yes, he does. He stops the defuse. And now Boba in a bad spot. Yo-Yo comes in through. Go up for the challenge. And RT man stops it. But he still needs to get the bomb defuse. 8 seconds is the time that he needs. Boba, do they have enough time? You hear the tick going off. It's going to be close. But Boba, by the skin of the teeth, finds the first round.
Such a close round out there, and Boba. Oh boy, that was keeping me at the edge of my seat. And boy, I guess we gotta start standing up throughout this whole series.
I mean, this is the semi-final quality that we expected. It's pure tactical brilliance. 2 teams going head to head, and you know, to be very honest, for so far is the only team that has been playing close matches. You know, from the quarterfinals and now semi-finals, they will put through a lot of work, trials and tribulation, and Boba still showing that those grenades can do wonders.
Yeah, and overall, just look at the side of, you know, they almost had it in the bag. And that probably is so tilting to even get there, almost getting everything on board. And yeah, Boba just absolutely crushed it in the very last few seconds out there. Now, you see everybody hugging very tightly against those walls and back up, you know, comes in as a stand, and I do believe, as we have one of the members of just taking a little bit of backseat, but hey, he's doing pretty well. He's got like 2 frags overall on his debut. So now, 1 minute on the clock. I guess this is where, you know, AS Mobile should be able to actually get the easy plant, but here comes all the sparks flying up in the air. Backup gets a beautiful knock with a grenade being shot out, and RT Man standing out in the middle. How long can he hold though?
RT Man challenging a 1 versus 2. Not really getting too much done, but Yo-Yo has his day propped out. Haidang finds Jiang Lin as well, as Fur takes the lead with a 2-man advantage. Boba have clutched around before, but this time it's going to be a bit harder as backup consistently goes on the prowl, and Boba not just needs to fight against 4 members from Fur, they also needs to get the defuse off. This is going to be a very, very tough round.
Yeah, and Fur just needing to take pretty much a little bit more timing out there. Now that the C4 is already set into place, you know, Boba is going to be having such a tough time to even get anywhere near, and they're only like 2 members down. And there we go. The C4 will go off, and now Pho looking to lock in the very first point of the series.
Yeah, Boba is keeping the last 2 members alive, just save the economy a bit, bringing those weaponry into this potential final round. We've seen Boba make a reverse sweep in their series, and let's see if they can do it again against Pho.
Yeah, and now going to Catalyst. Well, I think this is pretty much of a even grounds fight, unless if you know, if really wants to go all in on towards this A side, it's going to be manned by at the very least 2 members. A 2-2 spread coming right out there. Grenades coming in from the side of Yo-Yo. Wait, how did he climb up there?
Oh, RT man, yeah, able to grapple himself onto the roof, but oh, Yo-Yo, you can throw those grenades, but if starts to push, it will really put them in a bad spot. Jiang Lin is at the same time also low, but look at this.
RT man.
AS Mobile already got the bomb down.
Ooh.
And this is going to be tough. Back up with the first down onto RT man. And Boba kind of having to take the back seat.
Oh boy, and look at Boba though. They managed to go for some good exchanges with Roro coming with a grenade as well. Roro now
Yo-Yo
towards the corner, and Yo-Yo comes in with a beautiful nade once again. Spots out the side of Jiang Lin. But this should be all that they needed here. Boba goes in for a beautiful shutdown. And they just really have to go in for a defuse. It should be just about enough time. But no, with such an impressive technique. But yet again, it was Boba that has been able to outmaneuver them in Catalyst.
Yeah, and a creative from Pho to plant the bomb, to arm the bomb in a very hard to reach spot, but Boba shows why they are a force to be reckoned with. The grenades once more being the element, being the source of Boba's strength. One more round and we will get to that deciding round 7. And if there's one team that can pull it off, it's 100% gonna be Boba.
Yeah, and just look at them really going very much evenly, and now that it's going to be into the middle of the factory grounds, this is going to be a lot more challenging than what Boba actually intend. Oh, Yo-Yo with some really smart glue walls. Look at where he comes. Oh, just getting some crazy elevation. I don't think anybody will know this sort of angle, and I think with this being set into place, he might just be up to something here. Genling comes in with an opener, and now with a climb. AS Mobile needs to actually go in for a revival. Here comes another grenade, though!
Oh.
Okay, good timing.
Time Turner kind of deflected that. Oh, AS Mobile going in for the push. And we're just gonna, a bit of update, backup is actually Ban himself.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, dude, fear Ban the man. Boba able to arm the bomb. Roro!
Impossible!
What?
Whoa!
What was that?
Okay.
Wow!
I've never seen this before, Yo-Yo!
Can Fer find it? I don't think Fer knows where it is.
They're looking for it, though.
Where's the bomb? You can't find the bomb. You can't defuse the bomb if you cannot find the bomb. Hadang and Ma Gaming, they are running around.
They climb all the way up there.
Like headless chickens. And you know who started it? Fer. Fer taught Boba the trick and Boba refined it. They planted it on the second floor. Boba was like, you know what? We'll take it up to...
all the way sky high.
Yeah, we'll take it up to the top of the world. And Yo-Yo, he's there. I don't think Fer can make it.
And this has got to be it. We're going to round 7. Roro does take down the side of Ma Gaming. It doesn't even matter when you have this guy who's just taking every dance move to be busted out. And they will now move on to round 7.
Yeah, Yo-Yo's gonna stretch those limbs for a bit. He has to feel he definitely feels really happy about that. I mean, you pull off the plant of the game.
Plant of the century. Like...
Plant of the century, you know, probably the game-saving plant. The plant that brings Boba to round 7.
Somebody's gotta fix that, yo. Like, is that legal? Most likely, yes. And it takes such a big brain play coming out of Yo-Yo to know how to abuse the glue walls to climb all the way up. Well, maybe abuse is not the word. Elevate himself.
Utilize.
Yeah.
Here comes
great
the
utility usage.
But that's connect. And here's Mobile. Oh, very close call. The rebound almost killed him all, but no. Now is Boba. Ma Gaming holding the roof. They know that Boba wants to do the same thing. Ma Gaming finds one. Vector Kimbo coming through, but it's not enough. Can Boba get the revive in? That's the most important part as Roro goes ham, but he becomes the last man alive for the team. It's going to be Ban against Haidang taking on Roro. He cannot reach Yo-Yo. Haidang, those nades getting dodged. Roro pushed as well with the glue wall to protect himself. AS Mobile will be picked back out and means that Roro needs to handle all 3 members on his own. And it's going to be Haidang that closes out game number 1 for Fer.
This is such a challenging matchup. And Fer of the Vietnamese region takes this point. So... with that said, you know, they walk away with the booyah. And wow, oh wow. This is the difference in flavor coming from different regions out there. If you're not excited, I don't know what will make you excited, because this one is just mind-boggling, you know?
Yeah, and the impressive part is how Boba were able to look at what Fer did and instantly just took the same playbook and amped it up a notch. They saw, you know, Fer plant it on the second floor, and right after that, they were like, you know what, guys, let's up it. Let's amp it up a notch. Let's take it to the top of the factory.
Yeah, and you know, that series definitely is going to be out there. Part of the clips that will be circulated in the Free Fire realms. So you guys have definitely learned something new. How to plant on top of the factory.
Yeah. and never seen before footage.
Wow.
It's
It takes a
impressive,
lot
right?
of boba sipping to get to this level.
Yeah, you have to transcend. You have to be at boba level. You have to be that's how you know that they are boba lovers.
Yeah.
They took it to the next level.
So, are you truly Asian if you have, if never really tasted boba by now?
I can't answer that.
Can't really answer
No,
that.
because I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of boba.
Yeah, true enough. But Pho, though, I think that they definitely are so well honed when it comes down to skill matchup, where when it comes down to the sheer firepower that they have, they just know how to offer us more than what we deserve.
Oh, absolutely. We came in expecting a close one, but these teams they keep delivering. It feels like they never have enough time to show what they're made of, and every chance they get, they just show us more. They just gave everyone a better show, a better demonstration. That was only game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want a game 3.
Yeah, game 3 probably will possibly be underway if it's going to be at this sort of a back and forth tempo that we have seen coming from both Boba as well as Pho. So losing to very, very small inches of a roll of the dice, I can't really say roll of the dice because they have definitely fought tooth and nail just to secure that final win. Went down to that 2 versus 1, and even though it was Roro, the final member that was left alive, he really pulled in all the punches that he had until, those grenades and everything else really flustered him off, and he was having his back exposed, and Pho definitely has been able to just land the final knife on the back.
Yeah, but they lost by a very small margin. It's a game of adaptation. Pho figured out that Boba probably will want to go for the same trick again, and they were ready, right? They had, I believe, AS Mobile just waiting on the rooftop, and AS Mobile with the Vector Akimbo downing 2 members from Boba at the very beginning really put Boba in a bad spot, and that's game 1. And now I'm looking at game 2, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe Boba can bring this back and push us to the final deciding game.
Yeah, and I wonder if we were to find in factory tomorrow for the cast quad, what if everybody decides, one of the team just decide to climb on top of the factory, let the circle close all the way in, send one guy out there to hopefully clean up shop. That sounds like a pretty darn good plan to me.
Sounds pretty brilliant, right? You don't even need him to get the kill. You just need him to injure the enemies enough so that you outlast them when the safe zone starts, dealing damage to you. I want to see that now.
Yeah.
You have given a whole new
glimpse
of what might happen.
Yeah. So first, this is just cool ideas that you guys could explore around. I'm pretty sure that some of you guys all know the tips and tricks of how to climb on top of the factory. If you don't know, just of course search it up online. This could be
just watch this.
Perhaps tutorials, or even better yet, hang around here in Free Fire All Stars Asia 2021, and we all learn together.
Yeah, we definitely do, and we are seeing both teams having their own flair. In their first series, for Pho, when they were taking on Biryani, they were a bit more tactical, right? Tactical, slow. But this time, they kept that strategic part, but they also amped up that offense a bit. They were taking on Boba head on, and Boba a lot of times were not prepared. The team was used to those long range grenades, and we saw them adapt to Pho as well. They kind of took Pho's playbook and refined it, and Pho came back swinging with their own adaptation. It's a battle of attrition between these two teams.
Yeah, I guess that, nutrition values, you gotta count some of the calories on either one of these dishes. So far, I guess Pho does give you a little bit of a mixed bag of everything. You got the proteins, you got the carbs, you got, I don't know what else. Do you have some fiber in there?
Yeah.
Boba, though, I think it's definitely depending on what kind of ingredients you actually put in there, which mostly consists of, some good sugar, some dairy on top of it. So I guess that gives them a little bit more of that Sugar Rush.
Yes, I was about to say that, right? Sugar Rush, and if they run out of steam, you know, if they experience a sugar crash, which so far they have not. One of my favorite. Okay, I don't think this kind of falls in the category of boba, or I think it does. Like it's partially in the category, but I like it with rice.
Boba rice.
Not really to say grains. Yeah, grains is the better.
Boba with rice. You guys heard that?
No, not rice. Grains.
Boba with grain.
Yellow grains, yellow rice. I don't know what they call it. It's like the more nutritional version. I don't know if you heard of
oats.
That. Yeah, right. Yes. Oats, grains, just not rice. And rice is very weird. But it sounds
okay. Yeah, I see how it can work.
It's
Never
like
tried it for my own.
It's like how recently there's this recipe. Well, not really recipe. There's this burger flavor, melted chocolate burger.
I've seen something even more radical.
Right.
Cup noodle boba.
Right. I was very close to trying it, but I did not. Did you try it?
No.
I know a lot of people tried it. I tried a melted chocolate on a patty with bacon. It actually doesn't taste too bad.
I can see how it can work, like sweet and savory working in tandem all together. And I guess this is what we're about to get.
Yeah.
Sweet and savory action here in Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. Moving in towards the semifinals once again. Now head towards the first screen, and only one of the team will be able to make it to the grand finals for fighting for their grand finals point.
I just love all these people, all these players that we are seeing on our screen, especially when they had their portrait taken. Right, it is so stylish. Everyone has their personality. Everyone has their character. Some of them want to be mean. Some of them want to be intimidating. Some of them want to be just a very kind, a very gentle superstar. We get a mixed bag of all of them.
Yeah, and of course, they even show even more of that personality inside of the game itself. So, in the round of Bomb Squad, let's see if Boba has got bubbles to shoot. So, guess what? We are back in Factory, ladies and gentlemen, for the very first round. Oh! Disaster piece!
Roll, my man! Yes, Boba! That's a hat trick if I've ever seen one. That's a 3-pointer from Roll. The one and only, but Ban was able to find 2. Still needs to go to 2 more members of Boba though.
But yet again, Ban, even though he was left all alone, he managed to find 2 frags though. 2 versus 1. Well, row your boat gently down Factory.
Oh, row. Okay.
First shot fired. Waiting for the flank.
Getting overwhelmed.
Going for punches already.
Pushing.
Is he out of bullets?
I think there is. I think he is. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he does have it.
This is so close.
This has got time to actually heal up as well. Now they're going back at it one after another. I'm glad that, you know, even though they do have 2 members, they're not fully committing. Wait a minute. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, okay.
Banya's just running. He's just buying time. And they're trying to look for him.
They're having fun now.
Banya's wasting a lot of time. I'm not going to lie. Turns back. Trying to challenge Yo-Yo with 15 HP. Surely Boba can get it right. And yes, they do. The knockout punch from Roll. That's a full wipe.
That's a quad.
That's a quad. Right, that's an ace.
A quad to start of our second pointer of the series here. And in round 1, that itself was a heck of a grenade.
Take that, Pho. Never underestimate the power of Boba. This is why when people talk about, oh, Boba this, Boba that, you know, like Boba is too sweet, it's too that, the flavors don't work, and you know, a lot of disagreements surface, and this is why.
There was a hype for a reason, you know, like now they're taking this hype upstairs. Okay.
For trying to.
Oh!
He was ready. Yo-Yo was ready, but he does get down. You know, it's a trade of nades. Both teams kind of resetting a bit. Ban finding Yo-Yo once more, but Roll finds Smart Gaming, and High Down replies for kind of adapting to those grenade wars, but it's down to a 2 versus 2, and RT Man not looking too hot. Haidang taking out Roro as well. AS Mobile in danger. Zhang Lin, skin of his teeth, takes out AS Mobile, and is Ban once more left alone.
It's just Nate's galore that has been able to actually go in for some good pickups here, and Phe has already mastered the art of playing in the shipyard. Is climbing over the top side, and now it's a good catch on top of Mala Gaming. One of the top fraggers of the side of Phe is already down for the count. Ban now switches his name back to the usual, and that's where he's just going to be using his SMG just to look for that shred. Both Jiangling as well as RT Man. They're both kind of low though.
And they're gonna go for the push. Ban not able to stand up against that pincer attack at Boba. 2 rounds in a row. 2 impressive rounds in a row.
Oh, wow. How many more can Phe actually take? Because these sort of rounds sometimes just get by the skin of the teeth. And maybe you don't have so much on the first round. You know, not so much on the first round. Second round, solid chance. If only it was taken maybe a little bit more proactively coming from Phe.
Boba hitting Phe with the sugar crash. Just coming in hot.
I'm feeling it, man.
It happens. Like one thing that is, I don't know, that's weird to me is that, you know, caffeine or sugar, like energy drinks, they don't work on me.
Oh, really?
They actually don't. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a normal thing. I don't know if I should be worried, but they don't work on me. But I still experience sugar crash.
Oh, I love that he actually hopped on top of the tires. Now they actually bring in the time turner. And Ma, he soaked just about enough damage to be brought right back down. So Boba is having a little bit of a tight situation here. But AS Mobile, little does he know, there is a flank coming in from the fence side. So that's where some exchanges comes in. Yo-Yo all the way down below, and that's where, you know, things will get even more rowdy from here on.
I wonder if Boba will try to challenge this. They still have 3 guys. Roro is 100% dead because he is too far away from his team. But Boba is playing this particularly slow, and that gives Phe so much time to run on the clock for the bombs. And the nade from Mala Gaming into the building takes out RT Man, and Boba's chances kind of dwindles at the seams. Yo-Yo is so low, and there's no way he's getting out of that. Zhang Lin also snuffed out. Phe surely will secure the first round of the second game.
Yeah, and this is just a very hard-fought battle as well. It was quite a standstill for a tad bit in the early game. But Observatory is going to pose a very different sort of challenge because both sides, they know how to angle some of their battles. Maybe for the likes of Boba, this might just be a little bit difficult as well. Just for the fact that they usually need to prime certain nades to actually get about. But Phe, so long as they keep the tempos up, this is going to be pretty much a good going for them. Yo-Yo going in for the furthest shots possible. As we're looking at RT Man going for the M4 or M16.
Mala Gaming pushing forward very fast. As long as you don't give Boba the time to get those lineups, you can actually catch them off guard. And Ban kind of knows where Roro is, but Ban, what a clutch time turner. Almost tagging him. And it's all him and Roro. A lot of resources being used by Boba just to flush out the members of Phe. But guess what? They have just armed the bomb.
Yeah, and this is where Boba really has to find those angles right in. Boba now breaking down some walls. Meanwhile, Yo-Yo connects that nade from across. That's quite a far nade that he tossed right there. No. Boba needing to find angles to defend.
Oh no!
Only 2 members left though.
Mala Gaming takes himself out. Catastrophe. Boba comes in. Yo-Yo finds the 3rd one as well. And now he's just finished off Haidang. So there's still some chance. RT Man challenging AS Mobile and Boba. They're coming in for the pincer attack. AS Mobile needs to get these isolated 1 versus 1. Runs into the time turner,
16.
but still gets down to RT Man. Ban immediately replies with a trade, but Boba with the man advantage will be able to take out the rest of Phe and surely get this defuse off. And that is gonna give Boba that match point of the second game.
Yeah, and, you know, we were talking about how close this series could actually get. Wait,
what?
Oh, they didn't have time!
No, oh my goodness!
They botched it.
No, Boba.
No, not like this.
We got a tie at least for buying just ample time for the bomb to go off. 8 seconds felt like Boba had time. It really felt like Boba had time.
They have more than enough time, honestly. Like, they were running around at first. They were thinking, okay, could it be somewhere else? And they didn't really have to second guess, honestly. And
it's a creative bomb placement once more, but look at Yo-Yo. Oh, grenade flying out. This time, again, it's a miss for Boba. Jiangling getting pushed. Having to drop the glue on Ma Gaming, just turns the corner, good glue up from Jiangling, and he's trying to come in for the retaliation, getting absolutely bombarded, but he's still alive for a while. Finally, Ma Gaming will take him out.
Ma Gaming coming in with some really good corner combat here alongside with Bond. He tries to actually shred him apart, but Bond, he gets taken down instead by RT Man and only gets plummeted down to the ground as well. Well, get thirsted immediately is not what he wants, but the rest of Boba, they're kind of low though.
RT Man Fer already armed the bomb, I believe. Boba, Fer armed the bomb. Boba bringing it down to a 3 versus 2 in their favor. Ma Gaming is guarding the shack. He needs to protect this bomb and buy enough time. He sees Yo-Yo fighting his team. Ma Gaming, good swing with the Vector Kimbo, takes out Yo-Yo, but Boba are trying to swarm and Haidang doesn't stand a chance. Ma Gaming is all alone. It's him against the entirety of Boba. RT Man in the front, Roro at the back. Boba wipes them out, and this should be it. They should have enough time to defuse the bomb this time. And yes, they do. Boba pushes it to match point.
Not gonna let it slide anymore. Boba is here to stay for more rounds at the very least. But Pho, they need just 2 pointers out there. It has to start from here. So what's it gonna be? You know, this has possibly been one of the sweatiest bomb squads that I have ever seen. Because I felt that, you know, this is supposed to be fun, casual modes overall. You can hang around with your friends and, of course, improve all of your team fight tactics overall. And instantly, Boba takes a lot of health bars coming from Ma Gaming as well as Ace Mobile. They both have to heal up.
Good opening for Boba. Yes, forcing out those utilities. Ma Gaming and AS Mobile, they don't have medkits anymore. So another encounter like that, and Boba will definitely be able to take them up. But look at where Ban is. He might catch Roro off guard, but he turns on the Jiangling first, and now Roro knows where he is. Good time to protect himself from the Vector Akimbo as Ban starts to create distance. Haidang though, not so lucky. Only has the glue wall to rely on. AS Mobile getting tagged as a collateral damage. Boba slowly wearing down the members of Pho.
Now, AS Mobile now finding a little bit more room for himself. They are going to be going in as a unit. And immediately looking for Roro over the top floor. It's going to be hard to penetrate this building all alone. So Ma Gaming is just hoping to find a flank angle through the windows. And he's going to be invading the building already. So 50 seconds on the clock. They haven't been able to actually set a plant down. And I think they're just going to try to go all out and fight. Fuck Jiangling!
Good one from Ma Gaming. That is going to make it harder. Roro also gets bombed by Ban as well. Yo-Yo does respond. There's still a chance for Boba because the members of Pho are very low. But Boba needs to make case. 30 seconds left on the clock. Bomb not armed yet. And everyone from Pho is already back up. So Boba, they're actually fighting not just against Pho, but also against the clock. Maybe if Pho just keeps buying time, they can push this to that round 7. Boba, 15 seconds left.
2 rounds in a row. I believe we are going in towards that round 7 unless they clutch it within the span of that 8 seconds. Yo-Yo within the gates. It's possible. The members of the Pho is going to be pretty darn low. Haidang now getting flanked as well. How much time? It's not going to be enough though. Now we're going in round 7.
Oh, Boba. I cannot believe that they did not arm the bomb. It feels like they had time, but just a bit carelessness. And Pho had to bring us to round 7. 2 consecutive games in a row, we get a full 7 rounds. This is one that Boba needs to win by hook or by crook.
Pressure is on, and imagine this. They dropped that round inside of the observatory, and it could have actually been theirs to take already right now.
Yeah, and you know, it's 2 rounds that Boba just did not have time. It feels like time is their bigger enemy in certain situations. But this time, Boba again, they have the responsibility to arm the bomb. And it's just a matter of getting there. Roro is the one with the bomb in hand, and he will need to get it done.
Overall, this intense series have brought us 7 out of 7 games in 2 consecutive match points that we are seeing. While AS Mobile was loitering all alone, he already heard some of all these shots coming in from South Boba. It might just be a very big backstab, though. This is going to be some good angles working for the likes of AS Mobile. He's running all alone, and that's where he spots out Yo-Yo, but I think he's already been cornered up as well.
Yep.
Unless, if this flank comes true, he might just actually get one!
Yes, he does! Oh, he takes out Zhanglin. And Fer, they are going to slowly push forward. AS Mobile does get tagged by the nade, but as long as it's not down, it's going to have time to regenerate those health points with that medkit. Maha Gaming continues to drop the nade. Boba again playing this slow, but slow is not the answer. They need to speed it up. Fer already got control of that B side, and AS Mobile will get the first secure kill onto Zhanglin. And he's going to turn around, back to the Kimbo in hand for AS Mobile with the second kill. Yo-Yo does get the retaliation, but look at the clock. Contra is still running out of time. 20 more seconds.
Oh, 20 seconds on the clock. AS Mobile is just running it down, looking for RT, man. Is Gary everything in the back, and Pho will now lock themselves in as your grand finalists representing the Vietnamese region.
Oh, Boba just dropping the ball 3 rounds in a row. How was that possible? But you have to commend Fer for pulling out the stops. They knew what to do, and they were able to finally close out the round. 2 sweaty games, 14 rounds, but it seems like this best of 3 still goes the way of Fer.
This deserves to become a best of 5.
Oh yeah.
Like, this is top quality matches that we are seeing in Bomb Squad, and I have, of course, never thought it would have been so super duper competitive. Like, maybe I'm just low rank in matches, but that is just something else, right? Like,
yeah,
a few upsets of a play have costed the likes of Boba not making it to the grand finals. Possibly have left a little bit of sour milk taste in the mouth.
Yeah, and that probably, they gonna mess up a bit. Imagine if they actually got the defuse off, we would have had a game 3. So Boba, unfortunately, top 4 is as far as they go, and Fer will be the first team to lock in that grand final spot, earning a right to play in a best of 5. But before that, let's reminisce a bit of the highlights from this best of 3. Like I said, worthy to be a best of 5. These 2 teams really went all out.
Yeah, and we start off here with some interesting flushes coming out of the side of Pho. They were just taking a streak of a run, and Yo-Yo displaying how well he can really cook up those grenades, and it's not just Boba that you need to cook. Yeah, fun fact, you do need to heat up the bubbles.
Yes.
Whatever you want to call them.
The pearls, I think.
Pearls,
I think
yeah,
that's what
the word that I'm looking for. That frag, that triple frag that started it all, and he ended up with a punch.
Yeah, and that's a knockout one. You hit a bell. This one though, this one did hurt.
It hurt so much because the next upcoming rounds, made sure that they gave them one of the hardest times ever coming in this 4 versus 4 skirmish, and this final round itself, it's all about AS Mobile here being the MVP in this sort of match because he was just running it down with that double vector.
Yeah, the biggest flank, the flank of the game, the flank of the series. And let's take a look at the brackets for one more time after that first semi-finals. Fer taking out Boba in the 2-0, gonna sit in the grand final spot. And next up, we have Somtam against Indomie. This is going to be one to witness. The winners of that will face off against Fer in the grand finals.
Fer is forever. This is just
forever love.
Yeah. And I just really want to see for real whether if Indomie another noodle down on the other side of the list will be able to join in the ranks in the final, or can Somtum, of course, mix things up a little bit with, of course, a spice of the Thai region. So just seeing some really beautiful plays overall absolutely excites me, and I regain all my energy. Like that sugar crash and suddenly become pretty much very well digestible.
Yeah, you know when you reach a point where you are like over-exhausted and somehow you just become more energized, and the biology works in a very weird way. But what we do know, yes, the overdrive. But what we do know is food always solves everything. Now we talk about the next series. No, Somtam against Indomie. Give me a quick rundown.
Okay, both sides, they can play extremely aggressively, and keep an eye out on Poongat once again versus Bion 09. So, of course, we have to wait for that. So, this is Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. We'll be coming right back.
It's happening, team. The Free Fire and McLaren Racing collaboration is taking it to the next level. Big time. Brace yourselves for more in-game collab items, more skins, and more exclusive cars to tear up the track. So gear up, players. It's time to play.
Ini bakal jadi satu bener-bener ya. Oh, baik banget.
Free Fire All-Stars is an annual celebration of our beloved personalities from around the world. This year, the event will take place from Friday to Sunday in 3 consecutive weeks, starting from July 23rd to August 8th. As 3 separate events, each event will span 3 days, with each day being dedicated to a different mode: Bomb Squad, Clash Squad, and Battle Royale. Let's focus on All-Stars Asia first. We invited top stars from Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Chinese Taipei, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh to represent their region. Each team will include at least 2 influencers, and they will be represented by their local iconic cuisine. Pick your favorite teams and players. The choice is yours. For both Day 1 and Day 2, Bomb Squad mode and Clash Squad mode, all participating regions will each be represented by 1 team to play in a single elimination format. The quarterfinals and semifinals will be played as best of 3 maps, while the finals will be played as best of 5 maps. For Day 3 Battle Royale mode, all regions will have 1 or 2 teams to play a total of 6 matches in 3 maps. Find out more about the Free Fire All-Stars on our official YouTube channel.
Get ready to arm yourselves because it's the second semi-finals coming up between Somtam and Indomie. We are your casters for the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. My name is Husky and of course joined by the prestigious Contra on this panel.
Well, prestige, and you know, whoever gets the crown by the very end of it all for the division of Bomb Squad will be the kings of it all here in the All-Stars Asia 2021. All this is brought to you by Garena, of course, where we still have more to come here when it comes down to the matches in the Bomb Squad division. So, last series, that was pretty much the most back and forth match overall. It could have been Boba's series to take if and only if they managed that defuse in the nick of time. So I guess, like, well, we got pretty much a very great challenger overall. Pho has been able to show us what they've got because they look to be really sharp on their guns. Now, we got another 2 squads remaining that's on the semifinals, and only one of them will be able to challenge Pho overall. But when we look at the power level, I think these 2 are even more ferocious in such a way that they are pretty even when it comes down to the score. But now it's really Bion versus Bunga.
Yeah,
thing that we want to talk about.
Absolutely. You know, last series was a tough boba to swallow, but this one is about the heat. Who can bring in the spicier flavor profile? Can Indomie turn the heat up, or will Somtam continue to dominate, right? We are focusing on just purely Pungot and Bion. And whoever gets the engine started earlier is gonna have a better game. But what do you feel about this particular, you know, head-to-head matchup?
I think that we're going to have some really, really rapid-fire rounds, but it will still go very, very closely. Like, I'm talking about 4-3, 4-2s, and then, like, maybe the reverse of it. And then we go into the 3rd round, and then it continues all the way for all 3-game series.
Oh, yeah. I love me some full series. I think so far we only got, like, 1 full series, which was, you know, Pho against Biryani in the first best of 3 of the day in the quarterfinals. Maybe this one can deliver us the same amount of hype. You know, the standards has been set by Boba against Pho. Now it's time for Somtam and Indomie to match that. As we take a look at our fine gentlemen and ladies before we head into the first game.
That's right, of course. It's the Thai region versus the side of the Indonesian region overall. Oh boy, just gauging at so many of all these really young talents out there, and they definitely have been able to really strut their stuff and just show the world what they are made of. So, here to entertain you guys, drop in your comments once again. Are you team Indomie or are you team Somtam? Let's get it on.
Yeah, you might have your favorite dish, But these two teams are here to prove which dish is better. And I think food fights are always the most interesting one. Because everyone has the justification of which one is better. But it seems like Indomie will be the first team that fires a shot. It's on to Poon God. And Somtam is not having it because Jasmine just goes on forward. It's her against FDW. But FDW will be able to knock her down.
Jasmine just rushed in head first, and this isn't really the best advice, but Deadwood though, he falls flat. Bond coming in with some really good exchanges, and look at their health bars though. They're dropping really low. They need to recuperate. Not really having all too much for a side of Bion, and that's where C4 has already been planted there. Somtam! They're holding over the corners of the roof, and the crews manage to trade right back. Here comes the invades, and Gardu gets it!
Yeah, good push from Gardu, bringing Somtam down to just 2 members. Like you said, it's gonna be close, but FMPTV just punches him to submission, and Poongod gets knocked out by Bion. Bion gonna start things off now. 1 versus 1. Is it gonna be a fist fight? FMPTV gets the revive on the cruise. This is huge, but Bion just takes him out once more, and now he's gonna turn the corner. Can he win it? It's Fist against Pistol. Bion so close. Come on, FMPTV. Looking for the punches, but you cannot outfight the bullets. And it's going to be Somtam taking round 1 because the bomb went off.
Oh, they were just buying time.
FMPTV welcomes you to the Somtam Flight Club.
Wow. Okay. What a round 1 when it goes to show you what the entirety of the series can actually offer already. So let's move our way into the shipyard. Now, let's see what is in our shipment this time around. Probably a special delivery is Bion. He did get a lot of all these impressive frags. Look at him go. 3 frags. And even though they take all of that, it's Somtam that squeezed in that win because of that plantation right down the bottom side, where they were a little bit too occupied with what's going on the roof.
Yeah, it's definitely a slower round for Poongod at least, but the Cruise again gets the bomb arm. Gardu being put under fire, and you see everyone has learned the trick from Boba and from Boba, I believe, to plant the bomb in very inconspicuous location. And Indomie is going to fight against Somtam. The Cruise takes down FDW. It's going to be good. FMPTV with his own nade takes a letdown. Bion does trade 1, but Somtam has the man advantage.
Cruz though, he's hugging by the corners of the wall, and I don't think that Gardu will be able to actually catch him just about yet. He tries to flick it, but Poongod has been able to actually find those crosshairs straight towards his head. Now Poongod managing to find his very first kill. He's trying to actually stretch through the staircase. Oh, pixel shots, but it's still going to be FDW going down. And I guess it's 2 in a row coming from Somtam, Thailand. Just having pretty much of a good sort of lead. Now, going back to the factory. Gives me a little bit of glimpse of what I and you both want to see.
Yeah, Indomie, they have the bomb in their hands. See if they are able to pull off the impossible. Well, no, technically not the impossible because it has already been done, but the special, plan.
Well, there can only be one guy that has been able to first make it a lot more iconic here in the All-Stars. And I really want to give props to all these sort of the creators overall, where they are having so much creativity. But here comes Jasmine going for a catch. The Cruise gets one as well.
Oh,
and the side of Indomie, they're getting shredded apart.
Yeah, and Somtam, they already look at that peak from the Cruise, just knowing when to take his shots. And now it's Bion, the star of Indomie. His nades connect, but only onto a time turn. The Cruise is going to go for a push. Poongod joins in as well. Bion against the world, and 21 health is going to be depleted in an instant. Somtam just closes out round 3. And FMPTV, the guy who starts off the first round, is going to have a victory dance to celebrate that 3rd round.
3 in a row. This is not something I expected coming from Indomie. Honestly, they've been doing a lot of all these good sort of trades overall, but I think that factory was a little bit more difficult for them when they are being left outside in the open. Maybe it's just Somtam knowing to have pretty much good read, and Poongod just do Poongod things,
Yeah, Poongod, yes, being good as always. On a roll. Indomie now needs 4 rounds in a row to win game 1, and it feels really hard. Down, low on economy, low on arsenal. Sometimes continues to put on the pressure. And look at where Pungod is, going for a huge flank as the rest of his team holds off Indomie.
And Cruz is trying to actually move right into his building where the C4 is already planted up. And with pretty much the akimbo vector, Garu goes into Rolly, tear them down with a double.
FMPTV is going to be the third one on the chopping block, and he is very down low, but Pungod gets the first nade onto FDW. And the God is coming to life. FMPTV trying to survive as long as he can. The peek from Gardu blocked by the time turner. Somtime 2 against 3. FMPTV down. Pungod's last man alive, and Pungod shall not survive. Indomie puts the first round on the board.
Have they finally awoken the deity right now? This is going to be, you know, another instance where he didn't really, of course, get to go in for that crazy clutches that we saw early on. But hey, still very decent results. And in the matter of fact, Beyond as well as Gardu so far has been going on a very consistent rate as well. Meanwhile, FMP was the one who gets, like, what, 4 frags in this game?
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to call yourself a god, and it's another thing to prove that you're a god. And I think Pungod has done both.
Yeah.
Calls himself one, plays like one, and is one. Somtime continues to have the lead, and the Cruz! Whoa, that nade was not supposed to take out Bion. He tried to get an elevation, and he paid the price. Getting knocked down very early on. FDW takes out FMPTV, but Jasmine immediately retaliates. Jasmine on the flank, finds the first kill, but Ledda puts her to a stop.
Yeah, I guess that they could actually buy a little bit more time here with Ledda going in for a little bit of save. Now, that's going to be making it a 3 versus 2. Meanwhile, Somtime now struggling to get back onto the sort of same form, but Pungod now going for a flank. There is the smoke. Gardu is expecting his arrival. Already hearing a little bit more footsteps coming around. He knows that he's in the corner. So good read overall coming out of Granix Gardu.
Somtime once again down to the 2 strongest members, Pungod and the Cruz! And the Cruz finds the nade! Oh, a good one to open up the angle for Pungod. And here he comes, the prodigy of Somtime. They're already on the side, but they still need to get the kills. Bio with a good nade onto Pungod, and time has ran out. Indomie stays alive.
This is a massive coming from the side of Indomie as well. So all they have to do, pull another 2 points out there to best Somtime, because, you know, maybe the stamina is running a little bit low due to the fact that, you know, it's been a long day, and Pungod probably has, you know, maybe a little bit more of too much more break than he used to have.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't beat them with pure gunfight, just take them on the right. You know, plant on the bomb and just buy time, like what Fer did against Boba previously. But Gardu, oh, very tight angle, comes in for a swing. Vector Kimbo, good glue off from the Cruz to keep himself alive. And as the more time he buys, the better it is for him. But Gardu just blows through the glue wall. But Pungod on the other side finds a double nade. Gardu is all alone. His teammates need his help, but now he's trapped. And Somtime continues to put on the pressure. Look at where Bion is. Bion is on his own. And Bion answers back. Jasmine now has the entire weight of the team on her shoulders. And Bion with another nade brings us to round number 7.
What a turnaround this is. Indomie started from, you know, solo points. And now they push it all the way towards round number 7. So I guess that there is so much in store for us in the entirety of this series. Pungod needs to get activated though. Like, we just really want to see how much more can he get. He started off with a really good nade, getting pretty much a double, but right after that, what went on? Like, he's supposed to pop off.
Bion happened. It's between Bion and Pungod, and this time, and Pungod got his nade. Bion also got his nade, but Bion's nade was slightly better, taking out Pungod and I believe FMPTV in the process. You called it right. We actually get a full game, all 7 rounds. Gardu already got 2. Pungod is down as well. Indomie seemingly kind of doing the impossible at this point, taking out 2 members of Somtime. This is going to be a tough one for some time to come back from. The Cruise just takes down FD Way.
What a reversal coming in towards the first pointer right here. Bion now going in for the final few blows. And FMTV, he is the only one left right now. Bion already having 8 frags overall. Now he's trying to pull it all up on his own. And Somtom will crash out on giving away the first pointer over the side of Indomie.
Give Bion the MVP. And he is definitely the challenger. Take a stand out to Pun God, and God can bleed Indomie with the first booyah. Coming back 4 rounds in a row.
Well, Indomie is aiming to join Pho on this roll here where only the noodles can go all the way to the grand finals. Well, does it rhyme enough? I don't know, but hey, still needing 1 more point out here for the side of Indomie to make it to the grand final. So it's too soon to speak. Maybe it's just a little bit of a litmus test round coming in from the side of Somtom. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt that we know them as a really great team, but we expect the members from the side of Indomie to go hitting so hard on the door and say, okay, we're not going to give you any sort of room to even play around with us.
Yeah, and they made a huge statement. The Somtom experiencing their first loss ever today in Bomb Squad after a dominating run against Durian. Now they've met their match. And, you know, we wanted this series to have the same amount of quality, the same amount of hype as Pho against Boba. We're getting it in round 1, in game number 1.
Yeah, game number 1, of course, is just something that I have only been dreaming to play like. You know, like,
Yeah.
so some really high-level tactics being brought out, some great predictions of Nate, and, you know, those back-and-forth action. And we started off even on that pistol round over on the side of Pacino or so, where they just know how to really bring all the action over on roof. And as much as Bion got so many of all those kills, didn't really match the defusal. Yeah. First 2 pointers went to the side of Somtom, but it seems like they kind of dropped the ball somewhere and they didn't manage to actually pick it up. But with a little bit more work together to synergize, I think they should be back on track though.
Yeah, just good recovery from Indomie in general. I think this rivalry between Pun God and Bion will continue to kind of spill into the rest of the series. And Bion won his personal best of 3. You know, the first round goes to him. MVP, wins everything for his team. Right now, Somtom definitely will strike back, but will we see a game 3?
I think that we would see a game 3, hopefully. And of course, just doing a little bit of mic check. Are you guys ready for our upcoming matches coming out of both Indomie as well as Somtom? Because this, once again, I'm not kidding when I say it feels like the grand finals, just like how the other semis have been working. And just seeing that this is just a little bit tougher for us to really make a clear-cut call whether or not does Somtom got any sort of potential to actually turn this into what we want it to be. A 3-match point series.
And we just gotta do a bit of correction. Actually, it's pronounced B-I-O-N is Beyond. Now I love him even more. Beyond 09.
Beyond.
Beyond, yeah, it's not nice. Beyond against Pun God. Game 2, Somtom against Indomie once more. Observatory seems to be the battleground. FMP TV just, again, knockout punch onto letdown.
But needing a little bit of a rescuing arm. There's not going to be anybody out there. Face checks right into towards Pun God, and Pun God will be able to shut them down. Somtom now leading the pack. Leaving only Beyond as well as Avdewe. But Pun God, though, he's getting himself a little bit proning. And FMP, he rushes towards the corner, but you gotta respect your enemies, not to just hastily run towards them.
And Sometime having a good lead. Seth Dayway does finish up FMP TV. Beyond finds the cruise. And it is now again a even 5 Dayway under fire from Pungard and Jasmine. But Sometime is the one that gets the bomb arm. As now F Dayway getting challenged by Pungard. Ring around the Rosie. Pungard trying to find a kill. Those jumping shot. Oh, a good one from Beyond. Takes out Jasmine. But it's the battle of the top fraggers. Beyond against Pungard. And Beyond starting the defuse. He's going to try to stick it. Pungard is far away. 3 seconds on the clock. Pungard makes it. Good time turn up.
Oh!
Beyond clutches it out once more.
Oh, that was so close. If he gets a headshot from right across, I guess Beyond would have possibly been hitting, his phone on a table or something like that. But that flick, it really cuts off the defuse, stick it right back in towards the side of Pungard, and just shows him, I'm the boss now.
It definitely is so. Oh man, this is turning out to be, I think a lot of people have their money on Sometime winning this. But Indomie is here to defy expectations.
Yeah, and I guess I didn't set any to begin with because I know that I'm here to be wowed and I get the full package. So overall, I'm just enjoying whatever I'm seeing right here. But as we focus back into towards Pacino, we have FMP already taking a little bit of hits. So far, Beyond is just on this massive streak ever since the start of the day that he played his very first match. And this is where FMP replies to its FDW that, you probably won't be getting too much help unless if I drop more of these grenades over here. And, well, Indomie struggling.
And Pungard is the time to shine. Indomie down to just Beyond once more. But it's a tall task and the crew just puts the bullet through his head. Sometime finds their own first round.
And that's an ace as well. Sometime actually pulled that off quite cleanly. So, I was expecting a little bit more of a spatter of a bullet coming all across, but I'll make do with that as we move into its round number 3 by the edges of Catalyst 1. Now, focusing on the side of Beyond, Beyond once again, as we are having them heading in towards the B side.
Sometime going on a more aggressive maneuver, but Indomie is matching that movement. Maybe they can find someone. The Cruz just runs in, guns blazing, kicks open the door, and takes down F Dayway. He's still not down, running around in circles, putting gun again from outside. Takes out 2, and it's Beyond once more isolated. Sometime wants him to suffer after his performance. Beyond peeks out, finds Jasmine to open up a possibility for Indomie to take the lead. But it's a pretty tall task as the Cruz is going to push him.
And you know that Pungard only lets all the action do the talking. As he climbs from roof to roof, the Cruz tries to actually flush him out, but death from above and below. The Cruz secures this point. And 2 rounds in a row, Sometime aces Indomie.
Just amazing performance from Sometime. 2 rounds in a row, they do the same thing. The nades connect, they find the pickups. Indomie kind of slipping a bit. But we said that, and they came back 4 rounds in a row in game 1. This could be a repetition of that if Sometime lets their foot off the gas.
Yeah, and I guess all they have to do is just put the pedal to the metal. You just don't stop if you were to be on a hot roll. And Indomie now losing 2 back-to-back games here. Or should I just say round instead of game? There's going to be Cruz now lobbing 1 grenade. Or do. Okay. A little bit of an over-aggression in the FMP TV. Just curse at him right in front of the door.
Good nade and let that by FMP TV. Beyond will shoot Jasmine down as well. Indomie getting a better lead, but Pungard takes out Beyond from downtown. Somewhere that we can't see, but Pungard, he has the all-father vision. He has all sight.
That's a quarter kill coming in from Pungard once more. needing to find those angles right. He finds Cruz, but if Dewe, he's going to be able to actually go into really put a little damage now. 1 versus 1. I guess Poon's going to go in for a safe. 2 versus 1 is going to be the effect. But Poon God, he goes in to melt them down like butter.
Poon God.
8K for Poon God.
Poon God just solo kill everyone. Do not anger the gods. There's a saying. And, well, Indomie just stirred the hornet's nest. Sometimes it's here, you know. The later the night goes, the harder the side effect of spices will be. And sometimes it's delivering that. They are amping it up.
So far, things are just going back and forth, moving in towards this sort of pace. So, Poon God, really the red hot chili pepper of that somtam dish.
Yeah.
That usually comes with so many great garnishing on top of that. Salad, fruit on top. Wait, that grenade landed?
Wow, FMP TV, he keeps finding these nades. I have no idea.
Ow.
FDW has not been able to play the match too much because the FMP TV keeps finding him with those initial nades. And now Somtam, right off the bat, having a man advantage. Indomie,
they're doing it.
They're doing it. Oh, here we go. We're looking at it. But they've been spotted out.
Okay, flank coming through, and it gets through! You're not gonna stop me on my watch.
Go beyond, turns around, takes out Poon God as well. Maybe they won't even need to get the bomb planted if they just kill off everyone for some time. Now they can continue their journey, but Jasmine is going to be challenger number 3. It's going to go to revive Cruz first, and here comes Gardu, he's already on the roof. And we are looking at this Contra. They will get the bomb. Beyond finishes off Jasmine. A free round for Indomie for sure, unless Somtam has a way to get up there. But I don't think they do.
Well, I guess if they have enough glue walls, that could be something that they could utilize, or unless if they actually go in for those streak of a kill and leave just Gardu all alone, then there is slight chances, but I won't count on them.
This is most likely Somtam's round.
Oh, wait.
No, Indomie's round. But sometimes they have 3 member alive. Cruz gets a good shot.
The Biondo!
It is beyond it. So it's just Gardu left on the roof, but there's not enough time that they can get up.
I guess the kill is all that they could possibly get. I believe that there may not be just about enough time for them to even come in for the defuse, especially on Gardu's watch. So Gardu right now probably will be just looking around, hoping to find members to be caught out. And I just like the fact that, you know, Somtam, they knew where exactly to, you know, look for those high elevated angles and think that, okay, there is a chance for Indomie to do that.
Well, I look at a shipyard, so definitely you definitely can pull off something as sneaky as the factory bomb plant. It's kind of back to basics. No, back to earth once more. Sometime one more round and we get a game 3. But if Indomie ties this up, we're gonna go into a deciding round 7.
Yeah, and round 7 probably is going to be a trend that we are going to be getting throughout the entire semifinals as well as the finals itself. Oh, a good turnaround coming from Gardu. He does get the pick, looking for a double as well as he juggles with his Kimbo. Oh,
my goodness.
wow.
Oh my goodness, Gardu just runs in. The bomb is armed by Somtam, but 2v4. Gardu finds the third. Gardu finds Poon God. Gardu single-handedly is the Poon God of Indomie. Suddenly, it's only the Cruz left alive, and the Cruz is going to be challenged by everyone from Indomie. And we are looking at round number 7. Indomie comes back swinging once more. And now they just need to defuse the bomb, and they will do just that.
I just like how Indomie usually loses the first few initial rounds, and after that come out of this mid game with some insane plays. And well, Gardu this time was the one that really popped off overall, taking their sweet time to defuse it. So yep, they finally got it.
Part of my mind was like, what if they messed around too much and the bomb actually goes off? And we,
I've seen that.
Oh, yeah, we have seen that as well. this is what we call a tragedy. Wow, round 7 once more. Indomie seemingly doing the impossible.
I just want a little bit of room for us to really, calm down for a bit while we are waiting for round number 7 to actually kick off, because there's so many of all these possibilities that sometimes could still push it in for an equalizer here. This is the only chance because Indomie has already won the first series point. So this grenade better be good.
Wow.
It was some good damage though.
Here's on FMP TV, Gardu. Oh boy, turns the corner. FMP TV hiding inside the container. Gardu gets pushed. Good glue wall from the Cruz. 2 versus 1 onto Gardu. He will also put out his own glue wall. They're going to try and flank him from behind. Indomie has that information, but Jasmine has already armed the bomb. And Gardu kind of messed up that nade a bit. Sometime have time on their side.
Now they're all skirmishing their way out. Cruz gets a good nade alongside with Punga as well. Garda goes down. Now they're all stuck in the corner with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One member left for the side of Indomie. And this is where Game 7 most likely in the hands of Somtam.
Game 3 inbound, ladies and gentlemen, and indeed, it will happen. Booyah for Somtam. We are going all the way.
11 frags coming out of Punga, and we never have doubted him at all on what the potential is. So once again, this is that beautiful booyah that they've been waiting for, and they fought with every inch of their nails to get this one.
Indomie pushed Somtam to the absolute limit. And it's deserving that Somtam came back for a series worthy of the grand finals, but unfortunately we won't be seeing the the best of 5 for this one. But I'm happy that we're getting a great game 3.
Yeah, game 3 now being locked and loaded, just like how we saw in the previous semifinals. Now, best of 5 is going to look very interesting, my friend.
I don't know what to expect.
Grand finals, like if each series has like what 7 rounds in total for the side. What if it goes like 5 games and every time we just go 7 and 7 and 7?
So we get like 35 rounds in total. Yeah. That's a royal treat.
Royal treat indeed, and our voice may be royally crushed, but don't worry, we just absolutely enjoy all of the matches here in the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021. All of this, of course, is presented to you by Arena themselves and brought to you by them as well. So, in a few more minutes, I guess we will see who moves into face-off against Pho for that Grand Finals Championship title.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to witness this. I wish we could speed out the countdown and just go in-game because I really want to just witness Somtam and Indomie take on each other. This could go on forever and I would not complain. But all good things come to an end, and we are at the final lap. 7 more rounds to determine whether Indomie or Somtam is gonna earn that grand final spot to face off against Pho, or are just waiting for that best of 5 to happen.
What I really do like coming in from both teams is that there's very unique style of play, and these two are just ultra aggro, especially when you have Gardu alongside with Beyond, who can easily cover each other with the sword flank. So if the Indomie makes it against the likes of Somtam, I do fancy their chances against the side of Pho, which usually plays a little bit more tactically. But then again, you got Punga here. I don't want to get this guy out because this dude is just a legend. And, well, this Prodigy got so many things lined up for him.
Yeah, and this is where maybe Somtam against Durian was just kind of it was a dominating series, right? Somtam won it hands down, but Punga and the rest of his team got pushed to the limit. This is where we see Somtam unleash, their final form. It is now or never. Indomie have already done that with Beyond, just playing like an absolute madman, and it's a fitting matchup between Indomie and Somtam.
Yeah, and it cannot get any easier better than this. Like, I hope, because or else I will just be really losing our voices by the end of the day. And we still got what? 2 more days to go.
We still got 2 more.
And the match quality is just off the charts.
It is something that is worth, worth staying out for. Like if this broadcast is in the middle of the night, I would stay up for this. There's just top quality gameplay. And I think now we have seen the distinct play style of these two teams. Maybe Indomie is kind of the answer to Somtown, right? Somtown is very aggressive, but Indomie, in their defensive stance, were able to fend off Somtown in a lot of these rounds.
And this is where you guys just decide, man. Like, I don't want to be the one to make calls and predictions. It's Indomie versus Somtown. Winner advances to meet foe for the grand finals happening right after the series.
A crazy day one. Started with not too much expectations, but at least when it comes out to going a full series, right? We are here for the All-Stars. We are here to look at the best of the best from these respective regions, and what we got was more than that. We got the best of every region, and we also got the best possible games. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Final game of this best of 3. Somtown against Indomie.
Oh, just going back towards Observatory, it just gives me a little bit of flashback of some of the big plays that have happened in this map itself. Here comes the grenades down below.
Pungod getting challenged, hit on, and Pungod, what? Pungod, how did he win that?
How?
How did Pungod win that? But no, Indomie still able to kind of win their own fights. As Indomie has 2 more left alive, and it's Pungod against the world.
Pungod could possibly do this. He still has the frag grenade. He knows where exactly to lob it. That's going to do a little bit of chunk damage. Now he already knows a little bit more, tad bit of information. Beyond, though, he's going to be watching from the insides of the building, so this is going to be a little bit more difficult for the likes of him, but he's finals Letta!
What? Pungod with 1?
Triple kill.
And that's it. FDW asks him to take a 15-second nap. Indomie with round 1 to start off the first round of the 3rd match.
15-second snap. I think that's something that I wish I could actually get from day-to-day superpower level nap. So,
yeah.
But then, of course, we got a show to run. No naps available. And yeah, I'm just trying to see whether or not can we get a clear winner here in the semis.
How is this a semifinals? How is
Doesn't
this?
feel like it.
It
Not
feels
at
like a
all.
grand finals. We say the same about Fur against Boba, and now with Indomie against sometimes it also feels like a grand finals. Everything should be a grand finals. Gradu, good time turner to block the nade. Leap coming from the cruise. Jasmine is already in the building. Challenge coming through.
Oh, Gardu coming in with the double factor, pouring down Jasmine and making an unfair battle right now. Cruz is going to be able to actually get his health bar all regen. But now that it's, pretty much SMG versus pistols, it's a lot more difficult now. Pungod getting spotted out. Easy pickoffs there, but it's just a couple of taps coming in from the Deagle, and it won't be able to actually find much.
Somtown losing grip of the game a bit. Indomie already armed the bomb, but Somtown have not been able to find a way to get on the side, to penetrate the defenses of Indomie. And judging by how this game is going, even with Pungod getting the shot off, Indomie most likely will get the round because the clock is ticking and is ticking down very fast.
Beyond just going in for a rush, and they successfully break it all the way down. Indomie coming in with a little bit of a barrage of victory bullets over the walls. 2-0 streak. Somtown needing to catch back up. So heading in towards this round itself, it's very vital for them to set something up, whether if they really want to commit to this A plan or B plan. A little bit of a difficulty going on for the side of Somtown unless they can get pretty much a clean passage without getting picked off. Speaking of pickoffs here, There is bullets flying off from the side of FMP TV. F that way. By the back of a tree. I guess this is one of the sneakiest position that F that way is gonna be playing from. Meanwhile, Sumtown now is crossing over and he's received all the information that the team needs.
Yeah, it's Sumtown putting themselves outside that B side. You can see smoke grenade also blocking out the vision. Maybe Sumtown wants to use this opportunity to get the bomb on. Pungod tries to flush out F Dayway, but good time turner is going to protect him, and Indomie continues to buy time. And things are going pretty well, but with the cover of the smoke, Jasmine will be able to just walk in and get the bomb armed. It's Indomie's turn to try and retake the site. Ledda has vision of the Cruise. Alongside F Dayway, they both go for the white swing, but it's going to be the Cruise that responds, taking out F Dayway.
Dardu finding a really beautiful grenade against the Cruise now. Jasmine tried to actually move right in for a defuse, but right behind her, oh, good damage over on side Gaudu, but he managed to crack her down. With all the sort of members being cornered up, the Cruise does find the rest of the members of Indomie, but how much more can they get? As Gardo as well as Bion, or Beyond is still going to be around the corner.
It's 1 versus 1. Beyond just needs a bit more time. Oh, he sees the Cruise. Cruise good time turner to protect himself. Bomb is about to explode soon. Beyond needs to go do it as fast as possible. And the Cruise wants to take him down. But Beyond is taking it.
Oh!
So close. Oh, Beyond almost putting out the clutch of the series. But Sumtown ends it and gets the first round.
That is just about 1.5 seconds away from that detonation. And oh, what is just going on overall? Because when we look at how close this gets, even members to the side of Sumtown, you could see from the way that they play, they really want to get to the grand finals. They'll do whatever it takes to get there. And whether it's camping by the open with pretty much the time turner and maybe one corner just to squeeze one bullet through.
And this is, all the chips on the table, all hands on deck, whatever you call it. Play every round like it's the last round. The nade from Beyond takes out Jasmine, and Indomie opens up as Beyond will get the best secure possible. Gardu does get tagged, but he heals himself back out. Now Ledda gets control of that bomb site. F Dayway just jumps down from the roof, going for the challenge, but Pungod will not let it happen. F Dayway will surely lose his life.
Yeah, and now a little bit of a flurry of nades being popped right through as well. Gardu trying to juke it all out. Meanwhile, FMP finds the opening to actually get a little bit of a health force down coming from Gardu. But the Cruise, though, is getting flanked.
And FMP TV and Pungod are the last vestige. For some time, Indomie will have the man advantage. 3 against 2 after all. Pungod takes out Ledda to equalize the playing, to even out the playing field. And he will definitely get this finisher in. However, Sumtown still needs to get the bomb down. 35 seconds, more than enough time. And now Nate Drew Beyond. He was waiting for Pungod, and he finds Pungod.
They fell for it once again. I couldn't really believe my eyes that, heading towards such a late game, he still capped a grenade for this special occasion.
Yeah, and happy birthday to Pungod, he says. But definitely not the present you want to receive. This one was not even wrapped. Beyond just threw it there. Pungod didn't know where it is. Time is going to run out. Guess what, Indomie? Series point for Indomie.
What a fight it is, and they may just be able to actually go on this hot streak and end it right here, right now in Sentosa, and not give a single chance at all to Sumtown.
I did not expect us to get to the stage where Indomie just dominates Sumtown. Maybe, Indomie just gives you a bit more carbohydrate to go on.
Yeah.
A bit more energy to last the night. And as a typical supper dish, Indomie is starting to demonstrate their effects.
Yeah. So far, I guess, it's not really about the carbs, I guess. It's also the fact that if you can have one noodle already up in the grand finals, you really want to put it out there to make comparisons, right?
Yeah.
And I think the fight is just to do exactly that. Good frag coming outside of Beyond. They may be able to actually connect another one as they both just slop nades after nades, but that also opens a little bit more room to Cruz. A key member of Suntown is now down 3 versus 4 and needing to actually get the plan off.
Plan's gonna go down for some time for sure. They arm the bomb. Jasmine gets it done, but Indomie are rushing in for the retake. Seems like Pungot wants to go for flank, but Indomie are prepared for that. Gardu is watching, and he sees Pungot. And if he catches Pungot right now, this is going to be catastrophic, and Pungot's going to be under fire. Good one from Gardu. He was waiting. They were all waiting for Pungot. They laid out the candy trail, and Pungot comes running. F Dayway finds Jasmine as well. FMPTV, can he do this? Indomie, taking the defuse. 3 HP for Leda, and 3 HP is all they need. Indomie, they've done it. It's grand finals for that region.
It's going to be the Vietnam region versus the Indonesia region here, with Indomie booking their ticket to the finals. Wow, this match went all the way here with pretty much a good way to actually seal the deal. And I guess sometime after some of all these letdown of the rounds, they've definitely have gotten the white flag up in the air already by the end of it all. And with the catch onto his Pungot, that pretty much secures it alongside with the Cruz already being the first blood in that very final round.
And it's just unfortunate for some time. You know, they were doing so well. They definitely won the hearts of many. And when it comes down to that semi-finals, it's the Indonesia region. Indomie is closing it out in a more dominant fashion.
And of course, well, there's going to be so many of all these big plays that we really have to talk about here. And the stakes are high. And we start off with a very interesting interaction, and they didn't manage to defuse the C4. And hence, Santan starts off with a 3-0 lead. But look how quickly this changes from here on.
And the game one, you know, came down to the wire, but Gardu and Beyond closed it out in probably the most dominant fashion ever. Then when we came down to game two, Somtown has such a good lead. They had such a good opening, but at the end of the day, it was kind of the Beyond show. Despite Somtown winning game two, Indomie still overall had the better performance.
Yeah, so far Indomie is a little bit more clean and crisp on the way that they are executing. So the moves, they know exactly each members are tasked with a certain objective, and they stick to that objective than to run around and not come into a certain formation to back each other up. I guess this is why Indonesia region so far has been very well respected around the world for not only their discipline as well as their talent, but them just showing a display of how you could get things done very efficiently across the map. Yes, this may just be the bomb squad, but it does matter on how, you know, fights are being taken. Now, we are locked in for the finals here. Pho versus Indomie. Honestly, when you put two noodles together, can we just have both in the bowl?
I wish. I always wonder what would it taste like if you mix both Pho and Indomie together.
Info me.
Info me. Yeah, I'm in for that.
Okay.
It's a horrible one. My pun game isn't on point today.
I guess you can give me more info by info me.
Yeah, okay. I'll take the L. Take the L on that one.
I'll take the L too. I think I'm trying a little bit too hard.
We are. Let's just, you just gotta enjoy the food a bit more.
Yeah, I guess, like, speaking of food here, I guess, you know, like, we're heading in towards the midnight run already, and this best of 5 here is going to be absolutely epic. I guess both of us should actually get ourselves a little bit of a snack, and we'll be right back here for the grand finals of the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021 final rounds of the Bomb Squad.
cepat.
¿Qué pierna cae primero después de que un personaje aterriza después de un brinco?
Tiki. Con la izquierda.
¿Cuánto daño hace en total un carro que explota a todos los personajes que están alrededor?
No, God. Mira. 5 de vida.
Carlos. 100. Eita.
Oh no! Yes.
Nombra los personajes que utilizan lentes o gogles en Free Fire.
No. Neira. Maxim.
Ayala, Maxim, Nikita, Alok, ya no sé.
Đâu là địa điểm tổ chức Free Fire World Series 2019?
Rio.
Trang bị mũ 1 sẽ giảm được bao nhiêu sát thương khi bắn vào đầu?
Xin 30.
Vũ khí nào sau đây có tốc độ thay đạn nhanh nhất?
Cấp đêm. M1873. Ủa?
Khi nhảy thì chân nào đáp đất trước?
Chân trái.
Đúng rồi, chân trái.
Khi ăn nấm 4 thì tăng bao nhiêu EP?
Cấp đêm. 200.
Senjata manakah di Free Fire yang bukan pistol?
Joker, jawabannya A, M79.
Masih inget gak apa sih Elite Pass yang pertama?
Sakura apa ya? Lupa lagi gua. Tadi gua belum jawab. Tenet. Udah. Time out.
Makan lu.
Sengaja lu. Udah jangan liatin lah. Ini buat gua aja. Iya betul. Tadi merah muka. Pedes nggak?
Berapakah health point yang dipulihkan jika kita menggunakan medkit selama 5 detik?
Soja 74. 74. Gas.
Sebutkan ke-8 loadouts yang ada di Free Fire.
Ombak. Bounty, airdrop, api unggun, tas kaki, pemindai, sama
No.
udah nggak tahu lah.
Berapa banyak IP yang dipulihkan dengan jamur level 4?
Soja 200. Kayaknya gampang kok telat.
Senjata manakah yang mempunyai 5 slot untuk attachment?
Ombak. AK.
Ya, makan lagi lu. Mamam lu.
Senjata manakah yang mempunyai reload speed tercepat?
Dark Call B M1873.
Harusnya up ya.
Senjata manakah yang damage-nya paling besar?
Dark Call C M79.
Bangkit.
Kalah lu, makan lagi lu.
Masa gua tadi udah buka.
Hukumannya sah.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are going in for the mid-run here, survivors, as we are celebrating action-packed Free Fire all around Asia here for the All-Stars Asia 2021, all brought to you and, of course, presented to you by Garena. My name is Contra, and this is Husky here, and we are grand finals bound. It's between two of the finalists of region here in the Asia series overall, and now it's down to both noodles. Here, which one is the most superior of noodles? Is it Indomie? The dry variation could also be soup, in fact, but we also have pho, the classic national dish of Vietnam.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of videos about cuisines from both Vietnam and Indonesia. Like these two regions, they really, interest me a lot, and I just love what the flavor profile that they bring. And right now, being able to find out which one is the superior dish, at least for Bomb Squad, by the end of this evening.
At least in the Free Fire context.
At least in the Free Fire context. I just can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait as well. So let's look at some of all the stars that we have here aligned for us between these two regions. So, pho, they came in very, very close against the likes of Boba, and it was all about time that was off the X's, and they have bought just about enough to lock themselves right in here in the grand finals. And they've been watching some of the matches against these two teams that have just concluded their games. So now for the likes of Indomie, who constantly have gone through games after games after games, this is going to be pretty much a tough battle for them to really go on that hot streak once more. But Vietnam, we've got Bon, is mobile, as well as Mon Gaming, and not forgetting Hai Dang, that has been able to really pull together some of the most interesting plays that we have seen overall throughout the All-Stars Day 1.
Yeah, Indonesia needs no introduction at this stage. Gardu, Beyond, F Dayway, and let the 8 of the best players, at least for Bomb Squad, and only 4 of them will be crowned the best team for the best super all-star region for Bomb Squad. And I'm very excited to see these two teams are about to be put to the test in a marathon, in a best of 5 series.
Yeah, and it's all about the first to the 3 points, meaning to say that they need to secure a total of 12 rounds.
Oh, yeah.
So that is the number to get themselves that ticket to be called. Well, can't really say ticket because they're already at the top, at the peak, where they are fighting for the championship title in this Bomb Squad division.
It's like 2 teams at the summit, and only one gets the right to plant their flag.
That's right. So this is like a battle of Spartans, but instead, of course, in an Asian context, bring in all kinds of weapons, chopsticks, forks, or anything that you could scoop out of the opposite bowl. So, I don't know, can they take the heat?
I don't have anything to follow on that. I'm so sorry.
Honestly, I don't know either. What was I leading on?
I have no idea. I was about to share that I actually don't know how to hold a chopstick properly, but I know how to make it work.
For real?
Some people, they can eat with chopsticks, but the way they hold the chopsticks is not the proper way.
Agreed.
I'm one of those person. I hold it like a pencil.
You hold it like a pencil?
Yes.
So I give you 2 pencils to hold, I guess. So here we are, grand finals, baby. We got Bon, AS Mobile, Ma Gaming is all high down from the likes of Pho here on your left side of the screen. Meanwhile, Indomie representing Indonesia region overall. And now they are to be crowned as the best squad of Bomb Squad. Now, of course, between the 2 teams, there can only be one in this, of course, fun exhibition that we have had for the entirety span of the weekend. And if you think that this is all that we're getting, hey, tomorrow we have even more to come, as we have shown early on. If you did miss, maybe the earlier parts of the stream, tomorrow is going to be Clash Squad. So get excited, and we got first blood already going in for Pho.
Oh my goodness, Ma Gaming actually did not go down, so instantly heals back up to full. Huge value for Pho, and Beyond getting caught up by Ban as well. He is going all the way, but Beyond punishes him. But Ma Gaming comes in. Good refrag. Ledda challenges Ma Gaming with a time turner in Ma Gaming's favor. Ledda and Ma Gaming running in and out of time turner. Ma Gaming will run away. And Ledda will have time to bring Beyond back up. But Ma Gaming comes back. Round number 2. Not letting Ledda go for the rest. And Ma Gaming gets the knockdown. And F Dayway becomes the last standing member of Indomie in this pistol round. And things are looking very tough. F Dayway have to take on everyone from the side of Pho. And Ma Gaming will secure round 1 for his squad.
Ma Gaming coming in with a triple kill, and look at how well they go in for refracts after refracts, and they manage to keep everybody alive. Good job coming in from Zafa to start off with the opening rounds. Now, moving into its shipyard here. So, majority of the time, we've been seeing a lot of priority being given over on towards the A side overall. So, I'm just seeing if this is going to be the exact case for both of these two squads going in.
Back to shipyard we go. Kind of the one of my more favorite areas, to be honest. A lot of angles to work with. Ma Gaming with the very first nade, trying to look for Gardu, but good time turner will deflect that utility. But that is just a diversion, because Haidang was waiting for time turner to be used before he rushes in, and instantly Pho gets the first knockdown. But F Dayway also found is mobile on top, and Ma Gaming just responds. Beyond will trade Ma Gaming back. This is just trade after trade after trade.
Yeah, now going for the stairs as well, almost clipping onto both members of the side of Indomie. And Pho has got another round in the bag. Oh, wow. What a triple coming out of Bond. Clutching it all out once again. So now we're going to be moving in towards Pachinok. So making sure that they really get some really good covers holding in towards at least the mid side as well as on towards the left and right flank. I think that they're opting to run directly in towards B side if they could.
Yeah, and Pho, a team that has played the most games, the most rounds, pushed to the absolute limit from the quarterfinals. So they have been trained. They are battle hardened, taking on Indomie as their the grand finale. And so far leading 2 rounds in a very convincing manner as well. Is definitely a good morale boost, and they aim to continue that. If they weigh, the nade is a bit too late.
Yeah, and I think that he had a little bit of hindsight of it, that there's going to be a little bit of lob right in towards the corner. Haidang now getting caught up right in the open as well. He's being stuck in between a tree. A very tough position for them, but look at the side of Pho. They're actually coming in from all angles, though.
Yeah, they're getting they're going for the flanks as well. Indomie getting caught in the middle. Ma Gaming and Bud. Whoa, in a blink of an eye. They just wipe out Indomie. Pho playing guerrilla warfare to its finest. Just tactical brilliance. From exactly what we saw from the quarterfinals. 3-0. They are already leading 3-0.
Can't believe my eyes, Bond so far getting the quadra out of that sort of scuffle out there is just magnificent display coming out of Pho. And you see, 3 points back to back is just being all the way secured for the likes of Pho. Well, I guess if members of the side of Indomie don't really find an answer to this sort of the great coordinate aggression, the masterclass of a chess cheese that's being set up here, it's going to be looking good!
Ma Gaming starts things off, takes out Ledda. Indomie did not see that coming, and look at where Pho is. They're already in. Haidang gets knocked by Gardu. Beyond fights Ban as well. The retaliation is on point from the side of Indomie, but Pho is still not letting down. Ma Gaming still able to kind of come back strong. Ma Gaming getting pushed. Good one from Beyond. This time, tagging to AS Mobile will have to face off the rest of Indomie. AS Mobile takes out F Dayway. It's now him against Beyond. And Beyond will stop the momentum of Pho and get the first round for Indomie.
He was so close, but then again, Pho only had so little HP left on that sort of battle out there. So AS Mobile definitely tried, but with pretty much the dome already set into place, it's so hard for him to really get any sort of penetration being done. Now, Here, moving into Catalystua. So, Indomie is not going down without a fight at the very least. Now, going towards the 5th round here, it's going to be a little bit more tricky as they are slowly moving across. Now, really love this bird's eye view coming into the grand finals as we move right back into the action here. Is Mobile coming in with pretty much the shotguns already in hand. Haidang overall is having a little bit of move around. Wobble falling a little bit further, but that will clip a lot of health bars off. Now, here comes.
Oh boy. Sticking it.
Yes, you gotta get it though.
Sticking it. Oh, guess found out. Go on from Gradu.
Oh!
It's a bait. Oh, it was a bait all along. Ma Gaming with a good nade. That takes out Ban. And now the defuse again is Ma Gaming's turn. He's gonna be caught. He turns around. Oh, Ma Gaming takes out Ledda. Indomie now needs to rely on Beyond. And Beyond is what stands between Fer and round 1. Good nade from Beyond. And it's going to be between him and Haidang. Haidang, can he stick this? This is going to go for it again. Beyond trying to spray to the Glue. He has to reload. He's running out of bullets. He needs a bit more time. Haidang almost lets it out. Beyond runs around the corner and Beyond with the clutch. Beyond keeps the team alive. And he aces Fer to keep Indomie alive in round 1.
What on earth is going on here? And Indomie, they're still hanging on this flying thread. Not giving away any pointers, just about get to the side of Pho. And if they win this round inside Factory, they should have a solid way to, of course, push it into round 7.
Indomie just refuses to die. Just refuses to go down. Every time they get pushed to the brink of defeat, they somehow just come back with just creativeness, just with their prowess. A switch just flips in Indomie's player's head and they come back strong. AS Mobile takes out 1. Beyond again, the double nade, the same angle that took out some time. Beyond takes out Ma Gaming already.
One more.
4th nade coming through, 5 nades in a row. Beyond looking for the bounce. Oh, those two did not connect.
But he do have a little bit more room to actually work around on it. And here comes many of these Glores right outside Letta. Needing to actually hold it for AS Mobile. Doesn't really have too much of HP, but he's trying to actually get it all planted down at the very least. Here comes the nade, but it bounces back. Oh boy, this is looking to be very hectic. But Letta, though, he misses a few shots, but Bon is trying to actually go in for a little bit more of the room. Letta now sticking over it. 3 seconds left. Bon needing to actually clutch it, though. He does not get it. Pho will not be able to, of course, do all too much. And Indomie!
What? Did you see?
Gets it!
F Dayway! Oh my goodness. The absolute god that was defusing an F Dayway. He used his body to block all the shots. Guy threw his life for Indomie. And somehow we are at this stage, at round 7 of game 1. Oh man, Indomie. They just keep surprising us over and over again. How does Pho respond to this?
Well, there's just only one way to find out. Grenade now being lobbed right in, flushing the side of Bond, and he's going to be taking a little bit of a hit here, but he's going to be all right for now. Balls now being brought right up. Members of the units definitely need to actually keep themselves alive. AS Mobile now moving alongside with the smokes as well. Meanwhile, Indomie, they're trying to get her up against Pho, and they know that they're all inside the compound, and they need to pull everything to get one knock.
Good nade from AS Mobile to take out Gardu. Let Dalo gets down by Ban. Pho finally finding their footing after 3 rounds of Indomie attempting to come back into this game. And suddenly, Ma Gaming will be challenged by Beyond, but Beyond has a time turner. And Ma Gaming is trying to buy time. Beyond's not going to give him that time. But good trade from the side of Pho. It's down to F Dayway. Ma Gaming doesn't even go down. Pho surely has this round in the bag.
Let's see whether they can actually clutch this one, though. She's running for her life, and F Dayway holding on towards the Thompson, but everybody's rushing right in. Pho takes first point.
Definitely not a cakewalk for Pho. They must be shaking in their boots a bit after the impressive performance of Indomie. Somehow we're just coming back time and time again. They did that against Somtam, but at least Pho were able to stop that choo-choo train and get their first booyah of this best of 5.
That's right. I guess that's going to be a little bit of a pit stopping part right there. But you know what? It's amazing booyah that we have gotten right here. And, well, Enemy put off such a strong front at the very least. And, you know, in that previous round before hitting towards the final one, in round number 6, the way that they managed to stick it right through to defuse it and, of course, body block those bullets, it's just massive out there that it shows you that it requires so much great reflexes as well as IQ to play Free Fire on the top level.
Yeah, this is great coordination from the side of Indomie. Thankfully for Fer, they slammed the brakes on the vehicle. They kicked Indomie out and they drove away with game 1. But with the first game already turning out to be such an intense opening to the grand finals, I am looking forward to see what else these two teams have to offer.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at probably some of the best quality that we have been expecting so far coming out of the All-Stars. And I just hope that you guys could give all the superstars that's participating right here a little bit of love by giving them a follow or even subscribe, whichever social media that you're going to be visiting them on, because they absolutely deserve it. And this is where you can actually learn how to do a lot of all these great tricks and get tips from them through their live streams or even whatever content that they churn out.
Yeah, and then especially when it comes to Bomber Squad mode, right? I think now a lot of players have learned some creative tricks from all the series that has been played, you know, leading up to the grand finals. We're gonna see a lot more interesting approaches when we ourselves get into Free Fire and start a couple of rounds. But right now, it seems like we're still witnessing the tactical brilliance of Fer. We're also looking at the great adaptation of Indomie.
Yeah, so far Indomie, of course, booming in a little bit late in towards that very first round point itself, where they only started to garner it coming in towards the third point onwards, but managing to equalize that obviously was no easy task. Now it's more of them needing to take that initiative to actually secure that sort of lead. So if they were to actually go on towards more of a attacking side, I guess this is where things will be a little bit more different to see how Fer actually approaches it.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see how Game 2 is going to turn out, because we're jumping into Match 2 in a bit. Fer continues to deliver and amaze us with how brilliant they are with their moves, but Indomie is slowly catching up. And in fact, I would say there are some moves that Indomie did that we didn't even see from Fer in the first place.
And this is where we will see can Fer continue with their sort of streak that they had, or will Indomie, you know, go into match whatever point that they have garnered back in the very first pointer that Fer has secured. So now, let's dive right into our second set of the series. And, well, starting off with round number 1, we do see a little bit more of a trading being done. Meanwhile, over on towards this side of Observatory here, it does get a little bit tougher as Dewe already soaking a little bit more of that close. Just having pretty much a time turner, all being popped up already. While Fer trying hard to really defend this, but in the mid, they're pushing in.
Wow, good cover from Ban to protect Ma Gaming, but Ma Gaming still goes down, and now Ban is caught in a 1v2. Playing Ring Around Roses, they will push him, and Gardu will get the second knockdown. Fer losing 2-man in the beginning, as AS Mobile does get the bomb arm. Gardu will take out the third member of Fer, and Haidang will be the only last man alive.
Wow.
FDW will drop, but Indomie will get a convincing round 1.
You can see that Indomie feels a lot more confident when it comes down to the way they want to set up certain attacks. And it has definitely shown that they will run at you whenever given a sort of chance. But managing to actually go in for pretty much a beautiful diffuse here is just perfect.
And with that, maybe we will see a different storyline in this game too. Maybe Indomie will be the one leading, and we see a miraculous bounce back from Fer.
Well, I think I got a little bit of a mix-up here as well, which I thought that, enemy side is going to be on the offensive side, which, like, they will go ahead to play a very offensive defense squad. And AS Mobile opens around alongside Letta, securing the knock over AS Mobile.
And just the gun advantage coming out from Indomie, giving them that edge. Good time turn from beyond. Gardu also finds Haidang. AS Mobile is back up and healing, and Ban also wants to join the fight. But Indomie already established their dominance, and they are looking to clean out round number 2. Beyond getting challenged by Ban. Chose out the nade before he ducks away, but Fer is already losing ground. AS Mobile is going to be dropped, and Ban is the last man alive.
This is where Ban tries to actually rotate around from the top side here. Finds a little bit of the ammunition at the very least to work with. He spots out the rest of the members, but there's too many of them right down below. He can only hold on for so long. So this is a perfect ace coming out into me. So we are seeing 2 in a row coming in for the side of Indomie. They just need another 2 more to go. They should have more than enough resources to buy any sort of weaponry that they could actually go in with. So past 2 rounds, Fer not being able to frag at all. This is a little bit concerning to me.
Yeah, Indomie, just a slight kind of intermission, a slight break in between, and Indomie felt like a reinvigorated team.
Now a little bit of boost heading in towards the roof as well. Nate's being blocked off, but Fer is lining up.
Oh! Huge nade! Oh, the glue wall. It's not enough to protect Gardu. Unfortunately, Ban does trade his life for it. Beyond finds the nade onto Haidang. A huge one as well. Beyond needs some time to heal back up, but AS Mobile is not going to give the time. Letdown wins that challenge, and Mark Gaming becomes the last man alive for Fer.
Now going in towards a potential of a 1 versus 2 as well. So Beyond lost out that done. Now they go in for pretty much a little bit more regeneration. Good lob of the grenade, but I'm not sure if this could be able to actually connect. Beyond hiding right behind the tree, as this is where there's opportunities for a big turnaround. Haidan will, of course, expire right there, giving 1 kill back to the side of Beyond. And he swerves it away.
It's going to be a 2 versus 1. Indomie wants to beat Ma Gaming and push this to match point with the numbers advantage, but Ma Gaming sees the bomb being armed, and that's going to go in. Good glue wall from Ledda to buy some time. Ma Gaming kind of compelled to challenge it, but all Indomie needs to do is to go for the repick, but Ma Gaming wins that. And suddenly it's down to him. Ma Gaming taking on Beyond. A 1 versus 1 standoff.
That's where you just really have to go up close and personal. Now, it's just going to be trying to defuse it right through the cracks, and it's an easy one to pick off for Beyond overall. Now, 3 in a row, needing 1 more, and Fer didn't really seem all too comfortable right now. I'm not too sure what exactly was the switch up. Was it the plants, or, maybe a little bit of feng shui going on, or it has the soup of the bowl when cold.
Could be. You leave it out for too long, then Indomie refusing to taste what Fer has served in game 2.
Stale.
And it's stale. not to their liking.
Well, I guess whether it's stale or hot, I can still appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Now, AS Mobile walking all the way up front, being the front line, and Hideout gets picked off. Things are looking pretty bad for his side of Fer.
Yeah, and Ma Gaming at least able to trade after their way back. Good glue from AS Mobile to bring Haidang back up. As Fer continues to keep everyone alive, but look at Beyond. Ma Gaming though on the side, where when Beyond was busy, Ma Gaming was also busy. Ma Gaming finding 3 on his own. But Beyond might be able to get those revives in, and that is very important for Indomie. But Ma Gaming will make sure that it does not happen. Now Beyond has to challenge him head on. And not just him, but the rest of Fer.
I don't even know if there's actually any sort of chance, and he's just hiding by the corners of the cracks. I don't think they will be able to actually spot him though, at least for the temporary moment. But regardless, there's not really all too much that he could possibly go out there with. So buying a little more time doesn't really hurt.
Yeah, and this round is most likely going to go over to the side of Fer. So Beyond will If you can get a couple of pickoffs, it would be a bonus. But if you can't, then it is fine as well. Indomie have plenty of room to kind of make some mistakes as they are still leading literally at match point.
Yeah, and none of them seem to be moving on towards the outskirts. All they have to do is just defend both the A as well as the B side. And with only 10 seconds left on the clock, Pho eventually secures this round, while Beyond gets to go for at least a save.
It's definitely important to bring that into the next round for finally scoring the first in game 2. But let's see if they can mount that comeback that Indomie did in game 1.
Yeah, now this is still a little bit of good news for the side of Pho, because they have been performing very, very well on Shipyard. I think majority of the times that they have managed to win rounds is through this map itself, where they have known every nook and cranny like the back of their hands. So now going for an immediate rush on towards B. I'm not too sure if they're going to be going for a direct climb, but they are going to take this fight head on.
Maha Gaming does get tagged, so has to expand that heal very early on. But look at where the rest of Indomie are. Already mounting the flank, let down on the high ground. The nade coming in from Maha Gaming doesn't really connect on the members of Indomie, and that's going to keep Indomie time. Ledda already arming the bomb on the second floor. AS Mobile going in for the challenge, breaks the time turner,
reload.
but he's forced to reload. Good one onto Gardu. It's going to open up the round for Pho. His nade onto the second floor. Beyond fights Ban. Maha Gaming instantly gets 2 in return, and Ledda becomes the last man alive.
I'm not even kidding when I say that these guys are just maestros of the Shipyard, going for the Quadra, and now Ledda still hang on to the fine thread. And this is where they should be able to actually get the defuse down after taking out the entirety of Indomie.
Pho still keeping the run pretty much alive. One more round to force that round 7. As Pho now will be back on the attacking side, having the responsibility to arm the C4 once more. And it's Indomie's turn to slip a bit.
Yeah, and I guess that Indomie should still put whatever they have on the line here. When it comes down to resources, we see 5 grenades already being purchased as well. So they're going to be relying a whole lot on this to be able to actually secure some of all these sort of pickoff, especially Beyond here now. Going to be having a little bit of a trade against the likes of Maha Gaming, and right on the opposite is just going to be El Dewe. While enter the smokes. Oh, Gardu.
Ooh, so close, Maha Gaming. Quick reflexes, good movement, putting on his dancing shoes, and his teammates are coming to back him up as well. So the tag team from Pho is on point. Ban the nade. Oh, Gardu gets away just in time, but another one into the building. FDway able to avoid any sort of contact, but that also gives Pho enough space. Ban on the flank, throws out the first nade. Good time turner, giving himself room to fight FDway. FDway also running around the building. Pho does get the bomb arm though.
Bond manages to actually go in for the pickup right now, and he's just helter-skelter in towards the B side already. C4 being planted out, and now AS will try to actually put him in a little bit more glue wall, hoping to actually flush them out. Got a good catch over Lena, and now there's only so little room left, and they just need to buy a little bit more time.
Oh, the nade, just a bit off the mark. That could have been huge, but AS Mobile didn't get tagged by the second one. And that will force the push from Indomie. AS Mobile will just go out from his hiding and challenge that. Not really sure if that's the best choice. Ban also gets caught out. Indomie, they have done it. They're gonna equalize the series.
Wow.
Or maybe did they? Yeah, they did it. They have enough time, for sure.
More than enough time right here. And I guess that, you know, after so many of all these sort of scuffles, Indomie finally pulled right back on track. So Beyond is the one that has been able to pull, at the very least, 6 frags to 8 to get themselves this big booyah. So 1 booyah for each one of them, and they still need 2 more.
Feels like a minor slip up for Pho though. I'm not sure if Ban needed to the AS needed to push out like that. But the all or nothing move didn't work out for Fur, and it allowed Indomie to bag the first round. So we have definitely have more to come, shaping up to be a great grand final.
Indeed it is, and we still will have a potential of 2 to 3 more games to of course cover in this entirety of the series. Let's start off with the All-Stars highlight, all brought to you by Garena. Now, Mod Gaming definitely had some really eye-opening frags to actually get a few catches here, but this was where that refrag comes in, and it was so close. Just look at Haidang getting pretty much a little bit of that crazy flick going on, that grenade looking absolutely beautiful, and alongside Indomie, they tied 3-all, and it has to be this very final moment where they just went in for a chase against Deadway.
Yeah, and then you look at game 2, Indomie just came up the gates, guns blazing. But put up a pretty good fight, but it was not good enough. Indomie just had the better composure at when it mattered the most, and they were able to take that second game away and equalize the series at least.
Yeah, and this is where Fur definitely shines best, especially when they get their plays into a shipyard. And there was just so much hard flex going on, and Fur. Okay, this was the round that was just concluded, which we look back into what exactly happened. Well, didn't really have to stare at Gardu overall. Like, the final few moments, he was really trying to out-juggle some of all these sort of pressure coming out just to stop the defuse from happening.
Yeah, and he was able to do so, right? I think Indomie in that final sequence, they knew that it's risky to kind of run into Fur, so they let Fur make the move, and they punished the mistakes coming out from the players of the Vietnam region, and it worked out. And going into game 3 with both teams tied up in this neck-and-neck grand finals, I honestly expect another full 7-round game, but it does feel like despite Fur winning out game 1, Indomie somehow still felt better overall.
Yeah, and Indomie definitely is a team which, has this sort of composure going on with them. Doesn't matter if they drop the first 1 round or 2 rounds, they always find a way to be able to recuperate and immediately adapt to some of all these sort of the things that they have committed as either mistakes or unforced errors overall, and they just look at this sort of pattern that's coming up from the side of Pho so far is just trying to outmaneuver them with sure firepower that they do have. And just look at AS Mobile, right? Like, the way that he's been playing impeccably well, it's just going to show that the Vietnamese region still have so much of a stamina to really go all the way through alongside with the Indonesia region. But, in about 45 seconds from now, I guess whoever takes the next series here will really convert that pressure towards the enemy side. That pressure may make or break the enemy side.
And I completely agree. There's always this saying of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And if there's one team that has bounced back time and time again, it is Pho. But Indomie is also showing the same amount of resilience. You can say that both teams are battle hardened, they are battle ready, but they were forged in different environments. Pho was consistently pushed to the limit with even scores. They win one, they lose one, but Indomie always comes back strong with a 0-2 or 0-3 deficit. So now they put that to the test, and we are gonna get ready for game 3 of this best of 5 between Pho versus Indomie.
The epic battle continues right here, right now, in the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021, presented to you by Garena. While Pho, as much as they had the initial pointer being secured, they couldn't really hold on to that for all too long. So they just really gotta try a lot harder, because Indomie so far has been so resilient, just like how you said.
The never say die spirit of Indomie is, and remarkable is an understatement. This is something that it can not just help you in game, but also help you in life. It's like a good life lesson that Indomie is teaching everyone out there.
Yeah, and I guess that we will start off the round right here. Puccino is definitely the usual playground. Oh, AS Mobile on the top though. Very risky move coming in from the side of Pho. And that's where members of the side of Pho, they are still trying to look for an opening pick, but nobody's falling just about yet.
All those time turners is providing so much layer of safety. That dome is the insurance policy that keeps everyone alive. And it seems like Pho is going to be challenged, and Beyond will start things off. Guns now AS Mobile. And Pho getting pushed on, AS Mobile is not going to be revived as Beyond will confirm that kill. Haidang will get his own, but Gardu already got Ma Gaming, so Indomie keeps that lead in their favor. F Dayway going for the third down, and he finds it. It's all Ban against the world. Ban gets the first down onto F Dayway, but it will be Gardu plus Beyond who closes it out for Indomie.
Indomie right now holding in towards these numbers. But, you know, pistol rounds sometimes can go either or. I really want to put it on AS Mobile for this time around. Like, climbing to that shack, honestly, is one of the riskiest things you could ever do inside Pachino.
Yeah.
There's better places to hide.
Sometimes you just gotta
take that risk, huh?
Yeah, you do the most obvious thing, and then it does catch your opponents off guard. Maybe not Indomie. Indomie smell it. Pho is a very fragrant dish. You know? So they smell it. They pick up on the scent. And unfortunately for Pho, it didn't work out in that round.
Yeah, I gotta say the same for the side of Indomie. What I really like about Indomie is like akin to the name. They're always pretty much fast to prepare.
Yes.
You know, like I think that's the beauty to it, where it doesn't really take too long for them to actually bounce back up. So opening up with a grenade, not really catching up to anybody at all. There's only less than, of course, 1.5 minutes for the current timing, and Ma gets caught up by Beyond.
It's the Beyond show. Beyond once more getting the first frag, and he continues to deliver. Gardu sees Ban. Pho did get to arm the bomb, but they are surrounded by the SWAT team called Indomie, as Ban will be caught on the second floor. AS Mobile needs to defend and protect his teammate, but they are going to be pushed by Indomie. Gardu will gun down Haidang, and AS Mobile doesn't have much health left. Indomie makes quick work of Pho, and they will take the second round.
That was a really smooth cruise coming in from the side of Indomie, where they looked like they were barely harmed in this RV battle. So, for kind of going back to their always once again, like what we saw back in, you know, Booyah number 2 at the very least.
It's very, very interesting. I don't know, what's the term for that? It's very amazing to witness how Indomie always, you have to be really quick on your feet, quick on your mind. And it takes great mental fortitude to persevere through all these rounds and still come out with a winning formula. I think Indomie, it takes so much chemistry to make it happen.
You know what really puts both of them into a middle ground where they have something in common? Both actually requires water to cook.
Yeah.
Blame facts, I know,
yes. No, you got a good one. Whoa! Ma Gaming agrees. Gets a good double nade. AS Mobile gets taken down though. Indomie quickly equalizes that, and they pull a hit. All thanks to Gardu and Ledda.
I know.
Nade from Haidang. Oh, can he get the revive? This revive is going to be huge. They're trying to go on. Indomie pushes it to match point.
Quadra kill coming from Gardu, and he's the one who sets the nade. The ones who really pummel them down with everything that is in the bullet chamber out there. And Indomie showing no mercy at all. They really want to make sure that, you know, I'm going to go charge at you, and I'm going to inflict this mental fear.
Oh, yeah.
To how you prepare for what's about to come.
Despite both dishes needing water, Indomie definitely cooks much faster. You know?
Yeah.
So they're showing that. Oh, Ma Gaming again starting out. Good nade. Also guns down Gardu as well. making quick work of those two members from Indomie. So Indomie finally at a disadvantage, but we've seen them come back from this a lot of times. As Beyond gets a good nade onto High Dang. Ma Gaming getting shot from behind, hiding in within the smoke. But Beyond continues to go on an absolute rampage. Ban will finally stop him. But now Fer has to take on FDaway.
FDaway probably will be outnumbered and may not be outgunned just about yet. He does have a really nice corner, but there's a few more nades. It's expendable right across, but he's just going to be, of course, taking out Cole. Fer might just be able to find a way to turn around. We are back into factory, and you know, Fer likes to play a little bit more of that elevated angle coming into at least level 1 or level 2 of this building to be able to pull a couple of strings.
Deja vu. This is like game 2 where Indomie...
I've just been in this place before. Tired in the streets?
Yes. Took me a while. It feels like these two teams kind of have the same characteristics. Not that it's just noodles, not only you need no water to prepare both, but also they somehow come alive when the enemy team
climb.
Gets the 3-point lead, and Gardu already doing it. Is the match point as well. Let that good nade onto Ma Gaming, and Gardu's gonna throw a high nade. And Beyond again with 2.
Okay, that's where they managed to go in to pull this high. So, shots being fired, they don't really care anymore. Members of probably won't be able to actually do all too much. He's treading down the blue walls though, as if it's gonna help. Maybe
they're already on the roof,
helping him instead. You know, like, yep, he knows this one's going down, and Indomie probably knows how to settle the score straight.
This gotta be their round, right?
Has to be.
It feels like it's like when the bomb gets planted, you have no way to win. You just wait. I guess Fer can start discussing how do they come back from this.
Unless they find some really interesting picks, and then there's still more glue walls to be expended here. Beyond right now getting on towards Ban. Well, AS Mobile managing to actually pull those numbers in. AS is the only one left remaining though. And how would he actually pull it off? Now with the nades all set up, C4 blast their way in for a massive booyah on the side of Indomie. Now, we are at championship point for Indomie on the next round. And we'll see, can they finally get their hands on this all-star title for Bomb Squad?
I am not going to lie, but Indomie they brave the storm, they survive the tides, and they continue to deliver. They continue to amp up the pressure, and they continue to amaze all the competitors.
Yeah, and they didn't really just amaze the competitors. I think they just wowed us off on this caster's desk as well. Like, there's so many great plays, great highlights that we do have here. Now that we've already concluded another 2 games, and this next one could potentially be the final one if, and only if, Indomie managed to, of course, close everything off the chapter and, of course, write history for themselves to secure the All-Star Asia title for, you know, their own respective region, Indonesia.
Yeah, and they are not far away from doing that. Just potential 7 more rounds. Indomie will be able to crown themselves the best all-star team for Bomber Squad, at least.
Yeah, so far, you know, there's also 2 other titles to be competed over on our weekend run here from Saturday as well as Sunday. So make sure you guys stay tuned. And it will be happening from what? 7 GMT plus 8. And you guys can, of course, adjust it according to your tentative schedule of your own, wherever you guys are from. But, you know, we'll still be here hanging out with you. I know that we will definitely have even more of all these crazy action here, only happening in the Free Fire All-Stars Asia 2021.
Yeah, and 60 more seconds until we kick off Game 4 between Fer and Indomie. And so far, I think Beyond continues to show us why he is not just one of the best, but the best player of the entire All-Star so far.
Yeah, and I think that there's also proven track record coming in for this respective player that has been, of course, a superstar back in the Indonesian circuit itself, that his name definitely has been cemented as amongst the greats of Free Fire. And you know how huge it is back in their home grounds where there's all these grand tournaments happening out there. And of course, even for the Vietnam region, they've been able to hone their craft to be able to really make a mark in the international stages. And what better way here to, of course, snatch this one away from the Indonesian region if they get their chance to stop Indomie on their tracks and force a reverse sweep.
It definitely would be, you know, revenge is best served cold. But in this case, Indomie feels like the antagonist that eventually might win. And, you know, we hardly get plots where the bad guy turns out to be the victors. Maybe Indomie can rewrite that and prove that, you know, they are the strongest team.
Yeah, and I really wonder what time it is right now in the Vietnamese region. So it's definitely running late, but then again, we gamers definitely will run all the way into the night so long as we don't end the game on the loss.
You know what they say, the night is always young.
Yeah.
And both teams just starts off the round, guns blazing, and all those utilities used.
The angles.
Look at this, also creative, but let that FDW both find one, and for already losing two of the members, Indomie getting the bomb arm as well. For in a 2 versus 4, Haidan getting absolutely bomb rush. He does down Gardu as the challengers from Indomie continue to pour in. Beyond is also on the ground. Let Dao heal himself back up and finish on Maha Gaming, but at least Haidan will be able to heal himself and, you know, kind of tie up the score.
So far, things are looking pretty bright for the side of Indomie. They can still possibly save Beyond, but now going in for the flank. Jump shot's not really happening though. Down does, clutches it. Now it's only going to be F their way on the edge, and I don't think he can reach any of his members at the moment. So is this possible? Maybe not. He's already going for the defusal already. F their way trying to actually pull them right back. He does get the shot right in. Can he actually find it all with the form of Bond? Now going for a reload. He's going to try to, of course, go in for a quick revive. But that should be pretty much secured. Pho takes the first round.
Not the first round.
Oh, wait.
They have no time.
Wait
There's
a
no
minute.
time. FDW messed around with Pho. And all he had to do was to buy time. Indomie secures first round. Genius move from Indomie.
You guys probably can't see it. I'm actually giving him applauses.
Yeah, they deserve a standing ovation. You know, our buddies from the BN broadcast is going wild.
Yeah, for very obvious reasons.
For very obvious reasons.
You know, this is a really sick clutch on a pistol round. Not gonna lie, like it could have gone horribly wrong, but it went right for Indomie. So here comes grenade, but
what?
It goes down immediately.
Oh my goodness, Gardu. No chill at all. You gotta calm down. Bun got a double nade to kind of bring Pho back into the game, and Bun also finds the third one as well, but Beyond is still alive, and every time Beyond is alive, there's a chance for Indomie to clutch out the round. Haidan and Bun, Beyond getting hunted down, getting pushed as well.
How long can he actually hold on? He does have a pretty good gun in hand, but tell you what, we got a beautiful ace for Pho, so, you know, compensating for that lost round early on, at the very least. Now, Factory. Every time we go into F Factory, we expect something that is crazy overall. Like, but now, is there something that we have not seen just about yet, other than that high food plant over on the top of the factory? I guess that's going to be pretty much the sort of trend that we'll be looking at, but easily members to the side of, you know, the defense could have actually halted them by getting into the right position, and that's why they're taking the fight outdoors.
Oh, and Maha Gaming just stops Gardu in his track. A good opening for Pho. Definitely what they need after losing 2 straight games to Indomie. But Indomie always don't let up, and Ledda will be challenged by AS Mobile. from behind, so he has to take this fight. And ASML continues to be a thorn in Indomie's side.
Here comes the little plan. It's going to be right over on the A side, and the members inside of Indomie will have a lot of struggles to even get towards this position. Now they're getting outnumbered. May not be outgunned, as Bond goes down, though. Here comes a little bit of rotation, and this is where they bring in the time Turner, and Pho goes in back-to-back 2 rounds.
Another round where Pho did not lose a single member. They are turning up. And the most important game of this best of 5 is definitely, you know, crucial for Pho to not have any room for Indomie to capitalize on. And they are so far doing sublime. Bond with 6 kills and no death just yet.
Yeah, and this is where we just look into some of all the other possibilities as well. What if Indomie comes in swinging really hot from this point onwards, and is mobile now, all the way forward with a double glue wall. Emily hops downward, but gets out. He knocks himself down instead. Too much of a fall damage, but can they recuperate though?
They should be able to do that. And yes, AS Mobile just need a bit of time to bring himself back up. If they wait, let's get down in the process as Pho continues to lay on the siege onto Indomie. Gardu also spotted out by Ma Gaming as well. At the same time, Indomie taking the fight straight to Pho, but they were not able to win those challenges. Gardu now caught, but a good double nade from Gardu equalizes the playing field.
Wow.
Gardu looking for the third. Ma Gaming has to prone and get those banish on. Gardu doesn't want to give him the space to heal, so Ma Gaming will draw the glue wall just to buy enough time, but Gardu still pushes forward, and Gardu, if he gets this one, it's going to be massive for Indomie, but Ma Gaming still wins it out, and it's up to Beyond once more.
What a save in the clutch situation. Now Bound's going to be looking over his side. Here comes a massive
Beyond!
Oh, what?
Beyond!
Is this going to be it?
Oh my goodness. It might be it. Beyond 1 versus 2. Very doable. Getting pushed. Glue wall coming through. Ban is going there. Ban gets not a good time turner. It's Beyond again! It is Beyond again! It is always Beyond, but Pho still shuts him down.
Oh my, so close. That shove down the stairs. He was just inches away from hitting those last few bullets. What a downer out there. And I think that Indomie just gets stunted after this massive performance coming from inside Beyond 09. Now he's cooking up many more grenades. There's like 6 in his bag.
Yeah, he is ready to go out with a bang. But Pho have a firm lead in game 4. Ma Gaming instantly getting challenged by Gardu, and so far Gardu hasn't been winning a lot of these CQCs. Indomie might need to kind of rectify that. Pho immediately brings him back up. This is what they're good at, tag team.
Yeah, and just look at the formation being set up as well. Remember, side of Indomie, they do have a little bit of decoy going on, and that's where Bond goes in for a beautiful nade. Here comes the charge coming from inside of Ma as well. Just moving all the way forward, and there's going to be Gardo just over the corner, and he does whip the shot though. But thank goodness Highdown was there to rescue him in time.
Highdown should be able to bring him back up as well. Ma Gaming is still alive. Indomie kind of on the ropes. FDWay will need some time to heal up, and he will get it. But AS Mobile finished off. Good one from Ledda. Ledda getting burned down as well. And Ledda also finding Ma Gaming. It is a Ledda game. The nades are flying through. Haidang downs Beyond. And it's a 2v1. Haidang still has some time to heal himself. But Indomie will also get the space to bring Beyond back up.
It's a little bit hard for them to actually do all too much at this point. And Indomie will halt this point away from Pho to secure that booyah.
Indomie catching up, but Pho still has the lead. Still has a round, or at least they just need a round. But Indomie again, the bounce back, the recovery is astounding from this team.
It's great. Just look at the resources as well. The only nades that the side of Pho has is only about 3 nades for this round overall. And I guess Indomie is just going to make it rain all the way. But when it comes down to the sort of the things that they can pull with the guns, that's a different story indeed. All about the reflexes overall.
I think Indomie is... It feels like they want to go for those push, but since they are the attacking side, so they will just arm the bomb on A. Now it's all about buying time. You can see Fer sending the whole squad in like a SWAT team to take over the area, and Gardu is guarding there. Gardu finds the first one, good double vector. AS Mobile not able to get the shot through because of time turner, so he is forced to put Gardu with 2v1. Wow, fancy feet! He's dancing around everyone from Fer, and Ban finally downs one, but Ledda is still there. Indomie might be able to do this, and yes! The equalizer has been achieved. Indomie pushes this all the way to round number 7 once more.
Okay, Indomie, if they win this round, it's over for Pho. Can they get the championship point right here, right now, down in Catalyst on round 7?
Oh my goodness. How many times have we seen Indomie come back? I have officially lost count, but this is going to be the most impressive comeback ever.
The comeback kings definitely having the best of chances right now. Just looking at the resources as well. They can actually go in to expend it all. But Pho, they're already taking this fight. Gardu now trying to actually look for the pickup. Gardu finds one!
And Gardu is going to go for more as well. Counter engage from Pho. They down everyone. And it's Beyond's turn. But we've seen Beyond work magic. Throwing out all those nades. Beyond's going to try and push in. Beyond throws out the glue wall. 1 versus 3. Beyond.
They can defuse it though.
They actually can go for it. Indomie. They haven't gotten the bomb down yet. So Pho needs to finish off Beyond. Beyond messes up one of the nades. But Ma Gaming is down.
Giving him a whole lot of respect as well. Now it's down to this fight. It's bad! And he does bring in the wall. Oh! Shotgun! Oh boy! You have underestimated Beyond's power.
Oh, and Beyond continues to do this. For going for the push. Beyond! AS Mobile is down. Ma Gaming has the nade, but Beyond has one as well. Oh, is this the nade of the game? Beyond gets the finisher. Second one going through. Ma Gaming, can he get it? They both bounce. They both go sideways, but Beyond is down. 18 HP, a nade. But he does have to medkit the hill up.
25 seconds on the clock. He doesn't really have too much. He does want to run at him full speed. Here comes the lob of the century. Will it connect though? It will miss. Here comes another exchange. And they're just trying with their luck to secure this point. Will it be pushed in towards the 5th rounds here? Or will Indomie come close? He's going very closely. He needs the shot. He needs it.
He almost finds it. No!
Yo! Indomie! Beyond falls! And this is where Ma Gaming sees it! The reversal is true! Pho pushes it game 5.
A fitting grand finals as Pho gets the booyah for game 4. And Ma Gaming bought enough time. It was almost the Beyond clutch once more, but Pho refuses to let that happen. And we go the full distance.
What a day of free fire this is. And is there anything like this that you've ever seen when it comes down to an all-star match?
No.
I think this is one of the most stacked when it comes down to all these stars all aligned together to put up a show. And this is probably one of the best ones I have ever casted in my career of Free Fire.
I have to agree with that wholeheartedly. If you look up into the sky right now, it's a starry night. Not just in the skies, but also in this all-star tournament. And this was only day 1. It felt like we are at the grand finale, but no, it's only day 1. And we are already seeing the best out of all these regions. Pho, and it's the comeback kings versus the clutch kings. You can say, oh my goodness, Pho just refuses to go quietly into the night.
Indeed, and they show that there is all the hope and all the chances in the world if only you will take it. And now it's only down to that finale of a championship point, and just look at all this great display. There was instances where Indomie was just outrightly shutting down many of his members, and I think this is one of the most impressive ones that we've seen, with Indomie really dancing it out and absolutely destroyed them. But it went down to this 1 versus 1 to really set it all the way, and look at this go. That clutch onto its AS Mobile and made it happen for Beyond, but that 2 pumps did not land perfectly intact towards the side of Ma.
Yeah, I mean, if that one landed, he probably would have won Bomb Squad with a fraction of a second left. Fate has it. Destiny, has everything planned out. Everyone wanted a game 5, and the Free Fire God says, you will get a game 5. So here we are.
The last time I've been so stoked about any sort of the major event for Free Fire was back in the days when I was casting the World Series for Brazil, and Korean teams made a crazy massive comeback of those rounds. But this is a little bit different. I thought, Bomb Squad, all these stars would just go for it, have some fun, and walk away with win or lose mentality. It's fine. But no, everybody wants to, of course, get their hands on that big title to be brought home in their respective region.
Right, we thought that this is just a fun match. Everyone comes in, enjoy, get some giggles and laughs, but that's not the case. Everyone is out for blood. Everyone is hungry to get some
glory.
Win. Everyone's out for glory. This is for all the marbles.
When it comes down to Foot Wars, it's a serious deal.
Yeah.
When we go in for MCP, I was hoping there's also Singapore on, separate. There's going to be a Malaysia versus Singapore. That foot fight will never end. But never mind. We leave that aside.
This is
it's about this one right now.
It's about the foot, and it's serious when all the games go to full 7 rounds. Who would have thought? We thought that, okay, because the round pace is going to be fast, it's going to be quick and easy, but we get 7 rounds over and over again. I guess it's the food, right? The pride that you have in the food that you love the most, that drives you to continuously push. This has unlocked, the potential, the hidden potential of these players. Maybe they're eating their respective dish as they play.
Well, hopefully there is some extra bowls left for us by the end of the show, if they can kindly send us some. But I don't know how long would that actually take, though. But here we are, guys. Throw in your prediction right now, because we are in for the finale, Pho versus Indomie.
This is it. We have reached echelon of Free Fire brilliance. Just all-star talents, everyone uniting under the same cause of being the best team of their region in Bomb Squad to make an impression on day one. Pho and Indomie definitely did just that. But unfortunately, regardless of how good these players are, only one team will come out victorious.
And this is where we will witness this epic battle come to an end on the best of notes. And now we'll have this battle starting off from Sentosa.
And look at that, everyone just running at each other. And of course, Indomie not really having the best of opening, as Ma Gaming did get down onto Gardu, so that would dampen the firepower of Indomie. But Pho just going to try and continue this pincer attack. Ma Gaming still alive. Time Turner is there. He's getting pushed, but 9 HP is all Ma Gaming need. Ma Gaming with 2, but Indomie answers back very quickly with 2 of their own.
Just look at how they are rotating all around, and Hideout goes down, but over on top of the roof, it's AS Mobile that can capitalize. Now, 1 versus 1, and it's really down to Beyond once again against AS Mobile. He has so little HP. Can he do it, though? It's Pho for the first blood.
These two just keep meeting each other. And so far, AS Mobile has been able to do more knockout blows to Beyond.
Whoa, okay. Let me catch a breath, at least. I gotta catch a breath.
AS Mobile was the one who won game 4 for the team against Beyond. And he was also the first one to draw first blood against Beyond.
Yeah.
There's some brewing rivalry right there.
I think if they were ever to be on an offline event, can they just stare at each other eye to eye? I don't even say stare, maybe just glance at each other.
Yeah, like those instigation, like from American football, right? Just the stare down.
Or MMA. Of course, we're not getting all too gory, but... Oh
boy.
Getting up to the roofs. Classic Ace Mobile strat. Oh! Get punished immediately.
Yeah, Beyond was waiting for that. Waiting his whole life for this opportunity. And Indomie is able to stop Fur in the tracks. But Fur is the one with the bomb. Beyond gets the second one of the high down. Ma Gaming becomes the sole survivor of Fur, and Indomie finds a huge lead for themselves.
I don't get this, guys, man. Like, I won't have enough energy left on my thumbs or my index finger to be able to actually flick all so well. Now it's only down to a 1 versus 2. Like, they've been going at it like more than 6 hours already for today. And look at them still having the energy to already go out and beyond. Ma Gaming still having the vector in hand. He tries to run for his life, but there's only so much left out of this round. We're going to round 3. Bring it to factory.
I have a theory. It's called All Stars, but it's actually, you know, secretly trying to amp out the competition between all these regions. It's like, you know, it's kind of a regional league, regional weekend tournament.
True.
It does feel that way.
It does. It does. And
the competitiveness from all these players is.
I'll say I want more of this kind of events.
Me too. You can feel the rippling effect of all these players. Somehow, you know, like when you hear of All Stars, even as someone participating, you'd be like, all right, you know, we're gonna go in and have fun. And halfway through, everyone is just like, guys, we need to win this.
Yeah, and
we gotta win.
They are stars for every reasons left available, and of course, we only select the very best to be featured right here. And now, only down to the top 2. Here comes the flanks. It's Mobile once again coming in with those initiation threats. Ma Gaming coming with a run from the insides of the warehouse. This is going to be a little bit more difficult, but Gardu is going to be moving up the stairs as well, I do believe. This is going to be a little bit tricky, but he's going to take a good shot at this. While AS Mobile has moved downwards. Okay. It's kind of like a game of hide and seek right now into round number 3, as they are not really taking too much of a peek. They understand the risk, but with that being involved, damage being done to his pawn, though.
Yeah, and they knew that if Indomie is on attack on factory, they will try to go for the roof again, and Fur is just not letting that happen at all. And they bought so much time. 40 seconds left for Indomie to get something done, and AS Mobile decides to go on the offensive, and he's taking on the entirety of Indomie, and he survived. The time turner protects Indomie, but 30 more seconds. Indomie gotta make haste.
Well, how much time can they actually get this one down?
Oh, nay.
Here comes some really good nades there in position right now. One member drop from the side of Pho. Same goes to Garter as he managed to actually get revitalized. While Bond goes in with a Fama spray down there. He's only by the pillar though. Here comes the plan.
Oh, good one. Indomie resets the timer and now he's on their side. But AS Mobile continues to pile on the pressure. Bond as well. Beyond becomes the last man alive. There's a bit more health to work with. He's hiding behind the box. Does he know where the members of Pho are? I think he does.
Beyond though.
Beyond hiding again. AS Mobile's gonna go for the push. Beyond turns the corner. This might be huge, but it's insufficient. 2 is better than 1, and Pho reclaims the lead.
Oh, wow. If that was a 1 versus 1, it's a very, very close call. But, of course, Bond is the difference maker here to be able to secure point number 2 for Pho.
Amazing display, as always, but you gotta commend Pho being the first team in doing in bomb squad to stop the strat of planting on the roof. Courtesy of Team Boba, courtesy of Yo-Yo, the guy who did it. But at the same time, it was Indomie who kind of started the idea of planting in a creative manner.
Yeah, and after that, it's just a lot of different ways to go about the factory bout, but oh my!
Wow! Oh my!
Oh my God!
What can I say? Ma game.
Instant frags. Too sharp.
Yeah, just precise. Just pinpoint precision. Pixel perfect.
Yep. Just having some of the sharpest guns out there on the block. AS Mobile's going to be going for a push as well. The wall's being pulled up, getting a little bit more defense. AS Mobile finds FDLA, and this is going to look a little bit more dicey for the side of Enemy. Just have so much going on for them, and AS Mobile is just having great fun with the nades being lobbed right in.
And it's not AS Mobile that challenge Beyond. Hit on. Good nade from Beyond. And it's always Beyond that you can rely on if you are Indomie.
But does he know where they are?
Maybe he does. Haidan's gonna go for the push, and Beyond needs a bit of time. Gets the regen through. Haidan closes it out. Championship point for Fer. We're looking at a possible reverse sweep.
A back and forth might just actually end here in the shipyard. And guess what? This is the best map for Fer that they have hardly lost much of a match. And even when they do, they will only be left with one member standing. And this is where we see, is this the decider between the two of them? Enemy, they have everything on the table here to lose.
About to witness the All-Stars 2021 for Asia. History is about to be written by one of these teams. Bomb will be armed very quickly by Indomie. So at least they will get the advantage on their side. Gardu will do the D. Mark Gaming going in for the push again. Mark Gaming with the first frag and immediately finishes off F Dayway, not giving Indomie any room to breathe.
But the rest of Fer, they're kind of far away, but they are trying to march up the stairs from every angle. Ismol goes down though. There's a chance coming from the side of Enemy. Bomb is taking right now. Hideout doing whatever he can. Oh, he's actually double walling. Double walling. 1 second. He's going for the turn.
He's sticking it.
It's sticking right through.
He's done it.
A little bit more. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
so close. How many more seconds was left on the clock?
A fraction of a second. Ha! You cheeky little devil. You cannot just walk away with the championship like that. Indomie makes a point.
But the ideation is there.
Oh, those double glue wall was perfect, but there was just that one gap that gave Indomie the opening that they need.
And there's now more resources for the side of Enemy as well. But it honestly isn't all too much of a difference now that Fer, they know what exactly to do. Now with many more of these nades that they will have to dance off to. Enemy thinking which side will be the best way to go about. A is going to be a little bit harder because it's right now in open grounds, and AS Mobile will initially go in to just stick this C4 into plays for the glue wall being set. He soaks only a fraction of a bullet, but nothing too lethal for them to withstand. Now the rest of Enemy gotta slowly push upwards.
Gardu finds AS Mobile. That's nice. Good name from Beyond. Takes out Mar Gaming as well. Indomie trying to go for the defense as soon as possible. Gardu with a cleanup. But look at they're losing everyone. Indomie.
Oh no way. We're going to Game 7.
This is it. Championship point for both teams. I can't even believe this. Indomie just refuses to die. They don't die. They just don't die. Defuse comes through. One final round separates one of this team from championship and glory.
I'm pretty sure the chat goes wild right now. And they must be asking, is this scripted? Absolutely no. There's no way a chance in heaven or anywhere in the Free Fire round that this is possible. And Enemy, they are denying Fer every single chance. That split second inside of the shipyard. Now, we're going into this map once again, which we saw Fer have hardly lost, but they have lost that round. It's not impossible for the biggest of comeback for Enemy.
This is where it started, and this is where it all ends. A fitting location
Right in the middle.
Getting the bomb down.
Nate.
Oh, the nades did not connect. Good for Fur. SAS Mobile will start off the countdown, but Beyond finds the nade onto Ma Gaming, and Beyond will get a finish. AS Mobile getting absolutely pushed. Haidang in danger as well. Haidang down. Kardu finds him. AS Mobile manages to heal up by Indomie. They're going for the defuse. They're sticking it. Oh, AS Mobile. He's trying to push through. That's the cap. He takes out Lecter. AS Mobile finds him, but Beyond is there. It's a bait. Ban is low. 30 HP. Down to 15. Indomie. They've done it. Indomie, the best run in Bomb Squad. They just come back every single time, and they are the Bomb Squad champions. They have done it.
After a long day one here in the All-Stars, it's finally here. And Indomie will secure the final booyah and be crowned as your champions of the Bomb Squad.
Oh my God. First team to play to kick off the day, and also the team to close out the day. What better storyline, could we have other than this? I think this is the best one that we could ever see.
I have never seen games like this ever. And honestly, was it really down to mistakes? Was it really rash decisions? What was it that has led the side of Pho to have dropped this one? Or is Indomie just way too good for everybody else?
I lost count how many times Indomie were down 0-3 and they come back 4-3. It's always Indomie, in the back foot. They were getting pummeled, they were getting dominated, and they bounce back. The kings of comebacks. Now they're just kings.
This is heart-wrenching for the fans that were actually rooting for Pho, because they were looking at the pretty darn solid lead.
Yeah.
And, this is where, there's so many super close calls that is not supposed to be in favor of Indomie. And especially that double wall moment, that was like, what? Inches away, or should I say milliseconds away from defusal. And Pho, they needed a real quick reset. They don't get it.
Yeah, Indomie just, they just keep beating Pho. They keep running into Pho, and eventually Pho gave in. The pillars collapsed, and Indomie are your champions for Bomb Squad. But day one has come to an end. We congratulate Indomie for becoming the kings, and we have more to come. Let's take a look at the schedule in a bit as we talk about what we have in store for the weekend.
This is the very first victory, and there's probably even more to come as well for the likes of Indomie. But don't worry, all your favorite teams that have played for the entirety of the day will be coming back tomorrow for even more. 7 p.m. GMT is the time that you should be able to drop by this live stream. So probably we'll be seeing you guys for tomorrow. My name's Contra, this is Husky, and we, of course, wish you guys a very good night, and do take care and stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow for the Free Fire All-Star.